You, RL, I see you. What's good, RL? RL is in the building. What's good? Felipe 210. What's good? What's good? What's good? Let me check on a few things here before we get started. Stephen Fox is in the building. What's good? Hey, man, all is well. It's getting a little cold down here, but it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. We do a few housekeeping things real quick just to make sure we straight. Need to pick up a few things here. I'm trying to just make sure we broadcast into the places that we're supposed to be broadcasting to, and then we'll jump right on it. Just give me a few seconds. Sportscaster, what's good? What's good with my people on Sportscaster? I see y'all. All right. Let me check one more thing. Let me check one. Bodega Wi-Fi is in the building. Simba Singh is in the building. What's good? I see you, Kobe Grant. What's good? Let me check one more thing, man, before we get started real good here. All right. I see y'all. All right. Just want to put one thing out there real quick to everybody. Just put it out there in the universe, man. We trying to grow the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button for the videos and such, so that others can see what it is that we're doing. Not just trying to grow the channel for the sake of growing, but we want to make sure that we reach more people. You know how it is. I say the same thing every night, and I hate to bombard y'all with it, but for those that be here every night, but the ones that be here every night understand what our goal is. Our goal is to grow and spread this Knicks at Night podcast family thing to others that may be looking for Knicks content. So I see you, Bodega Wi-Fi. Rob the Nick is in the building. What's good? What's good? Chris, I see you. What's good? Chris is in the building. What's good? Hey, man, so I saw the Austin Rivers interview, and he mentioned some stuff that we had been missing like the past few years. He said stuff like compete and playoffs. Does Austin Rivers know where he is? Does Austin Rivers know the words like that? We don't hear words like that around here often. And I'm glad he said it, for one. Hey, can y'all hear me okay? The volume good? Or do I need to speak louder? Yeah, y'all. Yeah, let me do something real quick. That's brighter, right? No. How about that? How about we push that away? That way. Yeah, hey, Stephen Fox, he is a coach's son. You know what I mean? Hey, Chris, man, I slept so much today. Hey, it's crazy, man. I try to do a lot of stuff, man. In a weird way, I try to do a lot of stuff. Like, my dream thing is to be a writer, a novelist, right? And not not nonfiction, but a fiction novelist. That's my dream goal, right? But I also like to do things like activism and be active in social stuff. So I'm working on some social things. Trying to grow another channel so that we can start doing that stuff. And then my passion, my pastime is this Knicks talk. So I find myself being so busy doing so much stuff that when I get like a quiet break, like when I get like on a recliner or something, and just try to think about, what I'm going to talk about, on the show, or what I'm going to talk about in these books and stuff, man, I mess around and doze off. And my dog will remind me, the dog that will bark, probably go crazy about 1 o'clock, about 1:15 every night to go outside. Yeah, he'll start barking like, hey, old man, you ain't supposed to be sleeping. Yeah, man. So anyway, yeah, the Austin Rivers thing, it shocked me, but not as much as the Russell Westbrook for John Wall trade. That frustrated me, man. The Russell Westbrook for John Wall trade frustrated me. The reason why it's frustrating, man, is I listened to the Michael K show, the one for December 1st, and Michael K talked about how it's the same old Knicks, about how we swung and missed on a lot of stuff. And it frustrated me because I spoke to Joe Madden and Art about this thing about 3 weeks ago, how I hoped it wasn't same old Knicks. And Teddy had came on and said that that it may be the organization, the new organization, laying down the framework for something that'll be bigger and better than ever before. So, yeah, Bodega Wi-Fi, you're right. I was shedding Blorence tears about Westbrook. You are absolutely right. And you know what? Big boys don't cry. That's what they say. But I done seen plenty of big boys cry. So, but anyway, the Westbrook thing kind of hurt my heart in a sense. Not that to put it in a way, not the fact that the Knicks were in it and just turned down stuff and made the most, made the more reasonable decision not to bring in Westbrook, but to not be able to pull it off, even if they wanted to. That's the frustrating thing to me. Like the thing with Chris Paul was never coming here. That was some rumor drummed up, but Chris Paul was never coming here, right? Chris Paul was never coming here, man. I mean, we lived that rumor in real time, all of us together. A newly 25 is in the building. Was good. But, we had a dream that Chris Paul would at least consider coming here. And the frustrating thing of all of it is Chris Paul's ass is under contract. He don't have a say where he if they trade him here, what's he gonna do? Not play ball? And we still couldn't get him. Hey, what's up, Legion of Knicks? What's good? Legion of Knicks is in the building, aka that MF Doom, aka the ghost-faced killer. So I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated, and I'm gonna put the link in the chat, man. Just give me a second to vent real quick. I'm just like that tea kettle, man. I balled over to the point that I gotta start screaming. You know what I'm saying? The fact that we couldn't get Chris Paul and Chris Paul is under contract frustrates me, man. I mean, what the hell's going on with the front office? It's just all the time. It's the same thing from these front offices, man. Every front office is smaller than the previous front office, right? That's the life of a Knicks fan. Every front office is smaller than the one that just left. The new coach that we brought in is more innovative than the guy that just left. The guy that just left was a doofus. No matter what the name of the coach is, and I'm sure we'll be calling Thibodeau a doofus too once he leaves. You know what I'm saying? But we go through this all the time. We can't get Russell Westbrook. I mean, God, come on, man. I'm not saying Westbrook was the ideal situation. And I'm not even for sure after my summer-long love affair with the idea of Westbrook coming here. I'm not even for sure if that was the best idea. But not even to have a shot at getting Westbrook. I mean, come on. Thank you, baby. My associate producer brought me tea right on time. I guess she heard my voice cracking up over Russell Westbrook. Hey, Kevon Bergen was good. Dolly was good. Was good with y'all. Man, my frustration, and I know my frustration balls over, and I'm not the type to be super attached to any player. My thing is I want to win, right? I feel like that's a reasonable take. I want to win, you know, and I don't want to win little. I don't want to win little, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't want mittens for Christmas. Basically, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. I don't want a pair of mittens for Christmas. I want a big Christmas gift, man. I want a car for Christmas with a bow on it outside. And I want it to snow. I want a white Christmas snowing on that car I got for Christmas, the new car, the 2021, like y'all see on commercials. I don't want a pair of damn mittens for Christmas. And that's what this front office is giving me, a pair of mittens. After 9 months of speculation, hype, and propaganda, they give me goddamn Alec Burks. After all this speculation, innuendo, conjecture, all this stuff, dating all the way back to as far as January about what the new Knicks are going to look like. We waited all year through a quarantine and pandemic to get goddamn Alec Burks and Austin Rivers. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry about cursing. I know y'all, I know a lot of y'all, listen, I'm going to tell y'all not to curse on the channel. You know what I'm saying? Because we want to make sure that we do things the right way. And I'm sorry, my frustration bubble over. Woodshed is in the building. What's good? Yo, but I'm legit tired of the same old. Man, I'm tired of the newspaper saying, well, this front office is better than the last front office. How? I'm tired of every new coach we get being smarter than the last coach that left. How? Tired of free agents not coming here. Tired of not being able to trade for a guy. Tired of having question marks about dudes we draft. I don't care if his name is Frank Ntilikina, Cle Anthony Early, Kevin Knox, or Hamidou Papalau, whatever his name is. I'm tired of drafting dudes and having question marks. When are we going to get our star? It's frustrating, man. And y'all going to ask me, and I know what y'all going to do. Y'all going to get on and be like, Uncle Freezy, you just got to be patient, man. And Uncle Freezy, man, you know, you can't judge everybody the same. Yes, I can. And no, I don't. I don't have to be patient. And yes, I can judge everybody. Because for one, our situation is like Groundhog Day. Every Groundhog Day, we get the same result time after time. It's like a weird, we're like on this weird spinning wheel and we can't get off. We just don't have the ability to get off the weird spinning wheel. Hey, Bodega Wi-Fi. All roads do lead to Frank. Right. Hey, today, minutes after the Westbrook for John Wall trade, the Knicks posted a thing about Frank Ntilikina. Random, just random as hell, just random. And I know y'all. I know as Knicks fans, y'all are just as frustrated as I am. And if you're not, I don't want to spread my frustration on y'all. I don't want my frustration to overflow onto y'all who may have optimism. I'm optimistic, right? I am optimistic on some things, but I'm clearly, y'all can see I'm frustrated about other stuff. The Westbrook trade is not one that I don't know if it was going to give us the desired result. I was hopeful, right? But to not even be in the discussion, you know what I'm saying? To our money, can you imagine going somewhere and somebody will tell you your money is not good enough? We ain't taking your money. Like Simmons saying, go and make a major purchase, and they tell him your money is no good here. You don't deserve these products. And I'm just saying Simmons saying because that's my dog right there, and one of the moderators. So I'm just using Simmons saying as an example. So. But same thing for Woodshed. Woodshed save up all this money, all this capital and assets, and then when it's time to pull the trigger on something, whoever has the capital and assets that we desire are like, no, the assets and the capital said they don't want to go to you. Really, my Christmas scenario of getting a brand new car outside and a white Christmas where it's snowing. The snow doesn't want to come to Big Freezy, Uncle Freezy. The car doesn't want to come to Uncle Freezy. Really, that's where we are. That's where we are as a franchise. That's where we are. And on another note, and I'm sorry about bubbling over with frustration. I was frustrated. I didn't want to do it on Legion of the Knicks podcast show. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to change the subject and sound like a crybaby on somebody else's joint. That's the reason why I didn't go on nothing but Knicks tonight, because I didn't want to get on there and sound like a crybaby about stuff happening around us and we have no control over it. But thanks to the Knicks at Night podcast, I have a place where I can vent. Y'all come in here and vent like Joe come on here and vent about Julius Randle. Nobody say nothing, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the place for him to do it. This is his spot to do that. You know what I'm saying? People come on and vent on the Knicks at Night podcast for hours at a time. And we say nothing. We say, come on, bring it. If that's what you want to do, come on here. This is your place to do that. Well, doggone it, this is my time to do this. And I'm going to take my time to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm frustrated, man, because I know the end result. The end result is the Knicks are going to win 19 games and have the worst record in the NBA, right? The draft lottery is going to come, and we're going to wind up picking fifth. We're going to finish worse with the best odds, being a number one seed, finish fifth, and not be able to get Evan Mobley, Jalen Green. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not be able to get Cade Cunningham. You know what I'm saying? So it's Joe making me laugh by saying get Randle out of here. I see. Joe, I see you. I see. I think Joe's trying to cheer me up, man. Hey, I appreciate that too, Joe. But my frustration is I'm tired of being in a place where we do everything the right way. We have all the assets. We have all the cap space. We have draft picks. We have young players. We have all this stuff. And the least we can do, the only thing we can do is have the cap space, have the draft picks, and have the young players. It's frustrating, man. It's frustrating. You know what I'm saying? It's frustrating. Like, it's frustrating drafting a Kevin Knox, a.k.a. Clee Anthony Early, or whatever we want to call him. You know what I'm saying? It's frustrating having that, and then he not turn into a star, and we stay on that hamster wheel of heading nowhere. Everybody else is headed somewhere. Look at Atlanta. The Hawks were worse than us last year, right? The Hawks were worse than us. And look at Atlanta. Atlanta has the potential to be a playoff team. Even if they don't make it, they have hope. Right? The Cleveland Cavaliers and Detroit Pistons are what they are. They are what they are. The Detroit Pistons are they are what they are. Right? Every once in a while, Detroit will get it right for a stretch. Cleveland, no. Every once in a while, yeah. Every once in a while, Cleveland will get it right. But the Knicks can't get it right. No matter what we do, we can't get it right. Every time I think about the Knicks, all I want to think about is Ada Pappy. Hey, what's good, Teddy? I'm about to put the link in the thing. I just wanted to vent for a few minutes, man, without trampling over everybody. Hey, Woodshed, I expect to see you in the video chat, bro. I'm tired of the Knicks being Ada Pappy. That's us. Ada Pappy. And I know y'all like, Ada Pappy, what the hell Uncle Freezy talking about? Yo, go watch that movie Life. Go watch that movie Life. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you'll see what I'm talking about. Joe said, I couldn't be happier. Just chill and get a top pick. Joe, it don't work like that, bro. It doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. In your world, in your world of thinking, and I'm sure it's optimistic in your world. And you're thinking Bugs Bunny is eventually going to get the gun from Elmer Fudd, is what you're saying. But it don't happen like that with us. It don't happen like that with the Knicks. We know it's no fun when a rabbit gets the gun. I know that. I know that. I know that. I know that. But in our scenario, we're always running from the hunter with the gun. The Knicks never get the gun. If we get the shotgun, okay, I'll give you an example. So right now we have the shotgun. Our gun has no bullets. We can't weaponize it. We cannot weaponize it. We had all that cap space, all these draft picks, all these young players. And the only ones we can trade are the ones that we acquire in a trade. Think about that. The only players we traded were players that we acquired in a trade. That signals something to you that our young players are not what we value them at. We legit can't get Russell Westbrook or even get in the conversation. Fred VanVleet never gave us an interview. Chris Paul was never even on the radar. Hey, what's up? What's up, Keyshawn Booty? What's good? Yo, I'm gonna throw J Deals Direct is in the building. Yo, let me throw this thing. I'm gonna put this invite in the chat, man. I'm gonna try to keep the chat to a small number just so that everybody here can get some time, get some FaceTime. And then if others want to come in, we're just gonna ask somebody to politely to dip so that somebody else can come in. That's what I think that'll work best for us. That way we won't have, the video chat overflowing with people not being able to get their words and stuff in. So I'm gonna throw that out there. Joe said, just send the link, man, so I can talk. Joe, man, like, man, hurry up and send the goddamn link, free, so I can talk. What's good, Joe?
What's good, bro? You're not happy.
Man, I'm frustrated, man.
Look, I understand, right? I wanted Russell Westbrook, but I'm not beat up about it. Why? Because if we were getting Russell Westbrook, we might not have even made the 8th seed. The way Atlanta got better. So the thing is, too, you're on about. Did you want to give Gordon Hayward $120 million?
No,
A small forward that is just past his prime, that is hurt. Did you
no.
want to give Van Vliet $85 million? We don't even know if he's a point guard.
But
No,
Van Vliet never even entertained the Knicks.
because the Knicks never went to him because they knew he was going back to Toronto. They knew they would have had to pay. He got $21 million. The only way he was going to come to the Knicks is we paid 25. The Knicks didn't want to do that. Look, we good. Westbrook, we got Westbrook, right? 45. The Knicks' luck is, okay, you get Westbrook in, 32 years old. He's games on his athleticism. What would have happened because he's with the Knicks? He would have got hurt. Look, let Washington have him now. Look, let's just take it easy, play competitive basketball this year, and next year's draft. If there's 1 year you want to tank or at least get a top 5 pick, it is this year. After this year, and with Porzingis out, we might get like the 20th pick too out of the Mavs pick in a deep draft. After this year, plus 2, when you think about next year's free agency, you have Kawhi, you have Paul George, you have all these guys. We the only one with the money. Everyone else spent their money this offseason.
Right.
So when you think about it, is chill, to play competitive basketball, see what we got, see if you can get DSJ to go, see if you try and get what you need to get out of Mitch and out of Knox, and you never know. RJ and Obi could pop this year. And then we're good. This is the first time that you look at the Knicks. The Knicks have multiple draft picks. They're going to have about $60 million in cap space. The Knicks have never had that. We complain when we overpay, and now we're complaining when we don't pay. Knicks fans are just always complaining. Just we sit tight. Westbrook's gone to somewhere else. Take it easy. Get through this year. The draft is in 6 months. We'll get a superstar out of the draft, and we keep building through there.
Joe, I understand where you're coming from, and it makes sense, and it's logical.
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you is, December 22nd, when these games start, that same logic is going to be going out the window because the product's on the floor.
But
when you and I watch these games together, when you and I review these games, because what we'll do on the Knicks at Night podcast, we probably won't watch them together, but we'll review them together because we'll be on the same time. I can see you now. I can hear you now. The Austin Rivers was 4 for 16 and he wouldn't stop shooting. You know what I'm saying?
Look, let him stink it up, because I don't like tanking. I want to win. But if there's any draft I want to stink it up for to guarantee a top 4 pick, it's this one.
The Knicks gonna be a joy to watch. They're gonna play hard.
We're gonna be good. We're gonna be good.
They're gonna play hard. And that's all as a New Yorker you want. A young team to play hard, earn their spot. John Wall was not, Westbrook was not something good to get, Freezy. He wasn't. That just was, we would have looked stupid.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
I'm not saying that us getting Westbrook.
We didn't want to talk to him. Don't look at it like he didn't want to talk to us. We didn't want to talk to him.
That's for us not even being in the conversation.
We didn't want to be there. We didn't want to be there.
No,
that's a waste of breath.
I think
we didn't want you. We didn't. If we wanted him, we could have had him. If we wanted him, we could have had him.
But we would.
That was smart not to get him. We can't worry about what we don't have. Let him be. He would have gave us 6 more wins. We would have went from 22 to 30.
Yeah, because Charlotte got better, and look at the way they.
Hey, look, you know what, Freezy? Check this out. Let me say this, Matt. You know, Houston got him, and they dropped him, and they odds for the championship went up. You know that? Caesar's house. When they traded him to Washington and got Wall, they stock went back up to win the title to 16-1. They was down with Westbrook. Why would we want that? That doesn't make no sense. We don't want that. We have to be smart. Play them boys, play our hand, and the basketball gods will bless us. Don't tank. Play hard. Wherever you wind up at, that's where we draft at. You'll get blessed that way. You go tanking, you ain't gonna get jacked.
No,
Rob, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. But prior the 2014-15 season, we did that same approach, and you know what happened? Maurice Endauer got an offensive rebound in the last game of the season and put it back, and we won. And guess what happened? We wound up having the second worst record and wound up drafting 4th. And while we did,
but we got a good pick.
But listen to what I'm saying though. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not what you picked. We could have had the number 1 pick, and if we wanted, but listen.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
Listen. If we wanted Porzingis over Karl Anthony Towns, we could have traded the number 1 pick for future assets down to 4, and still got Porzingis and had future assets. But we didn't. You know what I'm saying? The luck never goes our way, right? And then we got the guy that we wanted, and where is the guy we wanted at right now?
Who we wanted?
In Dallas. And now we're hoping the guy that we wanted has a bad season so that the draft pick that we got in return for him is a higher pick.
I'm not hoping he got a torn meniscus. But look at this here. Look, the basketball gods still blessed us because we got a number 4 pick for playing hard. We didn't get the number 1, so what? But we got a good player. We got an all-star player.
How did we get blessed when we had the second worst record?
I'm saying that missed shot. I'm talking about the missed shot. You wind up with an all-star player that nobody in the draft knew about. They booed. But the basketball god, you got to see a blessing in disguise sometime. Everybody at the end of the day loved him when he got in that arena. When they seen the skill set, nobody knew who he was.
Rob,
but you got blessed though. We had the second worst odds, and we slid down 2 picks, and you call that a blessing. Because you're trying to tank every game. That's what I say. Play hard. Now, look, we in the 3rd year of the rebuild. We only in the 3rd year since the Melo trade, right? The Melo trade and everything. We talking about 2017. We're in the 3rd year. We got all these assets. We got all this money. In that 3rd year before this, we was owing everybody. We're in a better situation than any.
Well, I said this is the 2nd year of a rebuild because then when you think about it, it's new. Well, maybe even you could call it the first because new regime, new coach, new everything. But we're a step ahead because we already have the cap space. We already have the assets. So now we can go.
But it started 3 years ago, though. It started with the Melo trade. That's when it started. Whether we was behind or not, we said we was going to do it then. We acquired our money. We acquired our assets. It took us 3 years to get here since we left Porzingis. Yeah. That's when it started. When we traded Melo, that was the official start of the rebuild. I'm not going to try to take away that year. No, we're in year 3. They said 5 years. We got 2 to go. We throwing them young boys on the floor today. This year, sink or swim. And then we're going to make another evaluation in June to see where we at. And then we're going to move forward. I feel good, baby. I feel good, baby.
Exactly.
I feel good.
And I know no matter how hard we play, we're going to get a top 4 pick because we're going to have one of the worst records in the league because the schedule is against us. What the schedule is going to be is we have to play each team in our division 8 times. Brooklyn, Toronto, Philly, Boston. And that's
and we might look.
As long as we play hard and we're competitive.
We'll beat them. Look, at the 8 times, all of those teams, we'll beat them 3 times. None of them going to sweep us.
Hey, Rob, you bugging. You bugging.
I think we'll beat them 3 times out the 8.
We could beat
look,
3 times.
Look, you got to keep in mind this here. COVID is a thing. All-stars may go out.
Yeah.
Right.
You might not get there. You're going to have to add everything in a circle. You might catch him on a back-to-back bad night. You can't play Garnett Durant because he just came off his injury. Can't play him. We're going to take advantage of all that.
And Kyrie's always injured.
You're going at the big picture. We're going to take advantage of a lot of those back-to-backs because we young and we spry. I'm thinking we'll get 3 just on forfeit on back-to-back. Something like that. It's gonna go our way. We're gonna play harder. Tibbs gonna have them boys playing hard. They're gonna build the nucleus, they're gonna have chemistry, and they gonna make some shots. These players is gonna step up. I'm thinking of everybody that got drafted by the Knicks, I have a good feeling is going to step up and prove their worth. Look, like a guy said just like this here, experience is a mother. Them guys been in the league 3 years, no matter what. It's not the same team as last year. These are experienced people. They are not rookies anymore. They're just young players. None of them rookies except for Obi and Quigley. Everybody else, right. they made the 82 game circuit. They made the circuit.
I feel you, Rob. But let me introduce my brethren. Hey, what's up? What's up, Legion of the Knicks podcast? AKA
what's up,
that is Doom, AKA the ghost-faced killer. What's good?
Salute to everybody, man. Rob.
What up, G?
I agree with Rob, man. And this is what I said with Fizz, though, man. I think his downfall was that, he did not establish the style of play. Now, Nick G, speaking of Nick G yesterday, he did say that Fizzo, that he was trying to run things, but one thing that Fizzo was a good teacher. And I think that when you talk about young, impressionable kids, especially that we have on our team, and you have veterans who are coming in to fill up roster spots, right? They basically run the system at a bare bones, right? You got to be able to teach and impart wisdom to young kids. Because I hate the idea that you allow a team to just play like that's the dumbest thing that Fizzo. Well, that people thought Fizzo was doing, just a lot of kids to play and all that stuff. No, you teach kids, you put them in defined roles. And I agree with you, man. Look, if you are a good team, if you're a team that's going to come up, the draft picks are gonna come, right? The good players are going to come. You're going to find your Jamal Murrays. You're going to find your Donovan Mitchells. Those guys weren't drafted number one. And there are a bunch of guys that you could look at back in these drafts and say, damn, if I go back in time, yeah, I would take so-and-so over Markelle Fultz. I would take so-and-so over this guy. You know what I'm saying? So, again, you don't have to – if you have the system in play, even when you have the system in play and you have your style of play down packed, that's going to help you figure out who you need to draft. Because maybe you don't need to draft the guy that everybody that all the experts are saying is going to be the next this or that, this superhero, right? We could get the two guard who can just shoot off the cuff, even though he may not be great at facilitating, may not be great at defense or whatever it may be. His deficiency, but he fits something that we do really well. He can do that to a T. So I agree with Rob, man. You build what you have now. That gives you the roadmap to the future. There's no need to look as sexy as this draft sounds, man. Again, we don't know how these guys are going to turn out in the NBA. I know I have series. I've had some today talking about following Jalen Suggs in the game against West Virginia, Kate Cunningham, all those guys. I love talking about just because it's fun to talk about these guys. But again, as a Knicks fan, man, no need build a system out now because you never know what's going to happen in the future. Build out what you have now. That's going to help you decide who you need to draft and the veterans you need to bring on. And I'm telling you, teams will be more players are more free agents where the Knicks will be more likely to come to the Knicks if you have a system that overachieves where they can say, damn, that team got 38 wins last year? What? Nah, I'm coming over to eat versus, they're drafting Cade Cunningham to save them. Yeah, let me go to this other team that looks like better contenders. That's how they might see the Knicks because they might even look at Cade Cunningham and be like, I know the Knicks are going to mess up Cade Cunningham. I'm going to go to this other team over here. You know what I mean? So, like Rob said, man, the basketball guys, we try to game them, man. And we've tried to game them. Now, I say don't get me wrong, I like RJ. But again, the two teams that got, Zion and Ja Morant, they had better records than us. They had better records than us. Yeah. Right? I believe the Grizzlies had a better record. The Pelicans had like 30-something wins that year. So
yeah, Pelicans were near the playoffs. They were like 4 games off the playoffs.
You talking about the Pelicans?
The Pelicans that year, yeah, they were like 4 or 5 games off the playoffs.
So yes, the tanking doesn't even help. Yeah. To an extent, right? But again, the NBA don't like us. If we had the opportunity to get the first round pick, it'll be a pick where it resembles like the 2000 draft, where almost everybody sucks. And the NBA will probably give us a first pick when not give us a first pick, when it's a really good draft. So you might as well just build out a team and we draft a guy that, they can't really game us for draft. Like Rob said, we were trying that year and then we got KP. Say what you want about KP. I still think he's overrated in some regards, but he was a talent. More talent than Jahlil Okafor, right? And Jahlil Okafor went, third? I believe.
Yeah, second.
Or second? My bad.
But the thing with KP is not that we picked KP at 4. It's the fact that we could have had the number 1 pick, and if we still wanted KP over Cat, we could have traded the number 1 pick to 4 and got to 4 and had more assets. We'd have had assets plus KP. Is what I'm saying.
This is Monday morning.
No. I know they would have took Karl Anthony Towns. What I'm saying is if they loved KP that much and felt like he was the pick over everybody, then they could have maneuvered differently. If I had a number 1 pick, I'd have took Karl Anthony Towns too. I don't want that to be the narrative. I don't want the narrative to be that KP is better than Cat. What I'm saying is if you absolutely had to have KP and you had the number 1 pick, you could have traded down in the draft and still got KP and acquired more assets. And the other thing too, I want to say just real quick is I think my rant may have been derailed. The thing is I want to win. I want the team to win at all costs. So if this team right here suddenly wins a championship as is, I don't care about Cade Cunningham and all of them next year. You know what I'm saying? I just want to win, and I want to add pieces to a formula of winning. You know what I mean? Like say if Tibbs is the guy we think he is, and payback Carter in the building was good. But say if Tibbs is the guy and he magically makes this mishmash of pieces into something that wins, I'm not concerned with Cade. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly we would already have the pieces in house to win, right? That's what I'm getting at. I'm saying that after all these years, man, I want to win. I'm tired of every year and a half, new team president, new coach saying we're better than the guys that were here before. We're going to do such and such. And the press saying, yeah, the ones that just left are bums. The new guys are smart. And then we get in these situations where we can't even get it in a conversation for Westbrook, a conversation for Chris Paul, or a conversation for anybody. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people legit like I watched the Michael K show. And Michael K basically said the same thing that I've been saying all summer. He said, the Knicks are not attractive to anybody. Nobody wants to come here in free agency or in a trade. Okay. That's just, it is what it is.
But freezing a trade, they have no other choice.
Right.
Like Westbrook's
they have a choice. They have a choice because we could have had Chris Paul, and Chris Paul said he wanted to be closer to his son on the West Coast.
Yeah, that's because Chris Paul just deserved the right to actually choose, like, the Thunder said to him, "You can choose your destination." Westbrook, I don't think I don't think he wanted to go to Washington. He was just traded to Washington.
They said that Chris Paul also said that he has no interest in playing in a Garden without the fans. That was his number 1 thing that he said.
And I'm sorry, screw Michael. I can't stand Michael K.
Michael K. He the same guy who said when Melo got here, oh, the Knicks did this. Oh, yeah, good for the Knicks. And a year and a half later, he said they shouldn't have traded all of those. I used to listen to him all the time at 3 o'clock. I had to cut him off.
Yeah, he's annoying. I can't stand Michael K. He could eat one.
No, I don't like Michael K. either. I just felt like he made a good point. That's all.
No, but it's show. We have to look. What did you want? Did you want it so that Dolan basically, got a regime here to just make a whole bunch of trades, rush the process, give him a whole bunch of draft picks, and shoot for the moon? Or did you want him to basically clean up the swamp that he created by bringing somebody who's going to be like, hey, we're going to bring out this year with these these crap veterans, and we're going to see what we have in these young kids. Then we're going to slowly build. Thibodeau said there are 4 ways to build. He didn't mention the draft. Not to say he stayed on it like that, but he did mention the draft. We have to be patient. I'm not saying be patient. Again, when we had guys like Phil, Dolan had to pay Phil Jackson double the money for him to be here. That was on Dolan. That was dumb. If a person doesn't want to be here, he does not want to be here.
Yeah,
right?
Phil didn't want to be here.
So that whole Phil Jackson experiment, we were even lucky to get a KP because that should have felt at the beginning, right? Bringing Fisher here, trying to force the triangle. You know what I mean? It was just a cluster F, and that was on Dolan. Now you got a coach who always want to be here in Tom Thibodeau. Regardless, he's always want to be a coach of the Knicks. Not saying that that's special, but at least he wants to be here. You have Leon Rose who wants to be here, and they brought a whole bunch of development coaches. Now, I know it may be this whole, a Kentucky thing, but again, you got to be patient, right? Because Freezy, let's be honest, if this team sneaks 35 wins, you'll be like, oh, you'll be the same one singing their praises. You know what I mean? So let's just chill out again, even if we get
because I want to win.
Well, but it's to clean. We have to clean up the trash that has been on the. Think about all the bad decisions, right? It's like if you know about options, like the Black-Scholes model, right? It's basically a tree of probabilities or possibilities, right? And they just all spread out. And we've just had these terrible because bad decisions by James Dolan. Now we're trying to cut the bad branches and regrow one branch that's going to hopefully spread out to better draft picks, veterans, free agents coming here, better decisions by the front office, better development of players, right? That takes time. When we look at teams like the Nuggets, you think the Nuggets just grew in one day?
Yeah. Yeah, the Nuggets the Nuggets were bad for what, 7-8 years to build to the draft.
Terrible. They were, come on, dogs. They were bad. I mean, and the smart thing is that look, when they gave a Melo, then they got the like you have to.
Yeah, well, Jamal Murray was our pick.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I understand the Nuggets. To me, the Nuggets one maybe, and no shade, but I think the Nuggets one might be a bad example because historically the Nuggets are always at least decent and relevant. Even if you want to say the David Thompson Nuggets, David Thompson, Dan Issel Nuggets, or the Alex English Fat Lever Nuggets, or the Carmelo Anthony Nuggets, or these Nuggets here, they're always pretty decent, kind of like the Indiana Pacers. I get what you say. Do get what you're saying though, but in this case, hey Ron Cleveland is in the building. Ron Cleveland, what you gonna do? You gonna jump in or what? So anyway, my point though with the Knicks is this. I'm not saying that I want to rush the process. I understand it's hard to create a team that's sustainable at winning year after year. I understand that. But what I am saying is this: we at least have to start making steps in the right direction. And I know y'all are gonna say, well, Obi and RJ, by having those two are making steps in the right direction, and I agree. But what I'm saying though is if there's other opportunities to improve your team via one of the 4 avenues of improving your team, I say at least entertain the thought or at least be in a conversation. So what we thought was our ace, and William Wesley and Leon Rose turns out not to be an ace. They're not an ace at this. Like the relationships. You don't know
what they went to the market. Like again, we could have went out with it. Again, we do not know all the trade propositions. We don't know, right? So they could have went to the Houston Rockets and tried to give them a package, say this and that, blah blah blah, right? Just because Woj and Shams and all these so-called insiders, who they're not really insiders, it's just that teams give them information because they can basically control the flow of information through these guys, right? And say, hey, we'll give you this, and we'll allow your freaking Twitter to blow up, right? So again, we don't know all the ins and outs of what these. And again, the Knicks are not attractive, right? We think that bringing Russell Westbrook here, and again, when I say Russell Westbrook, as long as we don't have to give a lot of assets, I don't mind him being here. But again, I'm not throwing my future away for Russell Westbrook for him to come here for a few slam dunks and a bunch of fake triple doubles, and we skirt into the play. Oh, we get into the playoffs with 40 wins and we get blown out every year, or we get eliminated in the first round, right? We need true development, right? And you said you made a point. You just said take a step in the right direction. So what else did you want to do? Everything that the Knicks are doing so far, and again, I wasn't the biggest fan of Leon Rose because I don't like agents turn GMs, right? You already know Brody Van Wagen. We've been scarred by that with the Knicks, right? But again, everything he's doing so far, basketball-wise, bringing all these basketball minds together, right? And someone made this point. This is not my point. Someone made this point yesterday about him bringing in Kenny Bryant, who could be the replacement for Tibbs, right? A guy who's been in Kentucky system, a guy that so-called people swear by in terms of development.
Kenny Payne, not Kenny
Bryant. I'm sorry, my bad. Kenny Payne. Right? So again, you have the strength of the coaching staff. You have a continuity plan. You have the draft picks that they like. Again, I'm not the biggest OB fan, but I'm rooting for this guy. He's explosive, offensive. He's going to provide some production. I think they're going to play. I mean, you heard about the rumors with Buddy Hill, even though I'm not the biggest fan of Buddy Hill.
Who's the Buddy Hill?
Yeah, Buddy Hill, that they're going to trade Randall and Frank and I don't know what else for Buddy Hill. It's been brewing up, right?
I'm not a big Buddy Field around, but if that means Randall's out the door, I'll do it all day.
And I want to help you. Hold on, real quick. I wanted to help you so badly, Joe Madden. When you brought up the thing about Randall and Sim was talking about that, I was trying to put in a chat like, someone if you're a power forward like Randall, your turnover to ratio, your assist to turnover ratio shouldn't be the same as a guard, right? If you're a guard, it's more likely, especially one who's probably tasked to make passes and be aggressive, on the dribble and move the ball around. As a power forward, right? I know he tried to play as a so-called point forward. Your assisted turnover ratio shouldn't be as high. Look, I already said I don't like Randall. People, I know Sam and other people might say like, oh, people try to pick on Randall. No. When I watch Randall, his game does not. Again, Randall's been in the league for 7 years. RJ Barrett's been here his first year. If RJ Barrett, it's like me comparing a freaking veteran quarterback. Me comparing Alex Smith to Peyton Manning's first year. Peyton Manning's first year threw 28 interceptions, right? Alex Smith should not be throwing 28 interceptions this season. I mean, I know he's a lot older, but pick any veteran quarterback. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers is great, but I mean? So again, getting rid of Randall, if they get rid of Deadwood like Randall, great job. You bring all these, they call them bum-ass vets. Call them what you want. But again, these are the barometer players to test if our existing young players have any talent. I mean? They're doing all the right things they can because no one's going to come and save New York. No player's going to come and save New York. We tried it with Melo. That flopped terribly. You know what I mean? We got to play, what, 3 years, right? Or 2 years, was it? Got far 1 year. And we were stuck with rubbles after that. You know what I mean? So, again,
right,
build the right way. It's hard. It's tough. But you know what I like to see? I don't care if we lose. I see Knox developing into a better defender. If I see from the corner or a solid 3-and-D player, if I see DJ finally become a proper point guard, now you have a bunch of young players that you could possibly trade off if you don't want to resign, or guys you could build around. They give you a hometown discount or whatever. I don't know what it may be. Maybe they feel more comfortable playing this system. That's how you develop. It's painful, but I'm telling you, Freezy, if we succeed with this, you have a system where literally it's 5, 6, 7 years of good success. And then when you trade up the players that you don't want anymore, you could trade for Carmelo Anthony to the Knicks, fleece some team for more picks, and then reload with a Jamal Murray and Jokic. You know what I mean? Then you have 20 years, or I was 20 years, but 10 plus years of sustained success.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be patient with these guys, man.
Yeah.
This is not Steve Mills. Steve Mills, you could throw. I understand, but
yeah. No, a lot of them guys over there was it on nothing but Knicks. No, the I commander was like, look, if Obi beats Randall out, Randall's probably going to look for a trade. And they were, no, why would he do that? And the guy come on afterwards. He was like, look, so he's going to go from the number one option, coming off $18 million contract. If the Knicks let him go, he's going to want a bigger contract of the same money, and he's going to want to go to the bench and get his minutes and his production cut. He's going to want to trade. Right. Because he's going to know then if he's on the bench that the Knicks are not picking up his team option and his money's going to go down. And they were like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. I was like, all right. But I'm like, when it happens, I'm like, I'm not saying Obi's going to beat him out now, but a month or two into the league, he might beat him out.
This is the same Julius Randle that took the technical foul shot away from Frank Ntilikina. The same Julius Randle that there have been rumors of, just scoring the locker room with this guy. The same Julius Randle that when he gets fouled and won, people aren't really giving the handshake, whatever. You can see it on the court. But the thing about it is that this is the thing I don't like about some Knicks fans, right? And it's not going after them, but it's just they fall in love with players versus the team, right? Yeah. If RJ Barrett is screwing up the bed or ishing the bed, right? I'm not gonna sit here and make excuses for him, right? I might say he may, maybe the coach or whatever underutilize him or misuse him or whatever. But I'm not sitting here making excuses for a player. And I think many times it's like, oh, these young kids, they just hate everybody. It's like, nah. If everybody can see, forget even the spin moves, right? I'm watching it on the court. Randall does not have good chemistry with a lot of players. If people could literally sit there and say Elfrid Payton, before I even knew the stat that Elfrid Payton passes this guy 26% of the time, right? And people were saying that Elfrid Payton favors Randall way too much. That it's like they're playing in the same. I think it was big. Ojirano said that. Who said? I think it was Ronald. Somebody said that it's like they're playing a sandbox together.
Yeah.
Right?
I said that last night.
You see it. It's not good basketball. And people say, well, RJ Barrett's an effing rookie who's supposed to, that's his game to be aggressive, to slash to the basket, right? Now, if RJ Barrett's sitting there trying to be a freaking Chris Paul and assist and do all these crazy things, and he's having turners that way, well, you're playing out of your game, bro. Stop. But RJ Barrett is being aggressive in his game. Julius Randle was being aggressive, well, besides him being used as so-called point forward. Man, guys being aggressive outside, was getting it on the defensive end, wasn't getting back, wasn't running back the team, was poor in defense. You do all these workouts, and you don't have the stamina and endurance to play decent defense. You know what I mean?
Hey, You know, Guillermo, you know, I've always been a big proponent of this, man, and ain't nobody can tell me different on this. I've always felt like if you got the footwork to play offense,
you should be able to play defense.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you. It's no excuse.
So
Now
great.
if you can't walk and chew bubble gum at the same time, if you tripping up over your feet, hey, you're not gonna be a good player, period, and nothing. But if you are one of those guys that great feet offensively, and look at it. LeBron, great feet. In his prime, played great defense. He's starting to slow down a little bit, still playing defense. Jason Tatum, great feet, plays defense. Jaylen Brown, great feet, plays defense. That's why I used to get on Melo.
Yep.
Great feet offensively, don't want to play defense.
It's effort. How? Okay,
that's what it is.
This is about Randall. This is why I get mad, because when I made the Chris Webber point, people are like, oh, but Chris Webber. I'm like, hold on. Chris Webber made guys around him. When he went to the Kings team, that's a team he didn't even want to go to. Remember, he did not want to get traded to that team. Did not want to be in Sacramento. But he made his game. He could have went there and averaged probably, I want to say 30, right? But he could have balled out, not given an F. Because remember, the guy they traded for him was Mitch Richmond. And Rich Richmond at the time was one of the top shooting guard. Well, yeah, I think he still had productive years before he got traded with the Kings. One of the top shooting guards in the game. But they were losing, right? So it wasn't working, right? Chris Webber comes there, sacrifices parts of his game to make everybody better. That's the thing I look about with Randall. It's not the fact that Randall always getting paid the highest, blah, blah, but Randall, you have the most experience, right, out of any player, and you have the talent. Like, you have the most experience and talent combined compared to everybody else on the team. You're supposed to be the one to guide these kids. They should like to be around you, because you guys sacrifices. You go out for loose balls. You're the guy who's passing, let RJ do his thing. When somebody's hot, feed it to them. You're supposed to be the guy that gets RJ back, that gets Nas, that gets all these players. Hey, yo, we need to work on your three-point shot, man. You got to be more aggressive, right? That's why when I look at Butler, and I know people want to kill me because, again, Butler I don't think was going to be good for the Knicks. But for that Heat team, when I watch him with that Heat team, how he works those guys, it is some of the most beautiful basketball I've seen. I've watched games, and you've seen it with the Knicks game. We only scored 9 points. Where Butler literally facilitated to everybody else to get those young kids going. What does that do? That gets their confidence up. That's why Duncan Robinson could put up 24 points in Game 5 against the Heat in a must-win game or whatever it was at the time, or it was must-win game, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? That's how you build up young players. It's not, oh, well, he got 19 and 9. And that's what I was talking about with Sim yesterday. Not every 19 and 9 is built the same, bro. It doesn't matter. Style of play matters. Yes, there are empty stats. I can have 20 points a night. If it takes me 20 shots to shoot it and my team is losing by 20 every night, those are empty stats because the way I'm playing it is not conducive to me winning. Because
you're not affecting winning. You're just making your numbers look good.
Yo, Ron, what am I scoring for? What are you scoring a basketball game to do? To win, right?
You scored to win the game. That's what Herm Edwards say. Hey, we played to win the game. That's what it's all about.
If I'm scoring a style that's not efficient, right? Because obviously, if you're scoring efficiently, that's great. That means those are it's meaningful, right? If I'm shooting efficiently, great. If I'm shooting inefficiently, I'm taking shots away from young guys that could go to their development, right? Those are empty stats. Okay, Randall got 19 and 9. How many games did the Knicks win? How much of the younger guys around him that are playing with him that's supposed to also benefit him? How they doing? Poor? Then those are empty stats. I'm sorry.
Girl, you said a mouthful earlier. Something you said, man. I heard you say, and Freeze, hey, shout out to you, man. Hey, you know what I mean? But you said a mouthful when you said that, you know, people get more concerned about players instead of attaching themselves to the team. And I think that's the truth, man. You got to call it. You got to call it like you see it. I don't care how much. I can tell you like this. I like Frank Ntilikina, but I'm gonna criticize him if he ain't playing right. Yeah. I like Mitchell Robinson.
Right.
If he ain't playing right, I'm gonna call it. You know, you got to be a realist, man. You can't be telling these guys what they want to hear. You got to tell them what they need to hear. And that's the problem with this new age of players, man. When it comes to being coached, they don't want to be coached. They want to be the coach. And the player, you can't have it both ways. And teams that are like that, they don't win. The teams that players that want to be coached, those are the teams that win.
That's why Brooklyn's going to be a problem.
I can't wait. I can't wait to watch that. And make sure we have our popcorn ready.
Let's pray that Harden gets traded, please. Let's all pray that Harden gets somehow to the Nets.
I hope
hey, so let me shout out my man. Yeah, my man showed up out the blue like Alibaba. My man showed up out the blue like Alibaba. Everybody, hey, welcome my man Ron Cleveland.
Man.
Yo, go subscribe to his channel, man. Go subscribe to his channel, bro. Out of here with that, man.
Hey, you know that's what they're gonna be saying in Brooklyn this year if they get Harden. Matter of fact, not even with Harden, because it's gonna be a problem with Steve Nash. When I heard that fool say we don't need a coach.
Oh,
how about the chair laughing?
Oh my goodness.
He said,
"Hey Teddy, what's good? My man Teddy in the building. What's good with you, Teddy?
Hey,
what's up, Teddy?
You might be quiet tonight. What's good with you?
Oh man, like I'm hearing these rumors right now, and it's kind of messing me up. I don't know if it's true or not.
He wants Buddy Hill. He wants Buddy Hill.
Hey, Frank and Julius may be gone.
We can let him go.
We
getting
said
Buddy
that
Hill
about Westbrook, and look what happened.
Hey, Freddie, what's the rumor? What's the rumor?
As hell.
It's that preliminary talk that we're talking about getting Buddy Hill.
Who we getting rid of?
I don't know if it's true or not. Frank and Randall.
Sign me up.
Bye.
Sign me up.
I'll pack Randall's bags for him.
Sign me up. Hey, I'll ride from South Carolina tonight. Become driving
too, but I got to pack his bag.
I don't know how to feel about Buddy Hill. I don't know.
Hey, Buddy Hill, a bucket getter, man.
But at least he can shoot. You can
the
shoot.
The kid deserves to be with a good coach, man. He deserves it. He's a good player, man.
I hear you.
Buddy Hill.
Better than both of them kids.
Hey, let me.
But Guillermo, who would you rather have hit at 19 and 9?
Hey, I just want to jump in and say something real quick. Hey, chick, what you doing? Why you ain't in the video chat? You be here every night and you contribute. You know what I'm saying? You be talking that noise every night and we love it. When you gonna get in the video chat? Come on. Don't tell me and don't be like, yo, my computer ain't. I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? You be here every night. You know what I'm saying? Why you making me put you on blast? You know what I'm saying? This is the Knicks at Night podcast family. You know what I'm saying? And all of us ain't gonna agree, but you know what I'm saying? We get on here and chop it up.
Absolutely.
And you know, if that's the trade, sign you up. Come on here and talk about your point. What's good?
They get scared when the spotlight hit them, though. You know how it go.
Oh, y'all see? Hey, I'm gonna post this so y'all can see it. Look, watch this. Look at this. Y'all see that? Y'all see that, right? Y'all saw what I put up there? Let me put it up there again. Let me
see. Let
me see if it. Dang it! I keep missing the chat moving. So there it is. Why? How you gonna say that? Like Freezy don't like you? Hey, and I'll be honest with you. Legion of Knicks podcast legit saw when I don't like somebody, like how I talk to them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying it is right, but sometimes, you know what I'm saying, it'd be that thing. Like when I don't have this thing where it's about me, you know what I'm saying, liking somebody and blah, 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 all that stuff. This is the Knicks at Night podcast family. You know what I'm saying? We may not always all get along all the time, but for the most part, we have like a common thread. We have like one thing in common. You know what I'm saying? It's the reason why we be passionate. It's the reason why when Guillermo cut my head off, you know what I'm saying, over a point, I just pick my head up and put it back on. What? You know what I'm saying? Because we might not always agree, but my man, he ain't just gonna come at me with some stuff if he not passionate about his side, and I respect that.
Yo,
you know
Freezy,
what I'm saying?
It's trolling. Don't listen to Check. He's trolling you. So he's not. He's just trying to he has an excuse not to come up here. He's laughing. He's trolling you. Check likes this. His first night here, literally his first 100 messages was just trolling Freezy, telling Freezy to come on. Don't listen to this guy. Don't words on Check. Check is doing this on purpose. Yo, Worldwide West, man. Salute, man.
I heard y'all talking earlier about, the front office, man. I'm gonna give them a pass for this year. They got to build credibility within the league. It's one thing to be an agent, but you transitioning. it's gonna take a minute for them to start trusting you as a front office guy. So what Leon has done so far, in my book, I'm giving him 95% good. The only 5% that I'm giving him that's bad is that Peyton deal. That's it. Everything I've seen so far, the fact he didn't throw in our draft picks, he picked up. Matter of fact, I got to give him 100 because he got 3 draft picks for Ed Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that right there should have never happened. but I tell you what, I hope what I'm hearing about Mitch ain't true.
That he unhappy.
Well, see what happened.
Not about so much the unhappy. Well, that too, but and what I'm hearing about, his work ethic, accountability, being on time, being at work, taking it serious. That's a concern. That's a concern for me. I don't care how great you are on the court, man. You got to be a professional. Like my boy said, that's why they pay you them 6 O's on the left side of the decimal. You know what I mean? You got to be a professional.
How old is Mitch? How old is Mitch?
21. I think he caught a bad deal. He didn't show up to that September thing, didn't he? He didn't show up. I think he had a baby being born right about that time. They say he came one day.
I remember that. But they said something with Team USA. I heard some rumor, something with Team USA when he was down there with Team USA.
Yeah, coming late to practices.
Yeah. So they had to try to find him or whatever to get him down there. They was having a hard time trying to get him down there or whatnot. But I'm gonna chalk a lot of that up to youth. We shouldn't have to say that because these guys are, these guys are adults technically. But that's why my thing is, that's why I love that Obi Toppin pick. That guy is a professional already, and that's what I hope we get back to. I don't care what the other league. I get so sick and tired of getting guys on potential. Yeah. Potential. I always had a word for that, man. Those guys are unproven. They're unproven. You can have all the potential in the world. They're unproven. But when you got a guy that you done seen in college for 3 or 4 years and you saw their body of work, when they get to the league, you ain't going to have to teach them how to do a pin down. You ain't going to have to teach them how to do a pick and roll, basic basketball.
See Austin Rivers' face once they mentioned Obi. He was like, athlete. He was like, this guy is way above being an athlete.
Because he tested well today, too. He tested well. In the agility test, they said it was bananas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said it was like record levels.
Man, I did a video tonight called "Playtime Is Over," and I started with your boy Austin Rivers, man. But on Obi, when I got to Obi, man, I try to put myself in his shoes. I said, could you imagine playing for your hometown team, the team you rooted for all your life, your family, your mama, your daddy, everybody? No, I said he's the one player I didn't even have to question. He gonna bring it, and the same thing with RJ.
Right, he gonna bring it. Same thing with RJ.
He gonna bring it. The kid really, to me, the kid really is a New York. He's a New York player, man. Mama from New York. Daddy played at St. John's. So what I mean. He's a New York player, even though he lived in Canada. I don't. Everything I see with RJ, I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about Obi, but I am worried about Frank, Mitchell Robinson, Kevin Knox, and DSJ.
I think I'm
worried about them guys.
Tibbs had hinted to something about the center position being up for grabs.
Yeah.
And I strongly believe the way Tibbs spoke about Nerlens Noel, I strongly believe he's looking to start him.
I didn't take that from that.
What you got?
I took it as though that he knew that those names was going to come up. So when he talked about Mitch, he just silenced the critic, and he put both of them together because he did talk about that Mitch had unique skills that nobody else has got, and then he switched over. Then he talked about what Noel had. So I think that he kind of pushed. You can take one step if that's the way that you're going to look at it. But I just took it as though that, okay, the media is there. There's not going to be a whole bunch of questions. So what he did was he compounded 2 into 1. and then nobody asked no more questions about the centers after that.
Yeah.
So I think then being that Noel had his interview that same day and Mitch didn't have his. So I know they was going to ask him about, okay, this is what Noel said. And so he automatically threw him in and it silenced the questions for the rest of that about Noel. So I'm thinking that they both got a fair shot, but I'm thinking that in that September when Mitch didn't come to the training and he decided not to come on, that probably rubbed Tibbs a little bit of the wrong way. But I don't.
You got a new coach.
I don't think Tibbs made a decision on either one of them yet.
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying what did he say about Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right, I'm saying that if he says that everybody is coming in fair and then hey, you got to work in practice. You can't prejudge nothing. You got to give it what you say. That's the problem we had with Fizdale. Eat what you kill, but then he also has something on the side. So I'm giving Coach Tibbs the fair shake. Okay, we're going to trust what you say because the process is new, but you can't come in here lying to the public either because we're going to hold you accountable as fans. So look at this, though. I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
So do you disagree with what he said about Mitch in terms of the areas of improvement that he needs?
No, no, I didn't disagree with anything.
Professionalism, man. You gotta be a professional.
That's part of it.
Right.
But
I think that's what a lot of them guys, man, you got to think about it. They throw these money at these guys, millions of dollars. These guys fresh out the womb, basically, ain't lived. You know what I mean? They really need a class. They need to be in a class for a few weeks, not a few hours. They need a few weeks to get their mind acclimated to this lifestyle and what's expected of being an athlete. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
Hey, look,
you don't have to question that with a guy that came out of college after 3 or 4 years.
I think everybody that was in that locker room last year, they seen what happened to Trier. So they got that in their back pocket. Trier was a talent. Something happened in that locker room, and they all know what happened. So they know
they hated on it, man.
That'll happen to them.
I'm gonna tell you what, Trier reminded me every bit of a young John Starks, man.
Yeah,
I could not understand why they weren't playing him last year.
Yeah, I agree.
The guy played with heart, man.
I just want to throw something in real quick. The frustrating thing to me, and I know the conversation has progressed some, and I want everybody to get their points in, but the frustrating thing to me is that since the time of Leon Rose's hiring, we only heard, and Tom Thibodeau's hiring, we only heard from each individual one time before Monday, right? Or before Tuesday, I'm sorry, right? To outline, they could at least have said, listen, our plan is to do this. And I know, a lot of fans say, well, you don't want to tip your cards, right? But now that we are here at this place today, right? Even if we would have tipped our cards, we're still at the same place. No result. What they should have told us going into this thing as fans is, what they should have told us as fans is, hey, we're not going after any major guys. We're just going to try to run it back some and rebuild. And it would have quelled a lot of the speculation and heartache. Like with me, I ain't buying Knicks stuff now. I'm not buying no Knicks stuff right now. And I always spend at least $600-700 on Knicks stuff. You know what I'm saying? At least. I got Knicks stuff on right now. I love the Knicks, right? And the Mets. I constantly buy stuff, right? But I ain't buying that. You know why? Because these dudes have pulled the wool over my eyes, or tried to, right? They try to pull the wool over my eyes, and I'm not falling for it no more. I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of this thing where it's like, yeah, we're smarter than everybody, so we're going to keep our cards in hand to ourselves. And then at the end of the day, we come to find out they just as inept as the ones that just passed. What are we doing? You know what I'm saying? We doing the same old thing over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing over and over again. And people are like, nah, man, we need to do such and such in a such and such way. But we always end up with the same result. You know what I'm saying? It's like with Lucy in the football. She like Charlie Brown, I ain't gonna move this football. I know the last time you ran up here, I moved it out the way, and you tried to kick at it and you missed. But this time I ain't gonna move it. And then when Charlie Brown get a running start and try to kick the football, she moved it. And she like, Chuck, I can't help myself. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same thing over and over and over again.
You know what the problem really boils down to, man? We just paying for years of foolish mistakes. You got to build your credibility back up, man. And you know, Leon Rose and them guys, you know, the thing with me, we notice as Knicks fan, anything they put in the media is gonna get twisted. It's gonna be turned so many ways. So in a way, I really like them being silent and not saying too much. And even with them not saying much, look at the articles that's still getting put up. People saying the Knicks ain't happy with Mitch and all this. I don't know if that's true. I ain't heard the front office come out and say we're not happy with him, but that stuff being reported. And look at your roster.
But Ron, look at your roster though. Look at your roster.
Yeah,
your roster shouldn't speak for itself. They should have said something. Why you feeling us up?
I agree with you on that. Now they should at least say this is the direction we going this year. Don't look for us to go and make no big signings. We're not doing that. We're building from within.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what they're doing. They keeping everybody that they drafted since 2017. So I'm looking at a rebuild. So it doesn't take them to tell me what they're doing. I see what they're doing. They got every player that they're drafted since 1917. I mean, since 2017. They ain't never done that before.
Nah, you're right about that.
Nah, man, that ain't Dotson. Dotson is gone. But I understand what you're saying.
But Dotson's whole contract went out. They didn't trade him.
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, they wasn't even the organization. Did you know the front office wasn't even talking to Damian Dotson like that? They didn't treat him like he was a part of the call. You know what I'm saying?
You was gone.
I didn't know that until I watched Macri and his boy, whatever his name is, started talking about how they didn't feel like Dotson was an NBA player. And they might have felt the same way about Trier, but never let us know. And if you felt that way about Dot, why didn't y'all let Dotson go somewhere before now? Instead of letting him ride the pine. I'm saying that's disrespectful to Dotson.
No, it's
people's ass. This is a business.
Yeah, and it's different regimes, bro. Like last year, Steve Mills ain't here anymore, bro. It's a new regime.
Hey, look, we making moves that help the Knicks, not to cultivate your field. You know, we felt as though we gave you 4 years, and then now look, you slid out. We paid you. We don't got to tell the fans. You can look and see if the boy on the hey, it hurt me that Trier was gone, but I sucked it up and moved on. G can tell you I was a big Trier fan.
Yep. But Rob, that's the reason why. But you act like NBA players don't talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? If a free agent talk to Dot like Dot, yo, what is it really like there? And if Dot keep it 10 times 10, the free agent gonna be like, you know what? That's exactly what we thought. That's why none of us be coming here.
But you know what, though, Freezy? This is what I'm gonna say to that.
Something to look at, Freezy. You got to build something to look at. We haven't built anything for the league to talk about because if they see something there, the players ain't gonna ask nobody. The record gonna speak for itself.
You got to point that. But you know the thing is, really, man, really, you got to look at it this way: is this the problem with us? And what I mean us, I mean Knicks fans. We like instant gratification.
Yep.
And we've been doing that. We've been stuck in that and on that hamster wheel for the last 20 years, getting players past their prime, spending a lot of money, getting rid of players. This is the first time I looked at this team and say we're doing things the right way. And you can't put your team based on free agents because guess what? The shelf life, you're gonna have a short shelf life when you're doing that because typically you're getting players that's probably 28, 29 to 30 something years old. They ain't gonna have that much time in your organization. You didn't mortgage your future to get these players, so you better win a title. You better win a title. But if you building through the draft like we're doing, and you keeping your money, you being responsible fiscally with the money and with the draft picks. So that's gonna be sustainability. Think about San Antonio. Why they have been good for so long. They don't do dumb trades. They keep all their draft picks. They build from within. And if they do get a free agent, it's somebody who's on the last year or so, they contract maybe a year or two, and they getting them cheap, and they getting a pick to take that person. Hey, that's how you got to do business.
Let me ask you this, Ron. Did the San Antonio Spurs ever get the number 1 pick?
They got Duncan.
And they got David
Robinson. And David Robinson.
Right.
And
So
they
every time we talk about how a team did it right, the number one pick is always involved. No matter what team you're talking
It's
about.
always the draft.
Hold on. Ask the question: Did the Heat do it right? Did they have a number one draft pick? Are any of those guys number one draft picks?
Nope.
Well,
Which carnation are you talking about? You talking about the Heat team that won a championship?
No, I'm talking about the Heat.
You talking about the current team?
The current team now.
No, I don't think they have the number one pick. But this current team. But this current team,
they have a number one draft pick, the Utah Jazz.
But they hadn't won a championship, and they don't have.
Hold on. Let's just take it step by step. Playoffs right now would be good enough for the Knicks. Championship. Let's think about down the road. Let's just go. If
we lower the bar, though, then the number one pick, and we don't need the number one pick.
Freezy, when Knicks fans talk about, we gotta get guys, we have not even been to the playoffs consistently for I don't know how many years, since 14. Let's get to the playoffs first. Let's build a team where we can get to the playoffs every year, like we were doing in the 90s. Then we can talk about championship. Then we talk about championship. But let's get to a team where we're talking about, we have to get the number one pick here and all that stuff. A lot of teams get number one picks, and it didn't amount to anything. Didn't do anything for them.
Look at Philly.
Markel with the 76ers. The 76ers right now have a lot. They have a weird mix of top level talent in Ben Simmons and Embiid, and they can't play with each other.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's rich people problems.
Yeah, but hold up, but Freezy, you're sitting here for the idea that draft picks come in and save lives. Look, I love what I'm seeing in terms of talent this draft pick. Again, I don't know how any of these guys are pan out, and are these guys going to sit here and save the Knicks? You only get a superstar who is Larry Bird, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Shaq level of impact, where when they come in, they don't even need a system. Just give them the damn ball, and they're getting you 40 wins. That does not happen all the time. You could have the number one draft pick from here to Timbuktu, and it'll be the pick right after I die. Then it'll be that type of superstar. You can't bet on superstars coming in. You can bet on stars.
Juan Morales backing up your point. He talked about Cleveland. You know, Cleveland had 4 number one picks. They screwed it up.
Bad.
Anthony Bennett, Kyrie Irving. They had what's the kid, Wiggins?
Right.
And who else?
But even with that though,
they traded Wiggins for who?
Kevin Love.
Was Kevin Love number one pick?
No.
No.
All right.
So did Kevin Love play with the number one pick for when he won a championship in Cleveland?
No, he did. But again, if getting all these draft picks, not say again, there's value in draft picks, but say that we need number one players, blah blah. Wiggins was a number one player, and I mean he might just be fighting his stride. And this is a guy who's averaged 20 points for most of his career, right? Yeah. You can't again when you build out a proper team, when you build out a system. And the thing about it is that not to say this will ever happen, but when you're talking about Dotson going over to people and say, "Oh, you know, how was it like playing on the Knicks?" Oh man, they suck, blah blah blah. Man, these guys, look, if a superstar, star, whatever wants to come to a team, they're going to go to a team that they like. And if you have a team, I put money on it. Well, in this day and age with these so-called superstars, guys like Harden, the divas want to play with each other because they're all pansies, right? But a lot of guys also, if it's not necessarily the most winning situation, right, they want to go to a place where they know that there's a coach that they like, that they can work with. There's a coach staff that they can work with, right? And there are a lot of UK products, even though I don't like this angle. But if a Booker – right, if that type of player becomes available, I'm just saying this. If a UK player, they're looking to be like, "Yo, Kenny Bryant, I work with Kenny Bryant. Oh, Kenny Bryant's a coach now, and they're fully supporting this guy." And you know what I mean? They have a really great foundation. Oh man, I want to go play with those guys, man. They'll pick and play with New York. We got to get
you, man. I think I see exactly what you're talking about, girl. When we talked about that, we touched on that last night, man. I do really feel it. If Tibbs don't learn from his past mistakes with the players of this generation.
I said Kenny Bryant. Kenny
Payne gonna slide right in there.
Yeah,
he's gonna slide. Or you know what? don't be surprised if John Calipari don't slide in there and Kenny Payne be his assistant.
But Ron, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: the Knicks situation. The reason why I bring up like the number one pick in the draft and high price free agents is because other teams can do that and the Knicks can't. The Knicks are not in a situation where we're going to get the number 1 pick or we're going to get high-priced free agents. We can't bank on that. Well, we have.
I agree. You can't bank on that. Yeah, I agree with you. You can't bank on that. It's a roll of a dice.
Nobody knows if we're going to get the 2021 pick. You're just salty because we didn't. But that's not to say that we are not. We're not even looking at that yet. You shouldn't even be really looking that far yet. You should be concentrating on this season, not what's coming. You're too far in the future.
I agree.
Cut that out. That's bad Knicks fan management in your own head. You put more problems up there. You got enough problems watching them now instead of thinking about the number 1 pick.
Rob, don't make me put this trucker hat on. Rob calling me out. Rob the Knicks. Rob, don't make me put this trucker hat on, Rob. Rob the Knicks don't make me put this trucker hat on. Y'all see what he's doing. Y'all see Rob pushing me in the corner.
Rob, I'm just happy we clean up the swamp, man.
That's right. We was swimming in muddy waters, man.
For years.
Down in the Hudson.
We were swimming in still not created. Remember, I mean, we got
a clean pool now. Our pool is 3 feet deep. Next year we're gonna build it 5 feet deep. Next thing you know, we're gonna have a nice mansion with the pool. We gotta walk. We gotta crawl now. We're gonna be walking soon, baby. Don't worry about it. We're doing it.
You gotta build that foundation, man. And that pick getting Obi Toppin, I'm gonna tell you, that's gonna be like the first pick. Mark my words. I'm looking for him to be player of the year, rookie of the year. I'm telling you. And that's when we're gonna be saying, you know what? We didn't get that number 1 pick, but boy, we got a player that playing like the number 1 pick.
I more so want Obi Toppin. To me, the accolades or whatever, because again, with the Knicks, they're gonna find a way. Oh, Obi Toppin. Well, when he shoots on the right corner, he only shot 25%, so we can't give him Rookie of the Year, despite the fact that he has leading. I don't give a damn about these stats. The way they did RJ, I don't give 2 damns about idiots who don't vote AD in any of the NBA teams, and there are 3 of them, all NBA teams, and there are 3 of them. They're clowns. They don't know anything about basketball. The thing I want with Obi is that he's a plus multiplier for players on this team. He's a guy that we look at him and offensively, he's like, yo, dogs, this dude can pass, can facilitate, pick and pop. He's a dynamic player that everybody can gravitate, kind of orbit around. Not say that he's a main player, right? But he makes guys around him better, and he's a selfless player. I want that type of player. Like, you see the way Jokic is for the Nuggets? Right? I'm not saying that he's going to play. He's not going to play the same way as Jokic. But Jokic, as bad as he isn't great on defense at all, right? Offensively, he is basically the engine of that team.
Oh, yeah.
And I want players like that. And Jokic was a second rounder. This is what I'm talking about. If you have good scouts, you can always find value, right?
I'm just wondering how we gonna use Obi. Are we gonna let him play inside out,
2
or
ways,
outside in?
I think.
And the reason why I say that, because his skill set is one that's going to command a double team. You're gonna have to double team him. And that's why I think we went out and got Alex Berg. We got quickly. We got guys that we can put around that can shoot. Hopefully, Kevin Knox wake up this year. Stadium ain't full, so hey, maybe he can shoot that rock like he's supposed to. Iggy, I'm still looking for Iggy. So hey, we got some shooters on the team, and I think I'm just wondering how they're gonna use Obi. Are we gonna be a high flying team, just flying up and down the court, or are we gonna play that thing inside out or outside in with him?
I think they're going to use him 2 ways. Or if you like, I think he's going to combine him, right, to where he's going to be somewhat of a Carlo Boozer type, but also like a Mirotic, right? A guy that space out, could play at the elbow, could play at the foul line. I think he's going to use him in a myriad of ways, and he might use him a little bit more on ball, right? As a guy who can also run the pick and roll as a big forward, Mitchell Robinson, and kick it out to perimeter, because he's had highlights where he's operating from one side of court and slings it over to the other corner, right? He has that type of vision. He has the power to push the ball and drive it, those type of passes. So I think it's gonna be a mixture, right? Mixture of Mirotic. Like, you watch Mirotic, was it Mirotic? The 3-point, yeah, on Chicago. Yeah. The way they utilize him as like a space big, running around on the perimeter to hit those those shots from the threes from the corner of the wing. But he was like a lot more. He was just a stationary player than Boozer, and he might even put some Joakim Noah, right? A guy who could give you the pass at the foul line, set the hard pick, and then run to the cut to the basket or the delayed pick and roll. Something Noah was great at, and that year he almost got voted in for MVP.
Oh yeah, he was great at that. Man.
So he's like the queen on a chessboard, right? You could do a lot of things with him offensively. It's just defensive. And I'll say this about defensively. I watched some highlights of him, right? Weak side, he can give effort, right? Again, his hips are god awful terrible. That's something you can work on, which is more so working on positioning and knowing who your opponent is, right? If I could I know this guy's not going to shoot. I'm going to give him space to shoot. So now when he drives, I'm right there. All I got to do is this, for the most part, especially if I have help. I mean, that's why I wish Knox would get, right? Defensive awareness. Hey, I know I got Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown likes to cut to the basket. I'm cutting off the baseline, right?
That's what it comes from watching film, man, and knowing your opponent. And a lot of these guys don't know how to do that. They don't watch film.
And what did Tom Ben? He said film is going to be an important part, right? And I like the fact that RJ Barrett said the same thing yesterday. He talked about watching film. I said he mentioned like once, right? So all these guys, again, because you can talk about culture and stuff, but for the most part, if you are a student of the game, regardless of who your coach is, your game is going to improve regardless. Because there are things that these guys bro, I don't want to hear excuses for why Julius Randle cannot pass out of a double team when I know people in high school who know that like the back of their hand. I don't know kids in middle school. They see the double team coming, boom.
Exactly. That's the thing they teach you. They teach you that that's like a quarterback being taught to protect the football. You don't throw interceptions.
It ain't just that. You got to have somebody to pass the ball to. The point guard is trash. Our point guard position is garbage.
It's open man. They got to make the play. I make the right play. They got to execute. If they don't execute, it's not on me. If Julius Randle was passable all those times, right? And his stats were whatever they were, 18-8 or whatever the hell they were, right? I'm not blaming Julius Randle. That means I'm blaming RJ. I'm blaming Knox. I'm blaming all these guys. And you know what I do the next offseason? We got to get somebody who can execute when Julius Randle pass out the double team. We got to find a guy that fits these efficiencies. But Julius Randle, and this is why I get so mad at you, are the oldest, well, not oldest. You have the most experience, you're the most talented combined, and you're the highest paid. You're supposed to impart wisdom on the younger guys. I don't give a damn. And you're here on a relatively long term, not long term, excuse me, few years, 2 years, whatever, with the option, right? You're here probably more than any of the guys you brought in last year. You're supposed to know the game on a higher level. You play the Lakers. I say the Lakers were great when you played, but you guys got up to about 35 wins the last year you're there. You play with AD with the Pelicans. I understand he got hurt, but still, you play with AD and Jrue Holiday, and you were playing point forward with the Pelicans. I've watched some of those games, and he was facilitating, pushing the ball around when AD was hurt. When he's playing with guys, I think Frank Jackson, I think Jrue Holiday here and there. I think that kid Diallo, whatever his name is, he was playing with guys who weren't that good outside of Jrue Holiday. So he knows better. That's why I get mad at him. If you know better, you don't do better.
You know what the problem is, though, Garamo? You know what it is? You know what it boils down to is a lack of trust. When you refuse to pass the ball, when you're double team and triple team, and you still trying to force up a shot, and you're not passing the ball to these guys, it's a lack of trust.
Yep. That's what
I
agree with Ron. I think Ron is spot on. I think our point guards have been so trash for so long that nobody trusts them on the court because they don't step up and play the role that they should be playing. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, if I'm the point guard and I see that Ron wanted on the block, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna enter that thing right in his pocket. I'm gonna just throw that bounce pass in there, and then when I see the double team coming from his blind side, I'm screaming at him, disco, or some whatever buzzword come up with.
Whatever they're using.
That way he'll know that a double team is coming, and he can get the ball back out before before the double team get there. Because ideally, what you want is to get rid of that ball and move it with that double teamer halfway there, so you can find an open man with a wide open shot. You don't want the double team to make it, and then my man trying to throw a pass. In between.
Any basketball player knows how to pass out the double team when you are.
But that's not what. I'm talking about.
You got to trust your players.
What I'm telling you is double team awareness. I'm talking about double team awareness. Everybody's not going to see the double team coming. You got to after you know the double team is coming. You got to get it out. I agree with you.
No one plays with their back to the rest of the play, especially if they get because last time you talked about it, right? And. Right. Yeah, I'm not an NBA player, but playing basketball, I like being in the post up where I could facilitate, right? I've never had a situation, unless it's an idiot who's bringing somebody around on the blind side, which happens at times, but in the NBA usually does because they cleared out for Randall. Right. I'm usually having it with my periphery. I'm looking, and literally, this is the baseline. This is the audience. No one's coming here for the most part, unless you have an idiot who brings a guy, and with Randall wasn't happening like frequently. I'm dribbling. I'm seeing everything around me. I see, and usually it's my guy here. The double team's gonna come from that field of vision. If I'm posting up, the basket's like right there. It's usually gonna come around there, right? That's the perimeter. I see that guy coming. I see that there's a man open. He's coming. I pass the ball. It's not. No one posts up like this with their back to the basket and then turns around for the last time. No, you're looking at your peripheral, looking up, trying to gain leverage. You see the double team, right? Julius Randle was. I'm sorry, P might kill me, but he was a selfish player. It doesn't matter if you do not execute. That's on you. That's not on me. I have to make the right decision, right?
That's the biggest area that he can improve in. If he share the ball with everybody else, don't be a ball hog, and Peyton, if he's on the court with him, pass the ball to anybody other than Julius, the team will flow. And I'm gonna tell you, it seemed like when you watched them boys play last year, like it was time. Like it seemed like he was competing with RJ to see who team it is. RJ could have it going, then all of a sudden they stop passing the ball to him, and that's another thing about IQ. If I know you got the hot hand in that, Guillermo, guess what? I'm gonna feed you till you throw up.
That starts with the point guard.
These guys ain't got that know-how, man, and it's sad, and that's what's been killing us. We have not had a smart point guard. We have not had a smart point guard, and that's why I kind of hope Doc Rivers' kid take it. And normally, coaches' kids make some of the best players. And Doc Rivers' kid, he's solid.
Ala Wise said he was trying to say, I didn't play. He said double teams come from different angles and you're not a pro. Like dogs, again. No one said
it's still basketball.
It's the same thing. No one again, guys, in the NBA, it's the same court that everyone plays, or for the most part, half courts, whatever you call it. If you're
the same size.
And you have the baseline on one side, right? Now you have guys, sneaky guys. Like I've seen Rondo do this before. You've seen, I think, even MJ one time when he stole the ball from Karl Malone, right? He was supposed to, he faked like he was leaving and came back and stole it.
Double back on him.
Right. And I'm not talking those situations, not say they're not as frequent in regards to a double team coming compared to when you have your guy, you have the baseline. So and someone on the wide angle, like where the 3-point line, they're coming over, right? Any coach would tell. Don't even ask me. Just bring on a freaking coach. I don't want to act like, because people are, I've never played, but yes, I've never played. But why is it that? Why is it the best guys? Why is it that Jokic doesn't get into that trouble as much as Randall? If it's so hard, why does Jokic? I don't see Jokic getting flustered with all these double teams that Randall gets in trouble with. Why is it that I've never seen, well, not I say I've never seen, but why is it I don't see Jokic turning into the baseline and trying to skip a pass like on the out of bounds lines to Frank Ntilikina, which is an asinine play. Do I have to?
If you turn into the baseline, then you done made the out of bounds line an extra defender.
Thank you. Is that wait? Hold on. Sorry. Is Ron? I'm no offense to Ron. I've never seen Ron in the NBA. Is that above our knowledge level, or is that common sense?
It's common sense.
I've played basketball. I played basketball with semi-pros. I got destroyed by semi-pros and guys who played like not overseas, but like little leagues and stuff to try to get to. I played and gotten dusted. But again, why? I've never seen people not be able to pass a double team unless they want to chuck and try to split the defense and do all that fancy stuff. That's because they're just trying to show off.
That's going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, and they know they get in trouble. It's like, yeah, look, I'm just trying to catch dudes and what. And it's like, all right, we play, but you all know it's a bad play. But if you get through the defense, you do it. Let's stop giving excuses to Randall, man. Stop.
That's why, like I said last night, that's
it's not an excuse. I'm not making an excuse for Randall. What I'm saying, I'm just pointing out a deficiency in the overall team offense. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm pointing out. But like legit, if a man like what you said, I agree with like 85% of it. Like if when Randall catches it and he's in a face up, of course he's gonna see the entire court. So a team would be ridiculous to bring a double team in a face up situation. Teams don't do that. Teams don't when you facing up, teams will be stupid to bring a double team in a face up situation for a post player. You usually do that on guards. When you want to double team or blitz a pick and roll or something like that, that's when you usually do it. So I mean, I understand where you're coming from. What I'm saying is, in those rare occasions that Randall gets into that mode when he's about to turn into Julius Spindle, then we need to go get the ball. And your guards are not smart enough to recognize when the defense is putting Randall in that situation. They don't go get into his vision where he can kick it out. Is what I'm getting at. It's not just all on Randall. Sometimes it's all on the personnel that's on the floor. Now I've seen situations where he's been in that situation and RJ Barrett went to go get it and he wouldn't pass it and he turned it over anyway. Mm-hmm. That's on Randall.
There was a lot of that.
I'm not blaming.
So I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But
I'm not blaming Randall for all the Knick troubles. Please, no one. We were just talking about the double team. That just got me peeved. Again, Julius Randle's not the only reason why the Knicks suck. It's right. Everybody's reason. So don't think it's me trying to issue on Julius Randle by himself. He's not the only. I'm not saying you, Freeze. I'm saying to the chat because Ally Wise, salute to Ally Wise. We just talking, but Ally Wise making it seem like I'm not exaggerating the situation with some of the things I saw from Julius Randle. Right? Again, when Julius Randle got the ball deep in the post and he could barge it, if I could have that Julius Randle and improve his shooting a little bit and his defense, I take that Julius Randle all the time because I think that he was extremely effective. The guy rebounded well, offensive rebounded well. He was a dog deep down low, right? And
he can't be stopped.
Yeah, I don't mind it, Julius Randle. So people saying like I don't hate him. It's just I don't think he fits for this team. This team sucked, and he shouldn't be blamed. Like we had bad coaches, so I'm not putting on Julius Randle. And people said that when has Julius Randle been coached? Now, again, if you choose to go to Kentucky, you know what Kentucky's about. It's about getting you to the NBA. Again, like I've said before, Kentucky is basically New York City schooling. It's not there to teach you anything. It's there to get you to pass the test and push you along. They don't care about critical thinking. They don't care about making you smarter. They care about pushing you along. Kentucky cares about pushing you along. That's why you never hear about Kentucky rarely playing second-year players or third-year players or a senior, right? If you go to Kentucky, you know what it's about. So Julius Randle got to Kentucky, fair enough. He chose his fate.
It's a revolving door at Kentucky.
He wasn't going to get coaching now. He went to the Lakers, and I agree. He didn't get proper coaching with the Lakers, right? But you did have Kobe there, right? He said he learned a lot from Kobe. Rest in peace, right? And he went and played with Alvin Gentry with the Pelicans, right? We make too many excuses. We make it seem as if you cannot learn on your own in the NBA. Like you need this top-level coach to teach you, right? But it's funny how I see some of the top-level players get coaches that can teach them something fired. And then when everything fails, now they want to blame it and say, "Oh, I didn't get coaching before." Now you got Harden running around talking about he didn't get not necessarily he's saying it, but he doesn't trust the organization and the direction. And he told Steph Curry, "Oh, I want a system." You had a system with CP3, you didn't like it, and you were actually more effective your first year with CP3. This is what I'm talking about. You got these babies in the NBA act like they're coaches. They sit there and want to play their game, and then when they don't have a championship, now they want to blame it on everybody else, despite the fact that they created the freaking raised and destroyed environments they play in. Come on,
but they thrived in that though, and it's to a point.
Okay, so let's not give the excuse to Randle that he never got.
No. Let me hear my point out. Hear my point out because it's a reference back to what you said 3 years ago, and it changed a lot of the way a lot of us think about stuff. So about 3 years ago, me and you talked about the AAU environment, right? And I don't know if you remember this or not, about how these kids are basically handpicked and play in a environment where they're coddled, and their main thing is not learning the fundamentals of basketball, but it's about how to develop relationships and develop a certain skill that'll get them drafted. You remember us having this conversation? It was like 3 summers ago.
It's the worst thing that happened to basketball.
Yeah, you remember that? And so basically what we got, what it amounted to was if the AAU coach got on the kid and tried to teach him the fundamentals, the kid would leave the AAU team and join another AAU team that would just let him continue to do his thing. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And so what happens is And when I watch Randall, to me, it's that classic case of, the most talented player on the team is always, nobody teaches him anything. And then so when we get to a point where we got to hold him accountable, he can't handle it because he's never been in a high leverage situation where he had to learn something or sit. But when you're an AAU kid, you know what I'm saying? Like legit AAU centers in AAU legit try to grab the ball off the rim and push it. So it looks as if they have handles when the highlight tapes come out.
That's why, you know what, Freezy? The AAU circuit has actually made these European players a lot of money because those guys come over here knowing how to play the game of basketball.
Right.
They are taught how to play the game of basketball. There ain't no AAU, you know, and that's why you shouldn't be surprised when you see a Doncic come over here and trash these guys. And when you see the look on Doncic's face when he's playing some of these guys, he look at them guys like, you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
The look on his face, he literally looks like you don't know what you're doing. And so that's why I really hated. I talked about this last night about how the league, I felt like they did us a disservice, man. They should have a rule just like in football. When you get a new coach, you need to get more time with your players.
Right.
You can't give a team that just getting a whole new culture brought in the same amount of time as a team that's been established.
Right.
And the thing, man, look, I agree with you, Freezy. Yeah, the AAU, I mean, it's rotten. The system is trash. I despise it. But again, man, hey, once you turn 18, you know what I'm saying? Once you become an adult, it don't matter if you never knew how to balance a checkbook or all that stuff. You got to pay your taxes. You got to balance your books. You got to wake up. And again, these kids, you know, if Dame Lillard can become a student of the game by watching every NBA game, literally just watching every NBA game, right? I'm not saying here saying you have to go back to the 90s, 80s, and 70s. I'm literally saying just watch every NBA game. Like, again, Steven Jackson, I believe Amon Shumpert, they're like, yo, these guys do not take the game seriously. A lot of these guys don't care to get better, right? It's one thing if you don't know, right? Ignorance is one thing, right? But stupidity is another thing where you know better and you don't do better, right? So these guys know they have flaws to their games. There's some guys in the NBA, you know, in all sports who's like, I don't want to watch my bad lowlights. It's like, so how are you going to ever learn? Like, they don't want to take criticism. So think about it, it's not that they're kids and it's like, hey, I don't know, I don't understand. You know, let me go and seek out to get better. You know what I mean? RJ Barrett hired a shooting coach. I think it was Ronald
in the middle of the season.
With his own money, rookie money. That means that, hey, maybe I've never gotten proper shooting before because I was a best high school player. You know what I mean? I went to a great college, a great college basketball program. But he said, hey, there's a deficiency in my game and it's shooting and it's holding me back, right? Let me work on it.
That's the type of players you want, players that's willing to be coached.
I want self-starters. I don't want guys that I got to sit and be like, you know, hey, you know, you didn't do this well, right? Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I'm just going to go out and play my game. Like,
and that's why I love Tibbs. You ain't going to have to worry about that with Tibbs.
Yeah, he'll and it seems like he's like, hey, I'll cut you. And which I like. I like that.
Yeah, he got the whole team on pins and needles right now.
I love it.
This gonna really tell what type of players are on our team mentally.
I love it.
Are you tough enough?
I don't want excuses when these guys are playing overseas. I don't want to be like, oh man, you didn't get good coaching. No, now you're playing overseas. Now you have the NBA. I don't want that for these kids, man. Maybe some of these kids need a freaking slap on the head. They need that wake up call by Tibbs. Hey, your Knick mortality, maybe your NBA mortality is on the line because if you're some of the worst players on the worst team in the NBA, who do you think is going to pick you up so easily like that? Now I understand. Look, Trey Burke and Moutier, but Trey Burke reformed himself well in G League, right? So he's always probably going to find a spot anyway. Moutier, I know he's with the Jazz, or whatever. But I mean, again, at least Moutier can score if you want to, you know, little spurts here and there. What can Frank do for it? Play defense, I understand. But are you putting Frank into your second unit to give you 20? To give you that Ben Gordon role? Like, are you asking Frank to do that? Kevin Knox, are you confident with this guy going in the second unit, right? You're in the thick of the playoff race, and you need this guy coming off. Say he goes to the Mavericks somehow, right? And Luka's just having a bad spell. You need somebody to come in and give Luka maybe a good 5-6 games of production so he can find a shot back. Are you trusting Knox to do that? Like, these guys, we have to – people don't want our players. Like we're trash, man. So
but you know what though, Guillermo? You know you just got me just sitting here thinking, man. You know they always talk about the problem with the NBA. You know with the players. You know they're so young, right? You know how they can fix that? It's a simple fix. And all the teams got the power. It's about who they draft. If they go back to drafting players as stayed in college 3 years, 4 years, guess what? That's going to eliminate all these one and dones. You know what I mean? Guys will take their craft more. They'll take their job more importantly if they want to get to the league.
The Armageddon's coming 2023, man. It's already good. Those high school kids, they see the money, man. They coming, man. They don't give a damn about none of that.
Yeah.
Hey, but they're gonna be able to throw them in the G League.
Yeah,
with half the money. They're gonna put a rule on that. It's not gonna be just like last time. You jump out the window and then you go to that training camp, they're gonna stick your ass right in the G League. And you're gonna have to mature down there before you get up here. Watch. They're gonna change that.
That's what they need.
That's why every team is getting their own that little organization. They slowly building up. Every team gonna have their own little farm system by 2023. And when they think they're gonna jump up there, they're gonna be making $7,500 a month in the G League, and you're gonna still have to go learn how to read and write. Because if you don't make it out of there, you ain't gonna have no contract.
And Rob, you know what's crazy, bro? They're gonna also compete against those hungry kids, man. The kids who went undrafted, the ones, and some of those kids might show them up like, yo, you got drafted where? Oh, nah, I'm gonna bust this dude's ass, man.
Exactly. They're not gonna even, and then they're gonna quit going up there. They're gonna start taking their ass back down to school. That's what's gonna happen.
They're gonna run back to college to be protected, right?
They're gonna be like, nah.
Will it be allowed to go back to college if they don't?
No. It's not go back. It's now I'm going.
You reckon they got eligibility because they never played?
Yeah, they never played. It's now I'm going. But I think all of them deserve a chance. Randall, everybody deserve a chance under Thibodeau. Let them make the decision because all of them turnovers we might not see this year. And if we don't see those turnovers from Randall and him and Obi can go back and forth and split those minutes, I think as a whole for the team, that'd be pretty good. He learned on the job.
Rob, how do you think Obi and Randall gonna play? Can they play together?
I'm not saying they can replace one another.
No,
small ball five.
I was asking you.
I don't. You know what, Guillermo? I really don't know until he get through with this training camp and see what comes out. I can't take that he can't play defense because a low division, the Division I school may have told Obi, look, don't concentrate too much on defense. We know. I don't know what the rules was, so he didn't have to put that out there.
Well, I can tell you this. I saw a lot of highlights with him having a fly swatter in his hand.
Yeah, so you know, honestly, after Tibbs get through with him, and then he comes out and we watch him through these preseasons, and let us come to our own understanding of how he plays D. Right now, we're just taking somebody else's view on him. Let's see ourselves because we see things pretty good. Let's see. I don't want to put out there
that he couldn't play D. You know, his coach never said that. He said had stuff he needed to work on, like any young player. And the guy want to be coached. That's the thing about him that I like. You know, he's a coachable kid. He ain't coming in and feeling like he got it figured out because he got drafted in the first round with the 8th overall pick to his hometown. He ain't got the big head. He's still humble, man. The kid is humble. Yeah. Julius Randle, I just can't picture them two on the court together. I just can't see it.
Well, just say for instance, Obi can play the 3 spot.
Now that happened. Well, somebody gonna be in trouble.
We don't know. Happens, see, Guillermo, I'm not jumping. I don't know yet. But just say for instance, he can.
Right.
That'll push RJ to the 2.
Hypotheticals right now, Guillermo. So hypothetically speaking, if he can play the 3 and Randall at the 4, oh my goodness. Yeah, so you know that means somebody gonna be expendable. Somebody gonna be packaged.
You don't even have the point guard to shoot because he'd only be the only shoot. Because I'm thinking about a lineup with that, say starting lineup, right? Mitch at the 5, Randall at the 4, Obi at the 3. Got to play RJ at the 2, and this shot, you know. And then who you gonna play the 1? You gonna play Peyton?
You gotta play.
Nah, I'm going with Frank.
Oh,
The reason, and this is the reason why. This is the reason why. This is why I'm going with Frank. I'm going with Frank because this is why I'm going with Frank. I'm going with Frank because I think it's enough scoring on the floor. And Frank doesn't have to score that much just facilitate the ball.
The Knicks have suffered with some of the worst space in the past few years, man. It's not enough space.
Well, but I'm just saying, if he could play the three and shoot the three, play the three and shoot the three, and you got Randall inside, you got Mitch on the boards, you got RJ at the two, you got some offense out there. Mitch doesn't not required to score that much.
Like if he can shoot this year, hey, that'll be a plus. If he can shoot this year, that'll be a plus.
It's all hypothetical, though.
Too. I got a hypothetical. All the training videos I've been seeing of Mitch, maybe he might snipe some threes this year.
Hey,
if he do that, that's
tell Freezy about that. Freezy don't want to see that.
If
Freezy said he don't want to see Mitch taking no threes.
Why y'all want me to put this trucker hat on? I don't want to put the trucker hat on, man. I'm here for peace. I'm here for peace.
If Mitchell Robinson doesn't shoot those threes, does that change your perception of him? That this guy does not take the craft seriously? Because remember, they're talking about his professional and all that stuff, right? And Sim made a good point. I think it was Sim who made a point of this, and I think it was Sim. Yeah, he said Mitchell Robinson is doing all these stupid things with threes and whatnot, right? Why the hell hasn't he worked on his footwork down low, where he's most likely going to be?
Sims never liked Mitch. Sims never liked Mitch, not from the start.
That's also true too. Simmons never liked Mitch.
He never liked him. He didn't like Trey from the start. He didn't like Mitchell from the start.
Yeah,
so you got to take what he say. He talking about his toes was pointed in the wrong direction.
I agree, though. He doesn't. Mitch does not have any go-to moves. I'm not saying you have to be fancy.
Year two. That's development.
It's year two.
It's year three. We had Fizdale, man.
Yeah, it was no development last year. Last year was a whitewash.
You developed during the offseason as well, too. You don't need a coach.
I came straight out of high school. Mitch is the last player to come straight out of high school. When they didn't have no straight out of high school.
Mitchell Robinson was he also did this last summer where he's doing all these threes and that stuff, and he knew that that's not going to be his game because he came in next season not shooting any threes or shooting like he took 5 shots.
I was disappointed with that.
Don't shoot him.
You shooting threes and then you don't take not one.
Not one.
I didn't like that.
Any development.
What about your footwork down low? You can have literally one good step in spin move on the big guys and easily.
Hey, we don't want him spinning. We don't want him watching Randall.
Fizdale said, "Don't do that." Fizdale said, "Just gorilla the hoop. That's what I need you to do."
Now, how crazy would it be if we treat him like Joe King and we give him the ball up top and we set a screen for him and he get his man out the move?
Because he's definitely fast. He's fast now.
Who?
Yeah.
Who?
Talking about Mitch. Yeah, you heard me, Mitch.
I thought you said Noah.
I know. I said get on top of the key like they used to do with Noah.
Oh, okay.
Just think about it now. The guy. We've seen the guy coming wings.
We're gonna have if you talk about Noah back to the Knicks.
Wait, you
have a serious problem.
What about that? Mitchell Robinson again. Why is he working on things like passing? He's saying all these videos talking about throwing threes. He can literally, not saying he'll be this, but he can be effective passing the ball like Joakim Noah did at the top of the key or at the foul line.
Yep.
Right. And I'm not saying that pass is the easiest thing to do. But Mitchell Robinson, he can work on his picks because he does not pick well unless it's in the pick and roll.
He still don't.
He does not.
Hey, look, Mitchell didn't make enough money to hire a trainer.
Rob, let me finish real quick. Hey, so shout out to Chica Diop and Juan Morales and Blue Diamond Gym. I see y'all. Shout out to Jackson in the building. What's good? Boost Mobile. And Cheek and Jason and Juan Morales, what's good? I see y'all. I gotta acknowledge the chat because sometimes the conversation gets so good to us, we forget that people watching us. You know what I'm saying? This is the Knicks Night Podcast. Salute to the subscribe to the channel and like this video so others can come in and watch us go at each other's jugular.
Yo, you know what I just realized, Freezy? I just realized this. You try to imitate Ali. I just heard that. Yes, I just heard that in your voice. Hit her. Like, yo, dog, why are you talking like Muhammad Ali?
Get that trucker head.
Hey, Hey.
I
don't want to put that trucker hat on because I know that MF Adoom will put that mask on.
Nah,
But
he
he put that mask on. He put a tip on everybody.
My boy Jalen Suggs almost got taken out today, man.
Man.
We gotta chill tonight, man. So let's.
Oh man,
I thought it was over.
Hey, shout out to Ala Wise and C Mac. Recognizes in the building.
Ala Wise from Brownsville.
What's good? What's good? We got to remember, man, there's people out here watching us, and they contributed to the show, and we love and appreciate y'all because we mad consistent. The crowd is consistent, man. They come back for this cage fight every night. You know what I'm saying? So I want to appreciate y'all.
Yeah, we got a lot of people watching right now, man.
Hey, Rito, we're recognized. You see what recognize that to say?
We recognize the answer is that both defense leaders.
RJ should let Mitch borrow a couple dollars so he can get him a trainer. Everybody know Mitch broke. What he making? 98 cents? Mitch don't got no money.
And that's why Mitch mad.
Yeah, Mitch ain't making no money. Mitch bought a house, now he got a food stamp card.
All right.
Come on, Mitch is eating big time. Mitch using the eating big time card.
Yeah. Mitch done spent his whole contract already.
Oh, baby mama, the ghetto aunties.
See, Mitch in the EBT card. Come on, man, stop, chill,
man. Look,
hey, them boys better recognize Uncle Sam is real with them taxes, boy.
Ooh,
hey, they took half of that too.
You got state taxes in New York too.
Oh.
You can't be playing around with that money, man. You better put that money on a budget.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Mitch live in the Bronx. He can't even afford Manhattan. Mitch stay in the Bronx.
Wow.
Yeah, Mitch up there in North Bronx.
Hey,
y'all better watch out. He up there on Gun Hill Road.
Don't wait. Hey, speaking of Mitch, how you think we should best utilize him? Because I think he's the quickest center in the league.
Oh, I gotta second that emotion. Hey,
look, let Mitch do what he do right now because Noel is not better than him. They've been putting that false narrative out there like Noel is more seasoned than him, but he's not better than him.
It's a push.
I would not pay Noel's more money, a whole bunch of money when I got Mitch. It ain't no way. It don't make no sense.
Because you know why, Rob? When he went to Team USA, right? This is what his rookie year, right? I think that Mitch and he came late and that stuff. Mitch Robinson was feeling himself, right? Me personally, I know what people said. People like Sim yesterday said that he feels that Tom Thibodeau really likes Nerlens Noel. I'm in my head. I'm thinking that's to push him because you had a kid who he's talented. He knows he's talented. That's the dangerous thing. He knows he's talented, but he doesn't want. He hasn't shown that he was want to get better, right? So you have to bring in that competition to at least get it to him mentally, psychologically, where he feels that his Knick mortality might be about to end. I agree with you. Noel ain't no freaking Mitch Robinson. I don't care what no one says. He ain't there. He has a nice free throw percentage. That's good. He plays some defense. He ain't Mitch Robinson. Mitch Robinson is an athletic freak. We see in the first year, this guy was running out to perimeter, blocking guards. Blocking threes. Hold on. Blocking guards. There were times where he come out perimeter and he was defending guards. Like, guards are what I can't do anything with this 7-foot freaking a Groot looking dude. I can't shoot the ball. I can't get around. He was playing good defense. I think, and he had with 100-something blocks, whatever. I think that got to his head because then you come to Team USA, you come in there late, unprepared. You're not showing, any drive professionalism. So I think this is to drive him because remember he's going to be a free agent 2 years. Are you paying Mitchell?
You want that bag? And you got a baby too.
I know, Rob. You don't want to get into this next draft, but you got guys like Evan Mobley, who is a dog at center. Dog, right? Are you going to say? And I'm not saying you tank for him anything, right? But if he's available, are you looking to say, hey, Evan Mobley could shoot the ball, can play down low, could do all that stuff, play defense, or am I going to stick with Mitch Robinson and possibly pay him $65 to $80 million?
Nah, you replace him.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So you got to get You got to get Nolan's
sign and trade. Send him to Miami. Pat to take him.
And make a player out of him, and we'll be sorry because they're actually running plays for him. We ain't running no plays for Mitch for real. We
really not. I mean, he's just getting stuff off the board.
Wait a minute, no, we run plays for Mitch all the time. We run D play for Mitch all the time.
Pick and roll.
Yes, we run D play for Mitch all the time. It's to the point where It's predictable. Teams just can't stop it. If teams
That's the
can
point.
stop
When
it,
we do other stuff, I think he's better. I think he's more talented than we giving him more credit for.
Teams can stop it. I've seen teams stop the pick and
I
roll.
don't think we fully unlocked that kid yet, man. That's the problem. He hadn't even started to really become who he is yet. He ain't even scratched the surface. Only thing he's doing is getting putbacks and alley-oops.
And you know what? Steven Adams has a better pick and roll because Steven Adams actually sets proper picks, right? He's not as explosive, right? Because Mitch Robinson can jump to the high heavens, but Steven Adams fundamentally is way better in terms of the pick and roll than Mitch.
And he's a wide body.
And even in the pick and roll, Mitch has things to work on. All that sham God shooting a three. Now, they did have videotapes of him shooting a corner three, which could help, right? But again, there's so many fundamentals that he's missing, right? Didn't go to college. The high school player, whatever, had terrible coaching. So he has a huge learning curve. It's not about you just sitting there trying to chuck threes and look like AD. You down low, your foul, your footwork when you're defending is poor. At times, you jump for fakes and stuff like that. Mitchell Robinson has a lot of things to work on. And honestly, he really only has – you can argue and say he really has a year because – no, I guess you have 2 years. But look, if he issues a bet against Nerlens Noel, they might move on. They might try to trade and move on from him.
Oh, that'd be stupid.
I don't think so. You take the young boy. Hey, look, everything you're talking about with Mitch can be fixed.
How old is Nerlens Noel?
Whoa. I didn't say that Mitch is going to not
26.
I'm just saying if.
26?
Kill it. I think Nerlens was 26. He's been in the league for a while.
No, I said it can be fixed. Everything about Mitch can be fixed. Nerlens Noel, what? He 26, 27?
Imagine Julius Randle setting a pick for Mitch. Oh yeah, it's one dribble and he dunking. It's literally one dribble and dunk.
Yeah,
basketball again. Mitch Robinson.
But you can't imagine. So who's going to be the ball handler if Julius Randle set the screen for Mitch? Who's handling the ball?
Thank you.
Mitch is gonna have the ball up top. They're gonna get the ball to him up top.
Come on, man. Stop, man.
I think y'all underestimating how athletic the dude is.
But I tell you one thing I would love if he's shooting that three up top, that's gonna draw the center out. They're gonna have to respect him taking that shot. That's why you want him taking it regardless if he missed or not. You know what I mean? So he need to take that three. He need to take it.
This is what Fizzo. This is one of the things I got mad at Fizzo. Right? If he has such a young team, I wish he had games where he would just have feature knocks for like a quarter and a half. Right? Just get your knocks. Like we're gonna run plays just for Knox, and don't even tell Knox we're gonna do this. Right? We're purposely gonna run plays for Knox. We're purposely gonna run plays for Mitch to get his confidence up. Look, guys, we're not gonna win more than how many games they won that first year with Fizdale. So we might as well build if you're not gonna build the system out, which I think you should, we at least try to build your confidence up. Right? Get you into situational basketball where you feel comfortable taking shots, where you're not timid, where you pick your spots on the floor. Kobe is one of the greatest players of all time. Because he had spots on the floor. You know, Kobe, when Kobe's at the top of key, you know where he wants to go. He wants to go to that elbow spot. Take that dribble ball, elbow. He loves that elbow shot, a fadeaway, because he thinks he's Michael Jordan. But you know what I mean? You know where he wants to go. Mitchell Robinson, Frank, all these guys, they don't have preferred spots on the floor. They don't have.
I think Frank got that.
I think Frank do. Frank got that little mid-range jumper where he'll come in the paint and pull up. He'll come up a screen, come down and pull up on that.
You know why I go to? Because he still had a foul draw rate of 17.7%. So that means he wasn't being aggressive where he's even trying to create.
Yeah. I think that's going to translate.
Yeah.
What Sheikah Drop said Mitch taking one dribble and dunking every time if that happens. He talking about off that Randall pick and roll.
Absolutely. It's an easy
yeah.
Oh, yeah, he is. Because he's going to blow by somebody.
Yeah, I think so too.
I scared to get in his way. If he gets up,
Ferrari, man, that kid is fast now. He's fast.
Yeah, and once he gets off the ground, who's going to jump in front of that?
Nobody. I understand what you're saying there. I'm not knocking Mitch in terms of what his offensive arsenal will be in the future, but having an arsenal is one thing, and using an efficient arsenal is something else. You know what I mean?
It's just one play. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It's one of those things, man, where we got to understand that if Mitch is not an offensive threat, like if in his mind, if he feels like he's not a threat on offense, no matter what kind of moves he got, it don't matter. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Frank. Like we saw Frank sauce up Bradley Beal on the wing 2 times down the floor back to back. I mean, broke Bradley Beal ankles, right?
Yeah.
but Frank ain't a scorer. So all that saucing up Bradley Beal, breaking Bradley Beal ankles don't mean nothing.
What was that game he had 20? Who he had 20 on? Who Frank had 20 on? Was that Charlotte?
That wasn't the 20 game. The game, I think the game that Frank
20 piece.
Beal didn't play.
That put a 20 piece on somebody.
They had the whole backup squad on that one.
Against the Wizards, but it wasn't that game that he did that Bradley Beal thing on, is what I'm saying. He sauced up Bradley Beal two times straight.
So he sauced up
He sauced up James Harden.
Bad.
He said he sauced up James Harden in that game at the Garden, the one that game winner.
Yeah,
he sauced up James Harden at the top of the key twice and threw up 2 bricks. You know,
was that the game that Oakley got thrown out of? Was that the game Oakley got thrown out?
No, that wasn't that game.
Or was the Houston game?
The one I'm talking about, the Frank game is in February, and the Beal game was in January. What I'm talking about is Frank legit ISO'd James Harden at the top of the key, sauced him up, and threw up a brick off the side of the backboard. It didn't touch no rim, but Frank came back down and sauced him up again. Had James Harden.
That one was dropped though. That one was dropped.
He hit James Harden with a hezzy, and Harden backpedaled like Zab Judah. You know what I'm saying? Or did it, you know what I'm saying? And Frank, and this time the brick just hit off the back iron. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here to tell you, if Frank would have hit one of those shots, I think his confidence would have went through the roof.
But you know one thing I must say about Frank though, man. Frank's shots look good.
Yeah, they
just don't fall. He don't look terrible shooting the ball, and that's why I think it's hope for him.
And you know what?
I think it's hope for him.
He came a long way because he wouldn't have been the first.
Yeah, he came a long way, and I think he's gonna take another leap this year. The kid, he's coachable too. That's one thing I can say about him. And if he's mad, I think that's gonna bode well in our favor.
And that video that they took down of him shooting them threes, that was unedited.
He was draining them. And think about it, empty stadium. That might work in his favor too.
Yep.
Empty stadium.
I'm here to tell you, I think this year is going to be about Obi and RJ.
Oh yeah,
I think RJ is going to be a borderline all-star, and
I say Frank and Knox.
And
somebody's going to step up though.
Obi probably going to be rookie of the year. I think the stars are aligning for Obi to be rookie of the year. Like all he have to do, because rookie of the year ain't necessarily just about stats. It's about headlines. You know what I'm saying? And we have a dude that's capable of getting headliners because he's a flashy dunker. You know what I'm saying? It's like a flashy dunker or a 3-point specialist or something like that will always get headlines because people are enamored with the 3-point shot and the slam dunk basket. You know what I'm saying? I
can tell you this: if people think Frank is not going to play this year, they're sadly mistaken, man. Defense for Fizz is number one, and Frank, that's his strongest attribute.
And if he the kid plays defense. Yeah, if he could drive to the bucket a lot better too, and actually go to the free throw line, because this free throw percentage is so high. Yeah. If he could just get some, like at least it don't got to be a lot. Just go to the line 3 times a game.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
just something. You know what I mean? Just something different. Just
if he's big, I mean, he's strong too. The kid's strong going to the basket.
How big is Frank, man? Really?
I think he's 6'5",
6'5", 6'4", 6'5".
With a 7 foot, or I think it's 7 foot wingspan.
7 foot wingspan. I knew his arms come down to his knee.
Yeah. I heard he could tie his shoes coming up.
his hand go down to his knee, man.
Yeah, man. And so the thing is I know it seemed like me and Chuck B and Art always bash Frank, but the point I'll always be getting at is I don't care nothing about somebody's individual stuff. I just want them to contribute to winning. You know what I'm saying? Like I legit want effective offense. I want good shots when we get our chance to come down the floor. You know what I'm saying? So what I don't want is what I don't want is somebody flashy and ineffective. Like I don't want Dennis Smith Jr. breaking people's ankles, going to the rim and missing. It don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? I want good shots. Like if I get Knox in them 18-footers and RJ coming around those screens, catching the ball on the move, going to the basket, I would be cool with that. You know what I'm saying? The thing I don't want is Julius Randle coming down, chucking up threes with 18 seconds left on the shot clock, and he only shooting 27%. We already saw that from Tim Hardaway Jr. We don't want that no more.
Now, would y'all be upset if Frank doesn't get any minutes? Because it could be a possibility too that he may get lost in the sauce.
What's that?
Frank not getting any minutes.
Bro, he gonna get minutes on that defense. That's what's gonna separate him from most of the players on the team. That defense is from day one when he stepped on, and that's the thing that gets me with Knicks fans too, man. Before Frank came, man, point guards was coming in there making scrambled eggs, bacon, grits, the whole nine, calling their girlfriends over and everything. They're doing just what they want to do. But when Frank came in there, all that stopped.
All that stopped.
Hey, think about how many times teams were late in the shot clock trying to set up offense. All because of what Frank was doing out there on that perimeter.
Right.
It'd be nice to become a full court press team, man.
And that's why I don't think it'll be all of a bad decision to put him at the 2-man because he got the ability to shoot.
Oh yeah,
he got it. He got it.
And usually he's
what I mean,
guarding the wing anyways. A lot of times, so he may guard a point guard, but he may guard a wing too. So
yeah, they do that. He'll guard that 3. He'll guard the 2, 1, 2, and 3. He'll guard them.
Yeah.
And I've even seen him trying to guard the 4. I said, look at Frank up there. Ain't afraid.
You remember he guarded Taj Gibson when Taj was with the Timberwolves. Yeah. Remember that? They ran Frank switched on the Taj and So I'm not knocking Frank on that. What my whole thing, and I keep saying this thing over and over, and I don't want to try to seem like I'm beating a dead horse, but when we come down the court and we get into offense, when the offense look like we stalling, we only get 24 seconds to get up a good shot. When we get to about 14, 13, 12 seconds and we still, Mitch got the ball over his head looking for a dribble. No, man. Frank, go get the ball, man. Stop hiding in the corner. You know what I'm saying?
That was another thing last year. Our offense didn't have no creativity. Everybody knew all we was doing was dribble handoff. That's all we was doing last year.
That's kind of coaching too, though. I think we're going to have a lot. Our system's going to be a whole lot better this year.
Yeah, it's not going to be predictable.
And our practice is going to be so intense. That was my point. You get the ball to Mitch up at the top of the key, right? Mitch going to hold it over his head, look for Elfrid Payton to come. Elfrid is going to get it and take off. Mitch is going to show screen, but he really ain't screening. He really sprinting to the basket fast as he can through traffic. And Elf going to see him. If Mitch man comes to Elf going to throw the lob to Mitch because Mitch is uncovered and can't nobody jump with Mitch, right? If Mitch man stay with him, Elf going to try to lay it up off the basket. If the weak side defender come to cut off Elf trying to lay it up, he going to kick it out to the corner. You know what I'm saying? That's predictable. We know that. But
I kind of hope Frank and DSJ take minutes out of Elf. Off Elf, honestly, I hope DSJ coming there balling, and I hope Frank has a consistent jump shot because that's gonna change everything.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's why I say them guys, the wild cards, man. Especially Knox. He's really the wild card.
I keep saying that. It's my prediction. Knox is gonna be the most improved player on our team.
And Iggy, I tell you what, we got to find out about that kid, man. We got a second round pick. We used a second round pick to get that kid, man. It's a shame.
We don't know.
Last year felt like it was such. Last year felt like it was such a waste, man. Like we didn't accomplish nothing last year, man. We didn't accomplish nothing.
I disagree. They gave Iggy a lot of minutes in that G League, and he ended.
I ain't talking. I'm talking about so far as with the big club. You know what I mean? Our big club. We didn't accomplish nothing, man. We didn't accomplish nothing.
Yeah.
I thought when they got rid of Fizdale, I was like, okay, well, they're gonna let them young guys sink or swim. We're gonna find out about these guys here. Man, none of that went on. And that the mandate should have came from up top to say, hey, we need to find out what these guys are.
Right.
And to come back now and these guys third and fourth year, that's a knock on your front office, man. That's a knock.
But you know what, though? This may help with the chemistry on this team, because he's looking for a team atmosphere. And them guys, them young core been together for more than 1 year. I'm telling you.
Yeah, that will help. Yeah, that will help. I agree with you on that.
So I have a brand new take. and I'm gonna whip it out here on the Knicks at Night podcast, right? And so, you know, people have said a lot of things, or we have heard a lot of takes over the last 3 or 4 years, but this is one that we hadn't touched on, right? And I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna get roasted, but I'm gonna put it out there because I want to hear everybody talk about it. And this is for y'all too in the virtual chat. Trav and David Jackson, Alawise. Yo, Alawise is in the building. What's good? Yo, my bad. I ain't even. But anyway, so here's the thing. I think Kevin Knox's production dipped last year because he felt like he was an NBA starter. He felt like he should have been starting at the 3, right? Over whoever we brought in. I think Kevin Knox believed after year 1 of his career that he was a franchise piece. He felt like he was the guy that they were going to build the team around, right? And
I can agree with that.
Before he could even showcase what he could do in year 2, you bring in some random ass journeyman who ain't never played as good as Knox played in his rookie year. You bring him in and you start him over Knox. You know what I'm saying? And then Knox never got over that. Knox,
I agree with that. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Knox literally got a shock to his system. Y'all gonna bring in all these dudes and play them ahead of me, and I'm your top 10 pick, and I average 12 points a game, and y'all gonna bring in all these dudes and gonna put me on the bench, and y'all supposed to be rebuilding?
Hey,
how dare y'all do that to me? I'm y'all top 10 pick.
You know it was a shock to him? It's because it was a shock to all of us when that happened.
Right.
I must admit, I was shocked. I was like, why are we bringing Marcus Morris in?
Right.
That's the first thought came in my mind.
And right.
Immediately, I was like, that's Knox's position.
And then too, just to further the point, Knox talked all off season about how the young guys need to step up and he was going to encourage them to get into their bag and all this stuff. Yet he was younger than all of them. You know what I'm saying? Knox was going to get that litter of Frank Ntilikina, Damian Dotson, all them guys, and was trying to be a leader to them. And he was the youngest. And then instead of him letting him embrace that, y'all gonna bring in Mook Morris and all these guys, and then push Knox back to the back burner and squash his development. All for what? For Emmanuel Quickly. So you basically stalled Knox's development for Emmanuel Quickly. And y'all are going to say, well, no, it wasn't just Emmanuel Quickly. You know, we got some. Hey, at the end of the day, y'all played Mook Morris so that y'all can get a first-round pick, and y'all got it, right? Y'all traded Morris for that first-round pick. And what did y'all end up getting for stalling Knox's development? Emmanuel Quickly.
Second-round draft assets and Emmanuel.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And when you look back at it, was it worth it? Was it worth destroying your first round pick?
It wasn't. I'll go ahead and answer that right now.
Yeah,
it wasn't worth it. You cost this guy a whole year. It's the same thing I felt like with DSJ and Frank. I mean, why you cluttering that thing up? If you're gonna bring DSJ in there to be the piece, you move on from Frank.
Right.
You don't have both these guys. You can't play both of them.
Right.
I think they was planning on doing something with that, and then DSJ just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, I think so too.
But that's my point. And the point I was getting at, and these are the kind of takes I want to talk with y'all about, because I know y'all are smarter than the emotional Knicks fan, and I'm talking to y'all in the virtual chat too. Don't think I'm just talking to Ron Cleveland and to Teddy. I'm talking to everybody and everybody watching the video. Why would you destroy Knox's development? Remember, Knox was a starter. Knox was not only the rookie of the month in his rookie year for December. He was a December rookie of the month in his rookie year.
And playing pretty good.
Yeah, and after the All-Star break, Kevin Knox was averaging 16 points a game. After the All-Star break. From March through the end of the season, Knox was averaging like high 16 point, like 16.7 16.8 points a game, right? And he felt like he was a leader to the young core.
They used to have Knox and RJ together a lot during that summer. RJ got
and people talk about Knox has a low motor and all that stuff. But what I'm here to tell you is not even the low motor thing. The thing about Knox is when you saw him play with Frank and with RJ, like for instance, in the Chicago Bulls game, Frank pokes the ball away, gives it to RJ. RJ take off on the break, right, and throw it to Knox on the wing. Kevin Knox throws the lob as high as he can throw it and starts celebrating, jumping up and down before RJ come down with two hands like a pterodactyl and yam that thing home. And all of them bouncing back up the court. What y'all don't take into account, man, is these young kids have passion and they want to develop chemistry, but every time you throw these dudes in front of them, you disrupt their development. You know what I'm saying?
It was a lot of yo-yoing going on, man. A lot of yo-yoing.
Yep, it's not always about the number of minutes. It's about the minutes that you play with certain people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to make a commitment and stick to it, man. And there was no commitment to nobody on the team other than Randall and Mook,
right?
And Peyton,
right?
Those three guys. And even Mitch got stunted. When you want to talk about being stunted, he got stunted too.
Right, exactly, because Taj Gibson played ahead of him. But the year before that, you saw Mitch's development when he played with DeAndre Jordan. You remember that?
Yeah.
When he took a step back the second year.
Yeah. No, the first year.
Yeah, the first year he took a step forward, and then he took that step back in the second year after DeAndre left.
Yep,
they had him riding the pine
behind Taj Gibson, who ain't even here.
Hey, there's an old saying in sports: you don't learn nothing from sitting on the bench.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we look into and I know sometimes I get in my bag, talk about this Knicks roster and talk about our swings and misses. But the reason why is because a lot of times we overlook the small stuff. We overlook these small things that are important. You know what I'm saying? We gotta make sure that we look into the details, man. We gotta look into the details.
And I think someone like Tibbs is probably licking his chops, like, oh, when I get to this team, they don't know how much talent they got on this team. He probably was looking back this offseason thinking like, oh, I got this job, I got this other job, I got this job. And the next job, he's probably looking at these players, looking at how they was being utilized and was probably like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to get my hands on these boys. And then it so happened that we get Obi on top of that.
And now we got Obi, son. That's what I'm saying.
It was a dream come true for him. He said it too. This was a dream come true. Because this roster is a diamond in the rough. You just got to be patient with these boys. They had the right coaching, had the right system for these boys. There's a reason why we didn't get no high paid off-season acquisition to the team, because he probably already we don't need no other anything to bother these kids right now. We just need to get some vets that are close to their age that can relate to these guys.
Right.
And let's make this practice serious now. We're going to make practice intensified, and we're going to really put it to these boys and watch what the starting lineup be when it's time to the season. It's going to let me know everything I need to know when the season starts. Because
I can tell you this. One thing I can guarantee you, any Knicks fan got to know we're going to play defense. All them players they brought in are known for playing defense. Every last one. Ain't nobody that we brought in he's suspect on the offensive side. On the defense side. It's defense first. It's defense first. Even as much as I hated Peyton coming back, I know him more for being a defender.
He plays D.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So you got Frank or even Peyton up there up top, they're gonna disrupt. Then behind him you got Mitch back there cleaning up everything if you get through. It's gonna be lovely. And RJ ain't no slouch on defense neither.
No.
RJ played way better on defense than they thought he would coming in.
You know who?
And that's another reason why it's a shame that they didn't put him on one of those teams, because defense was the one thing that they was trying to have a knock on him for when we drafted him. Saying he was gonna have to work on his defense.
This is what nobody talking about either. Who was having a sneaky good defense towards the end of the season before this all got cut off?
It was RJ.
Nah, who else? He was getting all the cleanup blocks too on the low, on the wing inside. I'm gonna say a wing player, he was stepping up on defense because they was not giving him minutes, so he had to improve his defense.
Oh yeah, Knox started playing better. He started playing better on the defensive end. Yep. I was seeing flashes. I was like, oh, look at him. He got some more to.
And so here's my case for Knox, right? Here's my case for Knox on defense. So people will say, well, his positioning is bad, and he fell asleep sometimes on D. Well, in team defense, it's not just one player; it's 5 guys playing together on the string, right? But when 5 guys playing together on the string, everybody has to trust each other. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got to trust each other. When one person don't trust, and another guy is gonna do what he's supposed to do, then you get lapses on D, and people gamble because they trying to make up for somebody else's shortcomings and such. That happened a lot to Knox. Like, we legit didn't have defense at power forward last year. So now
we didn't even have no defensive system, man. I watched so many breakdowns. I was like, it looked like everybody just doing what they want to do out there. Like,
right.
You pick up a man, I pick up a man. Somebody trying to play zone, somebody else trying to play man to man.
Right.
I'm like, there's a lot of that foolishness going on.
And so the point I was getting at is the 2 people that people question their defense, Mitchell Robinson and Kevin Knox. It wasn't just that they didn't want to play D. When you watch the Knicks games, you legit see somebody get beat and Knox and Mitch scrambling and
a lot of that.
Yeah, and then say Mitch scrambling to cover for somebody else and then getting in foul trouble. And then they're like, well, why won't Mitch be disciplined? Why did he do such and such right there? You know what I'm saying? You're like, no, man, why did the 4-man just get beat straight up off the dribble? And now others are scrambling to recover to not give up a shot at the rim. You know what I'm saying?
And I can't wait.
There was a lot of scrambled eggs being made last year on defense.
Oh yeah,
a lot of it.
It was bad, and I can't wait to see a lineup. I don't care if it's second unit of Frank, RJ, Knox, Obi, and Mitch on the floor together, playing that hard D. They quick, athletic. I don't see a lot of stuff getting past them. I want to see the core so bad together, especially Frank and Mitch. I used to love watching them play together.
Right.
Wow. So it's if they can really get it right and really focus on that core, boy.
I'm here to tell you that Tibbs is gonna straighten all that stuff out.
Yeah, they're gonna have assigned roles.
Yep, like when Kevin Knox gets on the floor, and you see Kevin Knox dive to the basket and foul somebody, he ain't gonna cut Kevin Knox's head off. He gonna be like, well, why did Kevin Knox have to leave his man and go to the basket? Oh, it was you, Julius. It was you that let your man get by you. Go have a seat on the bench.
You know what I'm saying? It ain't gonna be no free passes next year.
Right.
This upcoming season.
And he said
you're gonna be held accountable.
Interview. He said so people don't have to make sacrifices.
Right. That's what I'm here to tell you. Like, what it is a lot of times we look at the explosion, but we don't look at what happened at ground zero. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of time. That's what we do as Knicks fans. Like for instance, Elfrid Payton throws a bad pass. Even better. Frank Ntilikina throws a bad pass, right? It's picked off, go the other way, the other team get a dunk, right? People are like, why Frank throw that bad pass? Frank the play is called, and his man is coming around the screen, but slows down.
Stopping the ball. Exactly. It was a lot of that.
And the defender beats the offensive man to the ball, and y'all screaming at Frank, like, Frank, why you throwing that pass?
Mm-hmm. He made the right pass. The man didn't complete the play.
Right. It's exactly. It's
like a wide receiver running a route that stops.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, Ron. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, we see the effect of stuff, but we don't see what happened before we. You know what I'm saying? Like, Frank is
Freezy. Man, hey, you got me. You got my mind going right now, man. I'm gonna let you go ahead and keep that thought, but I'm gonna hold. I got something that I'm gonna bring up that we're gonna talk about. Go ahead, keep on. I'm gonna wait.
What I'm saying is like, we see the effect, but we don't know what happened in all the things leading up to that. We don't see that say the 4-man set a sloppy screen, right? And the wing player coming around that screen slowed down, had to run out of bounds to get around it. All we saw was Frank threw the pass because he knew his guy was coming, and the defender picked it off, went under the screen. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Y'all mad at Frank. Frank, why you throw that pass? You know what I'm saying? You don't see that the 4-man got there late, didn't set a screen. The wing player, instead of going under the screen for the sake of time and coming to the ball, you don't see all those things. All you see is the fact that one guy did something wrong and y'all ready to chop his head off, right? It's a bunch of stuff like that. It's the reason why when I said the Dennis Smith Jr. thing when he run the pick and roll, he don't see the open man. He sees the end result. And so he is quick to get to the end result. So he bypasses a lot of the processes that he's supposed to do. Like for instance, he's supposed to dip his shoulder. He's supposed to, if he runs the screen and roll with Mitch, he is legit supposed to rub his shoulder against Mitch's hip to ensure he got to make contact with the screener so the defender makes contact with the screener. You know what I'm saying? He won't do that because of athleticism. He felt like, oh, my dog going crazy. Hold on for a second. It must be one. Yeah, it's after 2. Hold on. My dog got to pee. Hold on.
Go ahead, Ron. What you going to say?
Freezy got to hear this one, man, because I don't see the look on his face too. I need, hey, go take care of your dog for a minute, man. But I'm gonna hold that thought.
All right, while you hold that thought, I got a good take on what he was saying though. That's why I almost feel like I like Elford a lot. He's probably gonna end up starting because he's gonna be the safe route. You know, I hope Tiz. I can
see that.
I hope Tiz know he got 5 years. And he's like, you know what? I gotta go with who's actually best for this team. And you know, people in the chat gonna kill me.
They ain't gonna kill you, because when you look at our point guards, ain't nobody really that's coming back on this team from what we basing off of what we saw last year that you can say, hey, they deserve the spot. Anybody you say, well, this person, how can you argue? Really? All the guys is flawed. Every last one is flawed. None of them really stand out above each other. The only one who stand out is Dennis Smith Jr., and that's just because of his athleticism. That's about it. But everything else, it leaves to be desired.
I wouldn't mind if he did start. If he can see the play before it happens, I think that's his problem. He just goes, and I don't feel like he even knows his next move until, like, you know, the defense collapse on him. Instead of
that's the crazy thing, because we was talking about Fizz wanting Fizz. Oh boy, get that bum out of here, out of my mind. We was talking about your boy Thibodeau wanting to make him a 2 guard. I'm sitting there and I'm like, if he's making him a 2 guard, I keep seeing Dennis Smith Jr. on the court. Because the one knock on Dennis Smith Jr., he can't play no defense, but he can put pressure on a defense.
Yeah.
So Frank will help him in that regard, but then that tells me if that's a starting lineup, then that means RJ gonna be playing the 3.
And I don't like that, honestly. I don't think not yet.
No, not yet neither. So it's funny. Either that's what that signals to me, or that means Frank gonna come off the bench at the 2.
I don't mind that either. I don't. As long as he on the floor, I just want to see him on the floor. I think his defense is that good.
His defense is great, man. That's if you were to put a level of importance on his defense to a team, it's a 10, man. It's a 10.
He gets everybody excited.
You watch that kid cover up for a lot of people's mistakes, man.
Oh my God.
A lot of people's mistakes on the defensive end. It ain't just his man he's guarding. I've seen that guy literally run from up top, go down to the wing, cut that off, cut off the shooting guard from penetrate. I mean, he's all over the court. And the funny thing about it is he's deceptively quick.
Yeah.
He's not, when you look at him on film, he's not fast, but he knows angles.
And it seems like he's long strides too.
And that length.
Yep, that's what it is. Yeah.
I remember I watched him give Kyrie fits.
I watched him all point guards.
And James Harden and Trae Young. All these guys that are A1. He's giving them fits, and I'm like,
he ain't gonna let them go. That's what it is. Like a lot of these players be like, they go with the flow. No, he's gonna be on you every possession,
and he'll even pick you up full court.
Yep. A lot of players don't want that either. You can see it in their face, like, man, come on, man. You can see it, like, come on.
Yeah. Well, oh man, I got it. He out there. Y'all take him out the game, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember I watched him give Kimba fits in that FIBA game.
I think that's his favorite player. He just, I don't know what it is about him. He gives it to Kimba every time. He shuts him down, and then he balls on him. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, every time
one game I remember when Kimba had a good game, Frank wasn't guarding him exclusively. And that's what I was mad about. I was like, now you just seen Frank lock this guy up in the summer league. I mean, in the FIBA, and now it's regular season, and you're not even letting Frank guard this man just exclusively.
And that's why I was kind of upset with Fizz. That was his coming out party, and you start Elfrid. I kind of was upset with that.
It was. That was the year Frank was supposed to, in my opinion, should have been the starter. And even the coach, his coach was alluding to that. His coach was saying it. The coach for that FIBA team.
I ain't never been because of Frank in my life.
And you remember even some of the NBA players that was on that French team was saying how Frank was a problem. Even Donovan Mitchell said Frank give him the most trouble.
They ain't best friends, yeah.
So it's just a defense. You know what the problem is though, man. This generations of fans, they love the flash, man. Offense ain't gonna win you no championships. At the end of the day, you got to be able to stop somebody.
I'm kind of curious to see how Ted views him. I'm so curious because
he gonna unleash that kid, man. He gonna unleash him like a pit bull off a chain. Frank is gonna be running wild, man.
Mute yourself, Freezy.
Frank will be running wild. But Freezy, now that you're back, that take that popped in my head, man. You know what we really haven't focused on as Knicks fans? We have not really focused on Tom Thibodeau.
Right.
Think about it.
Right.
This is the first time that this guy is going to really have the full backing of a front office while he's the coach.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't count when he was in Minnesota because he was wearing dual hats.
Right.
That was too much.
Yeah.
That was too much.
Right.
You can't be the coach and you can't be the GM. That's a recipe for disaster because you gotta evaluate players that you want to keep and you gotta evaluate players that you got to get rid of. Plus, you're trying to coach. But you think about what he did in Chicago with that dysfunctional front office they had too now because they weren't even getting along with Fitz.
Right.
Worrying about how he was running the minutes with the players and stuff in practice and all this, and how he had that team on a string. Everybody knew what the other one was doing. It was like watching chess moves.
Right.
And now he got the same thing with New York. Him and old boys like this.
Yep.
Him and Leon Rose is like this.
Right.
Like everybody knew before that deal got signed, he getting Tibbs.
Right.
And Tibbs got a 5-year contract, and he got a bunch of young players. And then the thing is, I had the stupidest talk. He don't know how to develop young players. What he had in Chicago.
Right.
All them guys were young.
Yeah.
Every last one was young.
Right.
Then when he got to Minnesota became a better team under him defensively.
Yeah, man. And they needed it too. Because Minnesota wasn't known for defense. Minnesota wasn't known for anything.
Exactly. So when I hear people try to talk about Tibbs, man, we as Knicks fans, we should be very thankful that we got that dude, man. We got a coach now. We're not gonna get out coached. And then the guy don't have no distractions. He's not married.
Right.
And all he do is eat, sleep, and breathe basketball.
And no fans in the stands, so you won't have no unnecessary distractions. All it is basketball.
This is the perfect year for the Knicks, man. For any team that's really rebuilding, this is the best year. You can ask for better circumstances under these circumstances.
How great
you'll actually be able to hear your coach in the huddle.
Yeah.
He don't have to scream.
Man, this is gonna be so dope. This is gonna be and hey, listen, and shout out to the chat, man. I see the chat, man. Y'all on fire. Hey, yeah, you know what? And yo, I be in a lot of so I watch a lot of Knicks content creators, and they chat, you know what I'm saying, is like homers for the host. Like, you know what I'm saying, just homers for the host. Yeah, whatever the host said is right. You know what I'm saying? In this chat, everybody just like, yo, we just coming straight with the facts, man. If you don't like the facts, then whatever. This chat right here be like, yo, I'm gonna keep it real. We ain't building up no personalities, and I love that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because this is their channel. This is the fans channel. Fans get on here and just talk for like 30, 40 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They be keeping it a buck. You know what I'm saying? Man, I be so like legit. I be so impressed like with the stuff that I be seeing, especially in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
That comment that's on the screen right now, that's another thing we ain't thought about. that we ain't giving enough credit for talking about.
The hire of
Kids
Woody.
got Woody. I mean, oh my! Do we realize what we got in New York this year?
See, Ron, that's what I be talking about, man. It's a lot of times we talk about stuff like when I began this live stream, I talked about the Knicks' inability to get to the table to be a part of something important. You know what I'm saying? Is that like my deal is not necessarily pulling the trigger on everything, but having the opportunity to if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And now we in a different situation. You know what I'm saying? We got these people and all this stuff. But what I want Knicks fans to realize is every move that's done shouldn't just be swept under the rug. We don't have to just talk about all the big stuff all the time. We could talk about the little stuff, like how Frank put on like 10 pounds of muscle. You know what I'm saying? Or like how Kevin Knox wanted to be a leader and the organization did him wrong. Like the organization legit wronged Kevin Knox. And we don't even talk about it.
And I got a good take on Kevin Knox I'm about to say too, because can we say that Kevin Knox kind of had the summer that Melo had with losing all this weight? Did he know he's gonna be a small forward and he ain't gonna play power forward?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we talk about it?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
I think he lost the weight to keep up with these small forwards.
Really?
Yeah, and losing weight will translate to speed.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good point, man.
Everybody keeps saying he don't look like he lifting weights. I'm like, y'all looking at it the wrong way. He may have been on that treadmill trying to get lean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Getting that cardio right.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? There's a difference between muscle mass and lean muscle, right?
Yep.
But you know what? Big difference. At the end of the day, it's all muscle. No matter which way you know what I'm saying, whether you put that lean muscle on, you know what I'm saying, like an Odell Beckham, or you put that mass on like a defensive end, you know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter remains the same. You still putting on, you either shredding up so you could be stronger and faster, or you putting on mass so you could be stronger and have more endurance and can take the pounding more. You know what I'm saying? The thing with
you on that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I tell you this too, Freezy, fellas, man. Hey, we are such a good place, man, that I don't think we know how to act.
Yeah.
Because we on foreign land, man.
Right.
With this whole Knicks setup. Let's just count the ways, man.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I love the fact of having an ex-agent as a front office guy. And the reason why I say that, because see, as an agent know how to value money.
Right.
They know the market rate for their players.
Right.
So he's coming with that same mindset from that front office. Yep. What else do an agent do? Well, they establish relationships.
Yep.
All that bodes well for your team. And not only that, they got to keep them books right. So you look at what Leon Rose did. Ain't nobody come and got no big dollar contract, man. He giving up $5 chips. That's it. $5 million, hey, or you ain't playing for us. That's the most, $5 million for anybody? $6 million at max. So you look at that. And then the guy didn't throw away none of our draft picks. So we got all our draft picks, and we picked up some. We didn't blow any money, and we still got $18 million, I think, left.
And we still ain't done.
Still ain't done. We still, and you know what he's holding that for? That guy be playing poker, man. You know why he holding that? Because he's waiting to pull the trigger on somebody that's going to be disgruntled. We notice every year somebody becomes disgruntled. And see, the thing is, when you build a team, you're not supposed to be strictly, I don't know how many times I can say this till I'm blue in the face. You're not supposed to depend strictly on free agents to be trying to get somewhere. You're supposed to sprinkle that thing in just like you sprinkle in salt to season something. That's all you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to just focus on, when you focus totally on free agents, your window is short and you got to hurry up and win now. And if you don't win, you done mortgage your future and you're going to be in a rut.
Yep.
So we in the best position, man. And then to have a coach the way we got, man, I'm just, man, this going to be something this year to watch, man.
And you know what?
I'm excited.
Under a low-key great signing with JB. You know, they said JB been with RJ the whole time. him and Obi the whole time.
Wow.
I love it.
Hey, but the thing I also wanted to point out, in another take I wanted to point out too, and I think I couldn't really get to it because our points be so deep. So the Knicks still have $18 million worth of cap space, right?
Yeah.
And we have to spend that cap space before the end of the season, right? But the thing about it is, it's unlikely for us to sign a guy that's worth $18 million before the March 1st deadline for rosters to lock in. So what I think what we're working on right now is a trade to take on a bad contract with like a year and a half left. Like somebody right now, they got 2 years left on a contract. What we can do is at the trade deadline, trade for that person, whatever their number is. Say if it's 18, 20, anything. Say if it's 36 mil, right? We can put Randall in that deal, take on that contract. They give us 2 first-round picks. You know what I'm saying? And now we play out the rest of the season, and then we have that person on an expiring contract the next year. So now, not only did we get 2 first-round picks, get rid of Randall, now we have an expiring contract that's going to be enticing during the summer. So now, when the summertime trades come up, then we will be more enticing. We like, listen, we got this $18 million, basically this big contract. And we willing to give it to you if, you know what I'm saying, for you to get cap space. But in order for you to do that, though, you got to give us a first-round pick or a valuable young player. Now you can turn that situation into a situation where you done turned that $18 million worth of cap space into 3 first-round picks or 2 first-round picks and a young player. So I understand that we playing chess, you know what I'm saying, and all that stuff.
Yeah, we playing the long game.
Yeah. But my only thing is it's frustrating to me that you know, and I just want to win. So in terms of that's why I be frustrated. I understand the long game. I do understand the long game, and I understand why y'all keep telling me to be patient, right? I have no problems with y'all giving me that advice. My thing is though, it's I want to win, man. You know what I'm saying?
Man, hey, we all want that. I want that more than anything. I don't want to hear. I don't want nobody to talk to me about no tanking. I don't want to hear that mess.
Right.
I don't want to hear that. But I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen with us. I truly feel this is gonna happen, man. I got a feeling we're gonna ship Randall to Chicago for Zach LaVine.
Really?
And I'm gonna tell you why, because I read an article that they had posted. It was about maybe 5 months ago, and Zach LaVine was raving about Tom Thibodeau.
Right.
About how Tom Thibodeau taught him more on the defensive end than he learned with anybody. So he enjoyed playing for him. You know, and I'm like, okay. Because you know there's reports saying that Chicago going to eventually try to move him.
That's interesting. I wouldn't mind.
And I've heard Knicks fans say they don't want Zach LaVine, but our problem is scoring. That's what the guy does. He put the ball in the bucket, and he runs the floor. Right. And his defense ain't sorry neither.
And he is surprisingly efficient.
Yeah.
Like when you look at him, you think he's just a chucker, like a dude that just shoot all the time or whatever. But no, man, when you look at when you take a deep dive into his numbers, he is surprisingly efficient. And even when you get down into the minutia, like I like to get into the minutia, I like to see cats splits in different months of the year, home and road. You know what I'm saying? All these, I like to get into that. That's just me because I like stats, you know, stats for a living, whatever. But when you look into his stats, you'll be surprised how good he is against elite defenses. You'll be surprised how good he is in times where cats generally let up. Like cats generally let up in January, let up in March and April towards the end of the season. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not an all-star, you know, all-stars probably turn it on towards the all-star break to get more votes because they want to be all-star starters. But dudes that ain't in that all-star conversation, that grind, man, you talking about you already into like 40 games. You like, man, I can't wait to get to the break so I can have some time off. You know what I'm saying?
That's another thing about LaVine.
Yeah.
He come and bring it every night.
Right.
I know that much about him. He don't take games off.
Right.
Every night he bringing you a consistent 20 plus.
And he is a surprisingly good secondary ball handler. Remember when we talked about Julius Randle catching the ball in the post and the point guard is nowhere to be seen? Well, Levine will go get that ball and get you a good shot. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's him or somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
he's a baller, man. He's a baller. Yeah. He is a flat out. And every team, I don't care, every team got to have one. You got to have a professional scorer, and that's what Levine is, a scorer.
Yep. Hey, I see Black Prophet in the building. What's good? Andy N. What's good, Black Andy? Andy talking about it's 8:39 in the morning. I hope you had your coffee. Delano Steele was good. I see you. Matthew Williams, I see you out here. Hey, Frequimina, is that it? Frequency? Is that it? Hey, I see you. I butchered your name, but I still see you though. Kevon Bergen, what's good? Hey, but hey, Ron, I understand your point, man, about Zach LaVine, man. I mean, I do. But that $18 million with the cap space that we got, I think now I will be disappointed if we do nothing with it and wind up getting getting hit with the tax because we didn't meet the floor.
You know what? I think we may extend somebody.
Hey, that's a good point too. You keep the money in house, pay somebody who take that leap, and I'm hoping it's Kevin Knox.
Me too.
I don't know, man. I've turned a corner on that kid, man. I said, I was so hard on him last year, man, but I had to think really what contributed to it. And just like you said, Freezer, you made good points, man, valid points. It was really Fizdale, man. Fizdale did that guy wrong out of anybody on the team the most.
Right.
I mean, you telling me I'm the man, and then now you come bring in somebody to replace me.
Right. On, and it was an organizational move because not only did they bring him in, they brought in Reggie Bullock. They brought in Wayne Allen.
Another person taking more minutes from him. Like you just shove him down, like get in the closet, go sit down.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right. And it wasn't. And the thing is, don't tell me that you brought them in to help Julius Randle because you brought Julius Randle to be the man. You know what I'm saying? This is a shot at Knox. You know what I'm saying? But you know what? Most Knicks fans ain't gonna take the deep dive into this thing like y'all do, and that's the reason why y'all up 2:40 something in the morning. Hey, Tyreek Singleton, I see you. What's good? Nothing but Knicks is in the chat. What's good?
I got another great take to think about as well. RJ talked about he got a chip on his shoulder. Knox got an even bigger chip on his shoulder. I can't wait to see what happens.
Hey, I'm gonna throw this thing. I'm gonna throw this invite in for my man, Big Dog. If you welcome to come in, if you want, you know that. You already know how this is. This is a family affair.
That's Sim Simmer.
Yeah, that's my guy, man. That dude's a good person, man. But anyway, I ain't talking about him. I ain't talking about Sim. Sim don't play for the Knicks. I ain't talking about no Sim Russell. Sim Russell don't play point guard for us. You know what I'm saying? but yeah, the thing with Knox is legit. Like you legit pumped him up like he was going to be the franchise cornerstone, and you gave him the keys his rookie year, and then that first chance you get to add pieces around Knox, you bring in his replacements, and you expect him to shake it off like, oh, this is professional, blah blah blah. Yo, my man ain't shaking. He's 19. How else y'all had 19-year-olds around y'all. Y'all know how 19-year-olds are. You know what I'm saying? 19-year-olds.
That wasn't Spreewell. He would have got choked.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And you know what? We're gonna say a lot about Knox because everybody done been through their first heartbreak. That was a heartbreak for him.
Oh, yeah. You can see it on his face. He was broken, man. He was broken.
And then they talking about, well, he got a low motor. He don't do such and such. Dog, y'all told him, y'all promised, y'all made this thing to him that he was the man. And the first chance y'all got to support him, y'all pushed him down. You know what I'm saying? And then wouldn't go to the microphone and talk for him. Wouldn't speak for him. Wouldn't be like, yo, yeah, Knox is going through a trend. He's still a part of it. Y'all brought in RJ Barrett and nobody else even talked about. We drafted RJ Barrett and nobody else even uttered Kevin Knox's name.
Yeah, right? He was the forgotten. He was the forgotten man.
Forgotten man already. You know what I'm saying? How other players Think about this. How other NBA players gonna respect your franchise when they see you do that to your draft pick?
Right.
Dumb organizational moves, man, will paralyze your franchise for years, and that's what we're dealing with. Dumb organizational moves, man. Getting the wrong coach at the wrong time. You know, Thibodeau was out there. We could have been had this thing rolling in the right direction, man. Tibbs supposed to have been here when we had Phil. Let's just be real.
Yeah,
Let's just be real.
And then too, when Jason Tatum was a second-year player, Kevin Knox was a first-year player, right? And I tell this Boston story all the time. Seems like every live stream, but for some reason, Jason Tatum's shot was off against the Knicks, right? And every chance Brad Stevens got, he went to Jason Tatum like, "Hey, baby, you our star. You know what I'm saying? You the future. You know what I'm saying? Keep your head up out here. You know what I'm saying? Them shots gonna fall eventually." The Knicks for some reason had some kind of scheme going on where Jason Tatum couldn't get the shots to go in, and so every dead ball, Brad Stevens was like, "Hey, come here, and I'm gonna draw up a play for you, and this and this and this, and they gonna shut down this, but just stay through the play, and I promise you, the ball gonna make its way back to you." So they go dead ball out of bounds. The Knicks defend the play excellent. The first three options. The fourth option is Jason Tatum with an 18-footer on the baseline. He ran the play just like Brad Stevens said, right? Got an open look. It went down. You know what I'm saying? Jason Tatum running back down the floor, and he looked at Brad Stevens like, "Hey," and then, but Kevin Knox blew the defensive assignment on Jason Tatum, right? So Kevin Knox running down the floor, and Fizdale is blowing a gasket. You mother, you know what I'm saying? Cussing Kevin Knox out like a dog. You know what I'm saying? Kevin Knox is a rookie, right? And then he comes to the sideline, the Knicks get a dead ball out of bound play, right? And instead of running something for Knox to get Knox confidence up, I think he runs something for Moutier. Moutier run into the paint, or I can't remember who the point guard was, whoever, run into the paint and get stuck and almost get a 3-second call on them, throw the ball out to the wing, somebody check up a bad shot, it's a long rebound. The Celtics run down the floor. Guess who catch the lob on the fast break? Jason Tatum. You know what I'm saying? So now you see one coach is an excellent coach getting his guy in the game. He like, yo, this is my second-year player. I can't afford for this dude to get in this thing and be a bust. I got to keep him thinking that he's the future. Meanwhile, the other coach is cussing out his rookie like a dog. You know what I'm saying?
You know what that is, Freezy? You know what the good coach does? The good coach is gonna make that player believe that he's a great player, even if the coach in his heart believes that he ain't a great player.
Right.
He's gonna have to instill that confidence, even if he don't have it himself in that player. And that's what Fizdale never did with Knox. He never did that other than when we first got him.
Right.
When it was apparent that Fizdale wasn't caring for him, wasn't feeling him, it came across. Like we always say, man, how you feel about somebody is gonna show.
Right.
It's gonna show. Not necessarily in what you say, but it's gonna show. You know, and you saw Fizdale body language, the way he dealt with that kid, man. It wasn't good. It wasn't good, and that ruined what confidence the kid had coming into the season. You know, I have an excellent campaign as a rookie. Matter of fact, wasn't he on the rookie team? Didn't he make the rookie team?
I think he did.
Rookie team.
I think Knox did.
And then you don't even acknowledge me, and you come bringing in these old has-beens and guys like you said, journeymen. Come on, man. That was foul. That was straight up foul.
Right.
And then you wonder why. Then you wonder why players want to get out of here.
Right. And wonder why players won't come. But motivated by success. I'm not saying that Jason Tatum is a bust. What I'm saying is Jason Tatum had a bad game, you know, where he couldn't figure it out. But his coach and had his back, is what I'm saying. And in the same game, a coach who had a young top 10 pick who was having a bad game, and instead of encouraging him, he cussed him out like a dog. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't even do your dog.
Over here by me. Yeah, come sit over here by me.
You're right. And then come to find out, we value Kevin Knox more than we value that coach. You know why? Because the coach got fired and we kept Kevin Knox. You know what I'm saying? So now
that lets you know something.
Right.
That lets you know something when we weren't even a quarter way into the season and we got a presser. We got a presser talking about how they didn't like the direction of the team.
Right. Right. But why not? But they saw how terrible we were playing with them veterans, man. Why didn't they just play? The thing is, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying spoon feed Knox and you know what I'm saying and you know and make baby feed him baby food. What I'm saying is, remember that he's a part of your future. Why are you treating him like he garbage and he trash? He a part of the organization. You know what I'm saying? You screaming at Knox like he done robbed the bank. You know what I'm saying? Yet the veterans get to do whatever they want. Marcus Morris, every time you call a play, Marcus Morris stop the play and shoot a three. And you'll say nothing. And he didn't even finish the season with us.
Kevin Knox gonna shoot that same shot and he chews about.
Yes, that's what yes. Yes.
It was a lot of double standards going on, man. It was a lot of that.
And I know Sim Russell gonna be like, well, Uncle Freezy, you treat veterans have cachet. He a rookie. You treat rookies different, bro. I'm here to tell you that you pick that dude in the top 10. You got to treat him like he a part of the organization. You can't beat him like he a stray dog. You know what I'm saying? And then a guy come in, a journeyman that played for like 7 teams come in, and every time you call a play, he cut the play short to shoot the three off the wing. And y'all like, but he's shooting 45% from three. I don't, man, the coach call a play. How about we run the play and get through them options, man? And because what you say is the best pass is the next pass. And people say that. Like the ball is gonna find the open man, all that stuff that coaches say, but yet they let Mook cut the play off and shoot that three off the wing. People ain't even touching.
Give up a good shot to make a great one.
Right. Yeah. Right. And we say all these things, and then at the end of the day, what do we get in return? Emmanuel Quickly and a 2nd round pick. So you stunt Kevin Knox's development for Emmanuel Quickly and a 2nd round pick. And listen, I hope Emmanuel Quickly. I hope IQ is going to be a great player. I'm not knocking him.
He can shoot that thing, though. I know that much. He can shoot that thing.
Right. And I hope, man. I hope he's a Hall of Famer for us. But my point is you stunted one guy's development at the shot of getting an Emmanuel Quickly, hoping the guy that you get with the 27 pick is going to be good. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I know a lot of people have a lot of different takes. My point on it is this, and a lot of y'all in the chat agree with me. If we're gonna do the rebuild, if we're gonna have a youth movement, hey, let's just have the youth movement, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's value these guys. You know, do we have to be patient with Frank Ntilikina and DSJ? I don't necessarily want to, but we don't have to anymore. But based on what y'all telling me, y'all like, hey, you know, Uncle Freezer, man, if we're gonna do the youth movement, you can't be partial to RJ Barrett, Kevin Knox, Obi Toppin, and Mitch. You got to be partial to the young point guards too. And I'm like, okay, that's a reasonable take. You know what I'm saying? That's a reasonable take. Like if I can't be partial to some and not be partial to others.
And I think he said it best. So it's gonna come down to practice. Like these guys ain't putting in on practice. They're not seeing the floor.
That's what I love about Fizz. I keep calling that bump. That's what I like about Tibbs, man. And you're gonna really have to earn it. It's nothing gonna be given, man. That's an old school coach,
right?
At the end of the day, and they weren't giving nothing. You're gonna really have to earn it. Right. Ain't nothing gonna be given, man. Man. Sim, Sim, I'm mad at you, man. Bro. You gonna really have to earn it. Hey, let me show you something. Man, you see that right there? Hey, man, hey, I try to get on 5 times a day with you, man. I try to call you up. I say he on a deep one today. But I've been watching. I've been keeping my eyes peeled to you, man. Doing good work as always.
Appreciate you, Ron. Appreciate you, my man. How you? I just dropped in for a minute, man. I'm getting ready to head to bed. I figure I'd drop in and say what's going on for a minute.
Hey, man. Appreciate you jumping on, man. Hey, man.
Right about it.
So this thing about Kevin Knox is real. I feel like I'm about to put roots down in this Kevin Knox thing. So and I don't know if you heard the take earlier. Basically, what I said was I believe the front office did Kevin Knox a disservice because when he was drafted, he had the impression that he was going to be one of the building blocks and a leader on a team, and he had a up and down rookie year, but a rookie year that ended on a high note, and they rewarded that by bringing in like 8 guys to play his position, and basically take minutes away from him. And what I felt like they should have did is put him in a position to build on his rookie year. And meanwhile, they played Marcus Morris in front of him and cut his minutes in half, sent Knox to the bench. And we finished basically what we got out of ruining Kevin Knox's sophomore year is Emmanuel Quickly and a second-round pick is basically the end result. I don't know if you heard that or not, but basically that's what we on right now.
Yeah, Kevin Knox, the enigma that is Kevin Knox. I mean, you know, it's tough with Kevin Knox, man. I like Kevin Knox. I like all of his skill set because I think the kid has a lot of skill. I really just think he lacks confidence. I think that's the biggest issue with Kevin Knox. And when he finally gets that confidence, I think he's going to be a player in the league. I really do. I think this kid is going to be a player once he gets that confidence and he knows that he can play with grown men.
Right.
I think people need to be careful of him. You know, I'm hoping this year that small forward spot is kind of up for grabs. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping that he's ready to grab that small forward spot this year.
Right. Right.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that all the way. I was telling people, man, I said, hey, I killed him last year. You know, hey, I was on him hard, man, but I think he's the wild card for us this year. And I really do feel like where he's going to benefit the most because he's so temperamental. You know, those stadiums being quiet this year, I think going to be the biggest benefit for him.
It might.
He's not going to have the head of the Gardens fan getting on him if he's having an off night. You know what I mean? And even DSJ, I think that might help him too. But with DSJ, I think I just don't see him being a point guard, man. I just don't. I see a lot of athleticism, but the common denominator for Knox, I really do feel is his temperament, man. I just think he's one of them players. If he got it going, you're in trouble. But if he having an off night, it's either the light is on or it's off when it comes to him.
And I think the thing with Knox is a combination of two things. It's the sophomore slump and the front office bringing in 52 guys to play his spot. You know what I'm saying? If you go to somebody and be like, hey, dog, you are the man. You are a part of the future. We value you. That's the reason why we picked you at 9, because we felt like we want you to be a part of our organization because we can align our futures together. You know what I'm saying? You can help us get to the promised land, not by yourself, but through you growing as a player and a man and us surrounding you with the right pieces, you can help us get to the promised land. Right. But then the very next summer, you hear Kevin Knox saying stuff like, yeah, you know, I want to be a leader for the young guys and all these things. And, you know, the team has to do, you know, the young guys this and the young guys that. And Kevin Knox at the time was talking about young guys like Frank Ntilikina and DSJ, and he was 19. You know what I'm saying? So the dude embraced a certain thing, but before you can even let him get into that leadership bag and grow as a player and a leader, you bring in these dudes that while they are serviceable players. I'm not saying that the guys that brought in were dogs, but what I'm saying is you brought in these guys that basically took away minutes from Kevin Knox and his development. And I know development is not solely attached to minutes on the floor. I know that, I understand that. What I'm saying that though is you draft RJ. Now the attention shifts to RJ. And of course that's natural because every time you draft somebody in the first round, the attention may shift, right? The spotlight may shift from the last guy that was in the spotlight. Like this year, like the spotlight is on Obi Toppin and not on RJ. Whereas it wasn't on Knox because of RJ, right? But my point is you bring in a guy in Mook Morris who had never averaged much in his career. He comes to New York and he plays over Knox for half a season. Those men, in my opinion, those minutes should have gone to Kevin Knox and his development, right? Because of course you want him to practice, you want him to develop on the practice floor and in the film room, but you also want to get him and high leverage minutes. right, on the floor so that he can play through his mistakes. So Knox didn't get the opportunity to play through his mistakes because you had a bunch of veterans on the floor that needed minutes. So every time Knox gets in the game and makes a mistake, you snatch him off the floor because the veterans need minutes. Now who are you appeasing? Now you're appeasing veterans.
But let me ask you, how much do you attribute to Knox for not playing at a certain level? Because if that was, trying to think of a player to throw in there, you know, if that was a Brandon Ingram, those veterans wouldn't have played over top of him.
Yeah, right.
I mean, how much do we have to give to Kevin Knox to say, you know, you got to come out and perform too, instead of just, you know, yeah, we're going to give you these minutes because we want you to develop. Kind of like what Tibbs said in his interview. He was like, yeah, the guys got to play in order to get better, but they got to master practice first and show that they can do it in practice, and then we can let them show that they can do it in the game. You know, how much responsibility falls on Knox for whatever the reason was. We looked at his stats tonight in the show that I had, and you know, the first 10 games of the season, he was playing okay. He was playing good.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then all of a sudden, after that 10th or 11th game, his minutes dropped.
Right.
What was the reason? It couldn't have been because of Marcus Morris, because while Knox was getting 20 to 25 minutes during that time, Marcus Morris was getting 35 minutes during that time. So it wasn't Marcus Morris. What was it? He wasn't rebounding well. Maybe that was the case. Maybe he wasn't defending well. Right. So I don't know if it was solely Marcus Morris, because if you go back and you look at the first 10 to 12 games of the season, Kevin Knox during that time, and I'm just really guesstimating here, was maybe averaging 13 points a game, but he was only averaging 3 rebounds a game. And who knows, you know, it was hard to say what he was doing defensively, you know. So, I mean, some of it has to be attributed to Knox and, you know, what he's doing to make sure that he stays on the floor.
Well, part of that had to do with Elfrid Payton and Reggie Bullock coming back. Remember, in that first stretch, we didn't see Reggie Bullock and Elfrid Payton until maybe around that same time that you say. But I want to attribute it to Steve Mills and Scott Perry having some type of impromptu press conference when the team was 2-8. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'd like to attribute it to. The pressure being put on the coaching staff to not be patient with the kids because their job's on the line. And it may not be, and it may not be the case. That may not be the case. But I look at the two things that coincide with that is veterans getting healthy and coming back, and that crazy press conference at the time. And then you see Kevin Knox, his production, his confidence, everything disappeared after that.
Right. Well, we looked at it. We took a look at it, and Elfrid Payton came back around, you know, like 20, 22, 23 games. Okay. Reggie Bullock came back a little after that. But Knox's minutes went down significantly after game 10. After game 10, his minutes went down. You know, he was getting 20 to 25 minutes a game. His minutes went down 14, 12, 10. Just dropped.
Yeah, and I think, Sim, that coincided with how when he hit that slump, man, and he never recovered. That's when his shooting, it tailed off a cliff. Like he was playing good, and everybody was like looking at it like, okay, well, Mook is being good for him, you know. But then once that he hit that cliff, man, it was a wrap. It was a wrap mentally, and even how he was playing the game, he didn't look good. He really didn't look good. But Sim, I haven't got a chance to hear your point, man, on how you feel about Obi Toppin, man.
Obi Toppin, I mean, I love the athletic ability and the talent that he brings. You know what I'm saying? I love that. I love his character and all of that. You know, there are a few things that, you know, I want to see how he's going to develop in a few areas. But, I mean, that's with any rookie that's coming into the league, right? I want to see if he's going to be able to rebound on the NBA level. You know what I mean? I need to see his footwork get a little bit better. And then, of course, defensively, you know what I'm saying? But everything that I've read, I spoke to a guy, I had a guy on my show the other day, and he watched Obi Toppin from his redshirt year until he became, NCAA star.
Yeah.
And he's like, he was in in there watching practices, all of this stuff. And he said when Obi, after his redshirt year, everybody, around campus, it was, this kid is in practice. He's nice. He's doing this. But it was just kind of like, okay, we hear that all the time. You know what I'm saying? Then he seen him after, when he finally played, he seen him and, he thought he was good, but he didn't think he was going to be a star. But he consistently got better at everything, right? He just kept getting better and better and better and better. And then, of course, he broke out to become a star. Can he continue to do that? Can he continue that trend going into the NBA? That's the question. He's a hard worker from everything that we read. I'm watching, just seeing some pictures, some snapshots or whatever of Kenny Payne working with him, working on his footwork. I think if he can get his footwork down, to me, that's going to be huge for him. If he can get the footwork down, if he can become light on his feet, then he really has a chance to do something special because of the talent that he has. But he's got to get the little things down. He can't be Amari. I love Amari Stoudemire because he was super talented. If his knees never went out, who knows what he could have done, man. The talent that Amari had was unmatched. Like Sean Kemp type stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about Amari is he didn't have those small fundamental things that take you to the next level or that help you when your body slows down.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I hope that Obi is able to obtain that, because as crazy as it is, he's had a similar path to his career as Amari, right? In high school, he popped around from high school to high school, right? From New York to upstate New York to Florida. Guess what? Amari Stoudemire is kind of the same way from Florida. And I think Amari was in Newburgh or something like that for a little while. You know what I mean? Now, Amari went to the NBA straight out of high school, where Obi, he went to prep school, and then he redshirted for a year. And then he finally played his freshman year at the age of 21 or something like that.
Right.
And then at 22, he comes out as a sophomore. But, when you jump around from place to place like that, sometimes you miss out on skills because coaches are bringing you in, not because they want to teach you, but because they see you got superior talent.
Right.
So I'm hoping that he's able to obtain some of those little things that's going to be able to get him over the top, help him become, a force. You know what I'm saying? But, the talent that he has, though, you can't pass up on that kind of talent.
No, not at all.
You can't do it.
And Sim, what I appreciate, man, the most about us this year, man, and I've been saying this, I'm so sick and tired of us just drafting players on potential. And being a coach, potential don't always pan out, man.
Right.
More often than not, you hear about a lot of guys that have potential that ain't playing in the NBA. That potential stuff. But I rather, me personally, I don't know when they started saying a player that's 22 is old. You know what I mean? That guy is still young. And I would rather have a player that done played in college for 3 to 4 years, and I'm able to look at your tape. I know what you do well. More importantly, what you do well as a player that's going to help my program when I draft you. Am I wrong in having that kind of mindset?
No, man. No, especially a team like the Knicks. We have so many young players that got to develop. We needed to have some players that can come in and produce right now. That can give us something.
And that's what I hope we get back to. Drafting guys that are seasoned. Stop getting all these potential guys, man. We didn't missed on a lot of potential.
Right. Right. Well, yeah. The thing I think about Obi is some of these things are crystal clear. Like we know he has a high basketball IQ. That's crystal clear because he played in Anthony Grant's offense at Dayton, and the offense that they run. And Sim, I don't know if Sim will remember this, but he asked me a few months ago, Like, who would you want to be the Knicks head coach? And so I told him I prefer Lionel Hollins, but if I can't get Lionel Hollins, then I'd prefer Anthony Grant, the coach at Dayton, because he runs an offense that that is like a new age, cutting edge offense where if you put high IQ guys in it, you'll always get 2 or 3 open looks at the basket on offense, right? I prefer that because after years of watching the Knicks were the complete opposite. Low IQ guys and bad offense, right? But the thing about Obi is I feel like Obi is this. I think one day when we walk in the Garden, we're gonna look up in the rafters and see Obi Toppin's jersey up there. And I know that's a stretch, right? I know Rob the Knick is waiting to bust my head wide open because I said that, right? But the reason why I say that is and shout out to Danny Landis too. Danny Landis in the building was good. But the reason why I say that is because the first time in a long time, we have a high IQ big. You know what I'm saying? Now, when's the last time the Knicks can say we had a big with a high basketball IQ, especially on offense? We don't generally get to say that. And you couple that with natural athleticism and a desire to be better. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like Obi and RJ and maybe Knox, if Knox is not too hurt by what the Knicks did to him, I think we probably have a young core that maybe is about ready to turn the corner if they take natural progressions. The unfair thing to RJ and Knox is that we didn't have development and all that stuff in place in year one. So now you can't look at their first couple years in the NBA as one that took natural steps. Like what we saw David Fizdale do to Kevin Knox when Kevin Knox made a mistake was almost abuse. I wish I could have been there to jump on Fizdale because Brad Stevens took his young star and Jason Tatum and was like, hey, listen, don't be frustrated by this stuff. Remember, you're the long-term solution. This is just short-term stuff. I'm going to draw some plays up for you to get you going. Meanwhile, Fizdale is berating Kevin Knox up and down the floor, right? Not drawing up anything for him, not showing him nothing, just cussing him out. And so my thing is, what are you teaching Kevin Knox? Are you teaching Kevin Knox? Are you teaching him basketball, or are you teaching him that he's a rookie? You know what I'm saying? It's borderline hazing. And now we can't get those years back. We didn't have a development staff, but now that we have Thibodeau and Johnny Bryant and Kenny Payne and Mike Woodson in place, we can at least teach these kids stuff on the fly. Like when they do something bad, we can show them the right way in real time. Unlike before, when a mistake would just fester. You know what I'm saying? Like you would make a mistake and legit not even know what you did wrong until you get the film session. And 18, 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? But anyway.
With Fizdale, to me, it was kind of like, here's a guy that I feel comfortable enough to holler at or scream at without, worrying about whatever. I think it had a lot to do with Fizdale. You know what I'm saying? If that was Marcus Morris, he doesn't give that kind of treatment. But, right. Someone like Kevin Knox, you feel comfortable. Yeah, I could scream at Kevin Knox because he ain't going to do nothing to say nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I felt like there was a lot of that with David Fizdale, where he would yell at guys who he knew weren't going to bug out on you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Frank.
Frank Ntilikina is another one. He knew Frank wasn't going to say anything back to him or anything like that. So he'd go ahead and, treat Frank however he felt like he wanted to treat him. Tom Thibodeau is a different guy, right? Tom Thibodeau is going to, from what we know, is going to treat everybody the same.
Right.
Got that right.
Right.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this season. I know there's a lot of people that's down on the Knicks and, that we're going to be a sorry team and this and that. But I'm interested to see what David Fizdale what Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah. I ain't the only one, Sam.
Bro. I'm interested to see what he can do with this group and if he can start to bring these guys together a little bit.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Because
I wasn't the only one calling Fizdale name. I did that about 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, man. And the part of it is we so frustrated with the Fizdale years. that we just can't get past that and move on at the same time. I think the thing with Tom Thibodeau, though, the thing I trust the most is that talent will reign supreme during this tenure. If you're talented and apply that talent, I think you're gonna play, right? If you put it all together, if you buy into the system, if you buy into the team concept, I think you're gonna play, right? And I think Knox probably plays into that. And I hate to sound like I'm homering for Knox. I just felt like the way he was treated was unfair.
But
right?
tell you what, he ain't gonna have no excuse this year. It's put up or shut up. You're gonna have to put up, or you're gonna be gone. Well, ship up or ship up. You gone.
Yeah, I think Knicks fans saw Knox's confusion and melodrama type situation as low motor, right? I watched breakdown on Kevin Knox on tape, right? And so Kevin Knox is not that far away from being a legit NBA starter. It's small stuff. It's really small stuff that can be coached. And it's not even high level. I only need Eric Spoelstra coaching. It's, you just need a coach that knows basketball. And I think Tom Thibodeau will correct a lot of that stuff. Like them hips on defense. Them hips on defense bother me. And him wanting hips. Yeah, and him wanting to leave early to help a defender that got beat. You know what I'm saying? People like, well, why did Knox give up the three in the corner? So he left his man early because he saw somebody else's man get beat. So he scrambled to cut that off. The ball goes at the corner to his man. His man makes the three. And people point to Knox like, how did Knox give up the three? Well, how come y'all not pointing to the man that man that got beat that caused Kevin Knox to leave his man, to vacate? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you want to protect the rim first, and you know what I'm saying, and then try to defend on 3-point shots. You don't want to have offenses strolling to your rim or people strolling to your rim on defense. You just don't want to let that happen. I think a lot of times players got beat. You can see it on film. Like Wayne Ellington gets beat off the dribble. Kevin Knox come help. He kicked the man, kick it out to the corner. Kevin Knox scramble back to the three. He get beat. You blame Kevin Knox. Yeah, I think we got a lot of people see the explosion, but not what's happening at ground zero. People need to look at this thing from a different lens. Like Kevin Knox was just not in no man's land. He saw something, you know what I'm saying, and he reacted to it and gave up a play. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we need to improve his defensive IQ, or maybe we need to have him just trust players on defense. But Mitchell Robinson did the same thing. A guy get beat, Mitch rush over to help on defense and foul somebody, and people are saying, well, Mitch needs to stay out of foul trouble. How about we play together as a team on defense? How about we make the team defense better? That way Mitch won't have to leave his man to go commit a foul. I mean, it's small stuff like that just drives me nuts with the Knicks fan base. They think Mitchell Robinson just gets in the game and wants to foul out. That's just not how these things work. You know what I'm saying? So, Rob, what you think about that?
Well, y'all pretty much hit it right on the head. When I come, it's usually about. But everything that you said is pretty much right, because 90% of the problem I had with the Knicks the last 2-3 years has been the coaching, because the players were so young. So you couldn't really put blame on the players being that how young they was. Calipari said how long it was going to take Kevin Knox. So then he was up and down. Mitch you can pretty much say Mitch came straight out of high school without the plan. And then you had Frank from overseas. And Fizdale just was the wrong coach. He was definitely the wrong coach.
For the most part.
For the most part, yeah.
He's just the wrong guy, man.
Yeah, he was just the wrong guy. So like you said, we can't get that time back with those players. So now, but being in the NBA with the wrong coaching, you still know what the what the culture is, because you do got to go around the league. You see other players practice, you talk to other players, when you got a bad coach, and you know what you need to work on. So I'm still not giving them no excuse this year. I want to see jumps, I think, from Knox the most, because I think you can see the talent in Knox is right there.
It's there.
So, you can see it. So with that being said, I'm looking for him to make a major jump. Dennis Smith Jr. says now he feels like a man. So you got to play like one. Frank, I think it's time for Frank. No excuses because you've been in France. You've been over here long enough. You know where all the clubs at. You know where all the gyms at. So
my video said it perfectly, man. You know in my video I made some about them guys name me calling. I said playtime's over. Playtime's over.
Yeah.
Look, with Frank Ntilikina, I've said it. I think Frank Ntilikina can have a good year this year, man. I really do. I think he's poised and ready to have a good season, man. I do. I see something different when you see the workout tapes. He's a little bit more mature. You can see it in his face. He's a little bit more mature. His body. He looks focused. His body looks strong. I like the snap that I'm seeing on his shot.
And it was the same on every shot. It was the same. It was the same shot. I noticed that too.
Yeah, Frank looks, and I know they're just workout tapes, but he looks like he could be that guy that takes a step forward.
I think about those European guys, man. Normally, Sam, think about it. Normally take them guys a good 3-4 years, man, to get acclimated to playing this style of basketball. Look at the Greek Freak, what he was. Nobody saw what he is right now. Nobody saw that coming.
Well, Sam, let me ask you about this. Because what it is we have this thing, right? So I'm thinking about changing the name of the show to Frank Ntilikina at Night podcast. No matter what happened, we always get back to Frank, right? So here's the thing. So it's a majority of the, well, I'll say majority of the people that we talk to will talk about Frank taking the next step, right? But nobody elaborates on what that next step is, right? My thing with Frank Ntilikina is I don't feel like he has point guard instincts. Like he don't have that drive. Like if just say for instance, 2 trips down the floor, we call a play, Julius Randle cut the play off and throw up bad shots. I don't see Frank Ntilikina putting his foot in Julius Randle's ass and telling him stop cutting up the play. We trying to run something.
I actually differ with you on that. I've seen Frank Ntilikina from his rookie year yelling at people. I don't want to say yelling at people, but directing, telling people, go over here, go over there. Even when he doesn't have the ball in his hands, I've seen him do it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I've seen him do it. Now, is he going to is he going to do Chris Paul and scream in your face? Probably not. Right. I don't even know if that's his style.
Right.
But I've seen him tell players like, yo, you got to go here, you got to go there. Even when he doesn't have the ball in his hand, even on the defensive side, telling people get here, go there, move there. I mean, I've seen that from him. I don't think it's a couple things with Frank. I don't think you have to just plug him in and say he's the point guard. I don't think you have to do that. And if Frank Ntilikina, everyone talks about, they talk about with all the players, all of our young players, right? If they're not doing this, you have to move on from them. If they're not doing that, you got to move on from them. Right. And it's something that kind of befuddles me because someone like Frank Ntilikina has a distinct skill already. He can play defense, right? And he lacks something on offense at this point in his career, and maybe he'll always lack something on offense. But in the NBA, you need to have a guy that can play defense on guards, on opposing guards. You got Kyrie Irving. You got Russell Westbrook in the East now, right? You got Kemba Walker. Out west, you got Damian Lillard. You got Jamal Murray. You got these guards that you've got to have somebody that's maybe not going to lock them down, but can really, really make it rough on them and tough on them to score. And you got a player that can do that, and your hope is going to be able to do that for his career. Right. So everyone wants to say, well, if he doesn't do this and that, it's time to move on. No, it's not time to move on. You just give him a contract of what he's worth. So just because his qualifying offer says $14 million, it doesn't mean you got to give him $14 million. You can say, we're not going to extend the qualifying offer. He becomes an unrestricted free agent, and maybe you can still sign him back for something cheaper. Right. Or maybe you can do an extension, and you agree to an extension of what he is worth. You know what I'm saying? You can say, listen, we see now that, you're a defensive player, kind of limited on the offensive side. This is what we think you are worth. And if he looks at it and says, his team looks at it and says, yeah, I agree, then you got a deal. Why is it that you got to move on and just say, forget about him because he can't score, right? Although he can do something that contributes to a good team, right? You got your Tony Allens of the world that's contributed to very good team, championship level teams, right? You got your Bruce Bowens. You got your guys like that, and maybe that's what he ends up being, but you know he has a distinct skill. Who'd you say?
Pat
Beverly. Right. So you have a guy that you know has a distinct skill. Why is it that you got to move on from him? Why can't you say, we're going to pay you what you're worth? We're going to pay you to be a defender the same way they're paying Nerlens Noel this year to be a defender, to be a shot blocker, to be a rim protector. Why do we have to let him go to somebody else, another team, to be that same guy and then maybe contribute to a winner?
Hey, Sam, you know what's crazy? It's really, man, when I hear people talk bad about Frank and they talk about his defense, how people forget this guy was first amongst point guard as a rookie against the pick and roll. First. And I don't know how many times I saw that guy covering for other guys' mistakes out there on the wing, picking up players at full court, which you don't see too many players do.
Right.
And come on, man. And just like I say all the time with it, Sim, before we got Frank Ntilikina, you know this to be the truth. And anybody who's a Knicks fan know this to be the truth. Man, them point guards was coming to Madison Square Garden, ordering steaks, driving their limos, doing what they want to do. When Frank came all that stuff.
They were eating us alive, and we had nobody that could say or do anything about it.
Right.
They were destroying us.
The Brandon Jennings. Y'all talking about Brandon Jennings.
All them dudes.
And Corey Murray.
Everybody was coming to New York having career years bumped. I'm talking career backup guys was coming having career games against the Knicks.
Yes, TJ McConnell.
What happened?
TJ McConnell lit us up for 30 after Brandon Jennings slapped the floor. Remember Brandon Jennings slapped the floor like, come on, boy. And TJ McConnell went off for 30 and wound up hitting the game win over Melo.
Yeah. TJ and Melo had to look at his face like, you got that.
But you know,
it's crazy, man. People discount defense, man.
What I'm not just that. What I'm saying is this. I understand Frank can defend. What I'm talking about is our ineptitude on offense, where we can't run modern offense. We can't get into consistently good offense. We legit have to look to the sideline for the coach to call some type of play because we can't get into offense and stay there, right? We either have a journeyman who trying to get the bag, cut the play off, and chuck up threes off the wing so that he can go play for a contender. Or we have a player, you give the ball to our highest paid player, and he can't recognize the double team fast enough because he's never been double teamed before, right? And then now you have young guys with low IQ who don't call out the double team for him. Like they don't say the buzzword like Julius Randle. Like when Julius Randle hear us say disco, he should know a double team is coming so he can look for his outlet. Yet when he outlet the ball, where's our point guard at? Our point guard is weak side spotted up for three that he make one every 3 games. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, we cap for Frank on this one side, man, but we need Frank to be, and this is our need. And I don't know if Frank is the solution to it, but we need a point guard that keeps us in consistently good offensive looks. You're not going to always get it, but at least have the confidence to know that you're going to get a good shot when you come down here on offense, right? Like if the play is breaking down, if the play is not, if in that pin down, if that play is not coming around that screen fast enough, or if it's a bad screen, you need to recognize that and go in a different direction with the ball, because by the time that thing works its way out, we may not have time to get a good shot off. You know what I'm saying? We need to kind of abort that and go back the other way to look to see if we can get a good shot on the other side, and if we can't, break your defender down and at least get a shot at the basket. Is Frank Ntilikina gonna do that?
But why does it have to be Frank that does that? Why can't he be the Marcus Smart of the team?
I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I legit don't. But Marcus Smart will at least when he's on the floor is going to try to get you a decent shot. You know what I'm saying? So you saying well, why can't Frank be the secondary ball handler, a tertiary ball handler, and his main role be defense? Maybe not these threes.
Because you know when I watch him, if you watch Frank on the floor, right, and I did a video on him, right. First of all, you know he's coming. He comes from a culture where I'm gonna listen to what the coach says to do. This is where I'm gonna go. All right, so he came in running the triangle. In the triangle, where does your point guard go? Your point guard goes over to the corner. They ran the triangle where he was at. Some of the triangle. You pass the ball to the wing. You cut down the center of the floor, and you go to the corner. That's what you do. They might be in a horn set. You pass the ball to the guy on the elbow. You cut past them. If you get the handoff, maybe you get the ball and able to do something. Most likely that guard doesn't get the handoff. Right? They go down, they set a screen for a guy that might already be in the corner. That guy comes around and gets the handoff from the person that the point guard just passed it to on the high post. And then what does the point guard do? The point guard goes over in the corner and waits for a kick out or to flare back up to the top so they can get the ball in case anything breaks down. And what's that point guard's job? To try to maybe penetrate to the basket. If not, kick it out to the other side and get the same action going to the other side of the floor. Right. So this is like what he's been trained to do. And the reason why Phil Jackson picked him up because it's what he was trained to do while he was there.
Right.
Skip over to David Fizdale. He ran some triangle stuff. What did David Fizdale, if you looked at all of our point guards, right? People complained about Frank Ntilikina, coming up the floor and passing the ball, back to the center of the floor to the big guy. That was almost what all of our point guards did because that was like the set. All right. Frank Ntilikina at that time, and hopefully he's changed a little bit, was not going to break too far away from that set. He was going to do exactly what the coach said to do. Last year, you started to see Frank Ntilikina learn to break away from the sets sometimes. Right. And what I've always noticed is that he can get to the spots on the floor that he needs to get to score the ball. He can penetrate and he can get to that elbow. Last year, he started pulling that elbow shot up sometimes. Right. When the shot clock was running down and Frank Ntilikina found himself with the ball, he was actually able to score or get to the basket. Right. Last season, there were a few times last season, and I was shocked by it, where I seen Frank Ntilikina at the top of the key before halftime, and everyone else spread out so that Frank Ntilikina can go.
Yeah.
I saw.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, like, those are little increments where you start saying, and this is the reason why I believe he can have a really good year, because I see some of these things happening, and development doesn't happen where it just, for most players, for some players it does. But for most players, it doesn't happen where it's just like, shoo. It's like boom, 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 right. Boom. But it's constantly going up, but it's still going up and down, right? But every time you take a jump up, you go a little higher, then you go down some. Then you go a little higher, then you go down some. A little higher, then you go down some. You know what I'm saying? And the development doesn't all come in one area. It comes in different areas. Different little small things happen, right? So maybe he didn't eclipse his maybe he didn't go from 5 to 10 points a game. Maybe he only went from 5 points to 6 points a game, but you started to see him think about going one-on-one a little bit more. You're seeing a little bit more explosion with him going to the basket. You're seeing some more moves. Him going with the right hand, left hand. You see him try to go to the basket. Not try. He did it a few times. Go to the basket and bang on somebody. Right? So you start seeing these little things and you're like, okay, it's incremental. It's not a large jump, but it's incremental and it's happening and it's growing, and I think you gotta, you want to try to see it through. I think this year you're going to see more shots. Now, there's a lot of competition out there, at his position between the 1 and the 2. There's 7 to 8 guards, that can be out there. So, I think he's going to be able to see the floor because of his defense. And if he can end up knocking down some of these 3-point shots, then he's definitely going to be on the floor, right? Because he can play defense. But I don't know. I think that he could take a step forward and surprise some people, man. I mean, listen, when you watch the kid go, and he's forced to do something offensively, he can go right, he can go left. He's got a little floater in the lane. He can pull up a mid-range jump shot. You know what I'm saying? He can be crafty. I'm not saying he's going to average 20 points a game. I'm just saying he's got he can be crafty, and he's intelligent. So
Rob the Knick must have been failing this Frank Ntilikina argument and when he got back up. That's what it is. Rob, you when he got Sam to back you up on the Frank Ntilikina argument. You feel like, yo, I keep losing to Uncle Freezy every night about Frank, man. Back up. You went and got your army, Rob.
Man, look, you be getting killed on Frank. I had to stop talking about him, and I switched over to Mitch because I was killing Chuck.
Hey, I say that, and the thing I say about Frank is my main goal, and when I say this, I don't say things I don't have like an alternate plan. My goal is for the Knicks to win and establish a winning culture. I think regardless of who is the hot name in the draft or who the hot free agent, you have to establish a winning culture. We want to win, man. We want to win. We tired of being in the lottery. We tired of looking at, 2 years down the road, we might be able to get. No, we don't want to do that no more, man. We frustrated as Knicks fans, man. We want to win. Win at all costs. I don't care if I legit want the team to establish a culture of winning. Now, I'm tired of teams looking at us as the rest stop before we play Brooklyn the next night. I'm tired of that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you're gonna have to worry about that this year with the coach we got. That ain't happening.
But you gotta weaponize your coach though. Your coach gotta have something to work with. Is what I'm saying. Because I agree with you, Ron. I agree that we're gonna be better, right? Because I feel like Obi Toppin is much slept on, and I feel like RJ Barrett is gonna take the next step. And how do I know RJ Barrett is gonna take the next step? Because in a small sample size, after he got healthy, he averaged 18 points a game. And the first things out of his mouth when we didn't see him for like 8 months, first thing out of his mouth was superstars struggled and had lower shot shooting percentages than I did, and I was playing on a bum ankle. The first things he made sure he let everybody know. Like people were like, yeah, he played robotic, man. He may not be agile, he may not be an athlete. The first thing I was playing on a bum ankle. He wanted to set the record straight. I believe in RJ. I believe RJ is legit passionate about turning this Knicks franchise around, right? The thing about Obi Toppin is you don't always like when you was in high school. It usually be the nerds on one side and the jocks on the other side. But we get a cat that's the nerd and the jock built into one, and Obi Toppin. And I know people will be like, no, Obi's not that athletic. He's not that smart. No, to run Anthony Grant's offense, you have to have a high level of basketball IQ. And for people that say Obi Toppin is not that athletic, we're basically capping for Obi. Y'all are nuts. This dude is a superior athlete. You got to give this dude credit for the skills that he brings to the table.
Anybody who say that ain't been watching basketball.
Well, exactly. But then you also have to expect a jump from somebody on the Knicks roster. You don't know if it's going to be Mitch, Knox, or Frank, or DSJ. But you have to expect a natural progression from one of them guys are going to take the next step. We don't know who it is.
If I was a betting person, I'm leaning on Kevin Knox, man. I was killing him. I was killing him from what I was seeing, but I just keep feeling that he's going to be that guy, man. And I'm with Sim. I ain't sleeping on Frank either, man. I'm telling you, man.
I would like
you
to
had
see
a caller that called in that said something about the experience earlier today. You had a caller who said that was a good call, and now he had a good point. I told him about it, a little bit about it, but I didn't catch it all. I just walked in. You mind talking about what he said?
Yeah, he was just saying what a lot of people are not recognizing with this Knicks team is that some of our young players, RJ, Knox, Frank, Mitch, they're growing up and they're becoming men, right? DSJ. And you can't discount the maturity and how it's going to relate to the basketball court. You know what I'm saying? What we did a few years back was draft a bunch of projects. Frank Ntilikina, project. Kevin Knox, project. Mitchell Robinson, a project. Right? Now, everyone looked at those guys and expected that because we got Kristaps Porzingis, who was supposed to be a project, but he came in and was able to contribute, that all of those guys were supposed to be able to contribute. But that's not the case. And normally, when you look at projects, how long does it take for a project to really start to produce? 4 years?
4 years.
5 years sometimes for a project to really start to come in and play. And a lot of times with those projects, by the time they start to produce, they've been shipped off to another team. And then now that other team gets all the goods.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying?
How many times we done seen that in our Knicks journey?
I mean, yeah. I mean, we drafted a lot of projects on this team a few years back, you know, starting with Frank Ntilikina. And then after Frank Ntilikina, it was, who was it? Kevin Knox, right? In the same year as Kevin Knox, I think it was Mitchell Robinson.
Trier.
Right? Alonzo Trier, who's not even with us anymore. He's not even in the league right now, hasn't signed a contract. So, I mean, I know, you know, people want us to win and win now, but you drafted projects, guys that we knew were going to be projects coming into the league, and you were going to need some time for these guys to start to play ball. And what I do get afraid is that we're going to ship these guys off just as they're starting to get it, because they all have talent. They all have talent, and we're going to ship them off just as they start to get it, and then they're going to fall into a system where you know that has better development. And they're going to produce for another team. And, you know, we're going to be looking like, man, we need a player that does this. We need a guy that plays defense. We need a guy that can block shots. You know, we need a three that can be versatile, and shoot the three, get the ball off the rim and go up and do this and do that. And we're going to be looking and saying, man, we should have kept this guy because now he's producing for San Antonio.
That's who I see with Frank all day long. If Frank make it to unrestricted free agency, I guarantee you Pop gonna snatch him, or Golden State gonna snatch him, because there was already reports that Golden State wanted Frank. They were hot on Frank on Frank Tail, and they don't go after dumb players.
And if you look at these guys, right, there's enough space on the team where you can say, let's try to let these guys marinate for a little while, before we just ship them out. Obviously, if something big comes along, you got to do what you got to do. That's the way the NBA is, but there's enough roster spots. You got 15 roster spots. You're talking about 4 players right now. And Frank Ntilikina, Dennis Smith Jr., Kevin Knox, Mitchell Robinson. All right, you talk about 4 guys. You got 11 other spots. You know what I'm saying? Where you can let these guys marinate a little bit and see if they can give you something before you just ship them up out of there just because you're impatient.
And especially if they want to stay.
Right.
Especially
because
if they want to stay.
Yeah, because you don't have to any longer go out just like they got Obi Toppin, who's ready. You're gonna go into the draft, you can go get some guys that's ready.
Yeah, I see somebody just put in the chat say you can find somebody off the street to play defense. I bet it differ. I bet it differ.
Yep.
Guys don't want to play defense.
And guess what?
Everybody want to shoot. Everybody want to shoot, but everybody don't want to play defense.
Right. And guess what? Nate Robinson thought he could jump in off the street and go fight somebody. Got his ass knocked the fuck out.
Bam. Bam.
So,
I thought he was dead. I seriously thought he was dead.
So go ahead and think you can just walk off the street and play some.
Good luck jumping off the curb.
You're gonna be reading the bottom of somebody's sneakers as they're jumping over the top of you, dunking on you.
Right. Hey, so I don't. And so the thing is with me, and I know I've been anointed a Frank hater for some reason. I don't hate Frank. Well, I just want our point guard situation to be fixed, right? That I think people misconstrue my wanting us to have a legit point guard with me hating Frank, right? I don't hate Frank. I just don't want him to play point guard for us. Right now, I don't think Frank is the starter. I don't think he should be getting starters minutes. I think if he does get a look at point, I think it should be in a role where he can be groomed. But we can't depend on Frank being our starter. We need to find us a point guard that's going to keep us in good offense, especially good offense, and then be a co-captain on defense. Him and whoever the big is, right? But the thing is with Frank has requisite tools to be good on offense, and he won't use them. Like we legit saw in that Houston Rockets game, he sauced up a former league MVP at the top of the key and threw up a brick, right? The fact that the brick part is irrelevant. The fact that he went into his bag and sauced up James Harden is one of those things that as a Knicks fan, we were excited about because when we first got Frank, we said Frank didn't have handles. Like we were legit like Frank can't handle the ball at point guard. So years later, we see Frank sauce up James Harden and throw up a brick. I'm excited about the saucing up part. The part that the shot didn't go in, everybody is going to miss a shot in the NBA. Nobody hits 100% of every shot that they take, right? But the fact that he did it again and had the confidence, he's like, no, I got him. I got it. I can sauce up Harden. He sauced up Harden and threw up another brick, right? I was excited. You know why? Because I felt like Frank had confidence in his handles in order to sauce up Harden. The fact that the shot didn't go in, I don't care. Because everybody missed shots, right? And then like a month before that, he sauced up Bradley Beal so bad that Bradley Beal ran into his own man, right? Off the wing. Frank threw up a brick, whatever. But I was shocked to see Frank with handles, and he used them in a game. You know what I'm saying? They come back down, they run the same play for Frank. Frank break Bradley, this time Bradley Beal back up out of respect and still get sauced up. So I'm like, oh my God, Frank got handles. Why can't we see this on and one other thing to the Frank going in his bag. Frank sauces up the point guard for Dallas and sees Porzingis, right? And Keyshawn said Porzingis is probably the tallest dude in the league, right? Frank sauces up the point guard and goes right at Porzingis and want to yam on him, right? Why can't we see more of that from Frank? It baffles me. Like, dog,
I just explained it. It's
ain't all on Frank either, man.
I mean, but it goes up and down. You know, like that's how sometimes development goes. Sometimes you see it and then you don't see it. And then you see it and then you don't see it. And you wonder, like, how come I can't see it? Just like your kids. Like your kids could be doing great. And they're doing everything they gotta do. And then all of a sudden they fall off and start wilding out. You're like, what the hell? They was just doing everything perfectly. Now they wilding out.
Right. But still my point is, so he played 4 years for that French team, right? So he played 4 years, but he's played with the Knicks 3.5 years. So we can't just go back and say, well, French Frank is one thing and New York Frank is something else. He played about the
look at this too, though. Think about how many coaches he's had. 16. I mean, he had every year he had a different coach.
He was 16.
Every year.
But Tim also just said that this kid was a project and he coming into manhood, right?
But you said
when he got drafted, he definitely was a project.
Before
even Phil said it himself that he drafted.
He was on that team since he was 16. But that's not like the pros. He with us, we got him for four years. This is 4th year. He 22.
Right.
And he just made 22, I think, in August. So he right at 22.
July.
But y'all just missing the point that he sauced up Bradley Beal. He legit sauced up Bradley Beal. He legit sauced up in that game that RJ hit the game winner. Frank Ntilikina sauced up James Harden at the top of the key. You know,
if I was starting the team and I got 15 spots, Frank gonna be on one of them slots, and I'm gonna tell you why. Just because of that defense. That defense will keep him in the league, if nothing else. That defense, because it ain't just what Chat failed to realize. It ain't just regular defense with Frank. The guys that lead on the defensive end, and I don't throw them words around lightly about players. being elite and nothing. The guy is elite.
Man, the kid can definitely strap up. Ain't no doubt about that.
So the thing is like so I'm gonna use one of some points, right? So we say we in bad offense, we give the ball to Randall, the double team come, he kick it out to freaking Mohawkless, who shouldn't even be on that side of the floor with Julius Randle because he's not a shooter or ball handler or playmaker in case the double team come. It should have been a guard over there, but since we low IQ, you know, so I got a point to get for Randall, but I'm gonna say this first. So we so low IQ that we put 2 non-ball handlers on the same side of the floor, which forces us to make, if Julius Randle can't pass to the non-ball handler playmaker, he got to reverse pivot and look to the opposite side of the floor and throw a long pass, which you don't want to do. And Ben, you don't want to throw these long passes, especially if you know they'll be contested, right?
Right.
So my thing is why is Frank not going to that ball, getting the ball with the shot clock going down, like in those situations? Remember, Sim said the halftime situation, shot clock running down. Why are we not going to Frank where he can saw somebody up like he did Harden, so he can pull up for 3 or try to get to the basket?
I think we're gonna see that this year, man.
That's
I really think we're gonna see that this year. I think Frank is going be more assertive. Think about it. That's our biggest complaint with Frank. I'll take that. That just tells me, just like we was talking about. Think about it, Freezy. We was talking about this last night. We said Frank on the corner threes, and somebody said, "Well, it's a small sample size." I don't care how much of a sample size we got footage of what he can do, right?
Right.
So the guy shot 14 out of what did they say? 28?
No, that number.
28 threes.
That
corner out of 29 corner threes.
14 out of 29.
Somebody said, but we can't verify. I verified that number a couple of months ago. It's 20 out of 40 out of the corner.
Yeah. He shot 48%, so it's like maybe 19 out of 40 or something like that.
Right.
So my thing is the only gripe we got is that we want Frank to shoot more because the defense he got. So if he shoots more, that means he's gonna put more baskets and balls in the basket. So that's all we got to worry about with Frank. We good, But the problem is what happened is we drafted Frank so high in that draft for at the time where he was. It was really a no-win situation for some of the Knicks fans. I'll say that.
Listen, that's the same thing with Knox. And you know what? With Obi, it's going to be a little bit different because he was projected to go higher than 8. He dropped to 8. Right. So, people might look at it a little bit different now. There's so much hype around him. People are going to expect him to come in and just burst on the scene. It may or may not happen. You know what I'm saying? But people are going to be expecting him to come in and burst on the scene. And I think you got to be patient with him, too, because he's got a lot of learning to go. Obi Toppin. He's got a lot of learning to do, too. Just stepping into this league is not, I know he's a little bit older. But guess what? He doesn't have the basketball experience that people might think just because he's 22 years old. He only played college basketball for 2 years. And, it's not like they went deep into the NCAA tournament. Prior to that, he was a redshirt freshman, right? So he was just practicing with the team before he played his first year. Right, he was practicing with the team, and then prior to that, he was playing in prep school. Right. So he's got some. He played an extra year of high school basketball. Then he was not actually playing competitively for a year. He was practicing, and then 2-year college basketball. There's players that come out as freshmen who have more basketball playing experience than that because they go deep into the NCAA tournament. Right. So, he's while he's a good player, super athletic, seems to be a smart kid on and off the floor. He's going to have to develop and learn the basketball game in the NBA. People say, he's going to be able to knock down that 3. Well, guess what? In the NBA, they close out a little bit faster. Players are a little bit longer. They may not be playing as much zone as he's seen in college. Right. When he's out at, if you watch in college and he pulled the 3 from the wing, he had a 6'3" guard trying to close out on him. Well, in the NBA, you might have a 6'7" guard closing out on you, who can jump high.
Right.
Because when he shoots his jump shot, it's not like he gets high in the air. He only gets a little bit of lift off the floor when he shoots that jump shot.
Right.
Right. So is he going to get it off clean enough to knock it down when someone's closing out on him in the NBA who's 6'7" and has, a 7'2" wingspan? You know what I'm saying? Like things like that make a big difference when you're making that leap from college to the NBA. So he's going to have a learning curve as well. And people are going to have to, not say, well, he's Obi Toppin, he's supposed to be this and that. People are going to have to be patient with Obi Toppin in some areas as well, I think. He's going to make mistakes. We got to live through those mistakes.
Right.
There's going to be times when he's benched. There's going to be times when he plays. There's going to be times when he gets 0 rebounds.
Yep.
So, Sam, do you think Randall gonna make it this whole season with us?
Do I think he's going to make it the whole season? I don't know. It's hard to say. I think we're going to look and see what happens with Randall and Obi Toppin. I think that obviously Leon Rose and those guys are sold on Obi Toppin, but I don't think he's going to come right in and start. I still think Randall's going to start over him. He's just, no one can come in. No one can look at me right now and say, yep, Obi's going to come in and give you 20 and 10.
So let me ask you this. Let me jump in right here because I got a thing. I have this argument, man. I'm getting murdered on this argument. So there is a legit hate for Julius Randle, right? That's not
legit.
That is not breaking news, right?
All
RJ
fans hate him. All RJ fans hate Frank. If you're an RJ fan, you hate Frank.
Right. So let me finish this thing real quick, just to finish up real quick. So Julius Randle, and so these are facts. Julius Randle improved every year that he was in the league up until this year. I still look at this year as an improvement for him, even though his numbers might not say that. Right. Mm-hmm. So here's the thing. People are saying that Julius Randle should be shipped out of town. He's not a number one option, and the Knicks would be crazy to bench Obi Toppin over Julius Randle. Obi Toppin should be starting from go. So here's my thing. Here's my take on it. I just want to get somebody else's opinion just to know.
I think he's gonna start. I think Obi gonna start, man.
No, so okay, Ron, let me finish my thing though. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think Julius Randle is put in a situation where he was forced to be the number one option because he was on a team with a bunch of low IQ players and nobody else could step up and be the number one option. I think the Knicks didn't have a choice, right? And so immediately people say RJ Barrett should have been the number one option. Well, you don't force a rookie to be the number one option based on I have an opinion on it, but I'll use Sim's opinion on it. Rookies have a lot to learn in year one, right? They have so much stuff to learn. And then you surrounded Julius Randle with a bunch of dudes that should not have been 2, second, or third options on any team. But they get to New York and they're second and third options. Like legit Wayne Ellington at one point was coming off the bench and was like the number one option off the bench. And Reggie Bullock was like a second option as a guy after Marcus Morris. Marcus Morris came here as the third or fourth option on every team he played on and was the number one option, right? And Julius Randle struggled, right? Early on, trying to play with Mook. But as the year went on, Julius Randle got better and better. Like after Fizdale left, Julius Randle averaged, I think, 22 points and 10 rebounds. And I know people will say they're empty stats, but I'm here to there's no such thing as empty stats. None of y'all can walk in the NBA right now and average 10 points a game. And don't be trying to feed me that BS because y'all can't. I know y'all. You know what I'm saying? So Freezy, let me jump in. Let me ask everybody this. I'm going to read some stuff off to you, okay? February 27, 2020 against Philadelphia. The Knicks lose by 9. Julius Randle has 30 points and 10 rebounds. The next game, February 29th, the Knicks play Chicago. They win by 10. Julius Randle has 22 points and 10 rebounds. All right. Now, and the first game he shot 61% from the field. The second game he shoots 47% from the field. Right. The game after that, the Knicks play Houston. Julius Randle had 16 points and 16 rebounds. He didn't shoot well that game. He was 5 for 14 from the field. He made it up by grabbing some rebounds. Right.
some extra rebounds, maybe. The next game they play Utah, they lose by 8. Julius Randle had 32 points and 11 rebounds. 8-point game. I mean, you're probably right there. Next game they lose by 23. Julius Randle had 12 points and 8 rebounds. Then they beat Detroit. He had 22 points and 12 rebounds. They lose by 7 to Washington. He has 16 points, 5 rebounds. Then they beat the Atlanta Hawks the last game of the season. He has 33 points and 11 rebounds. The Knicks go 500 during that stretch. Right? 500 during that stretch. If the Knicks go 500, they probably make the playoffs.
Right.
They go 500, right? Those aren't empty stats to me. Philadelphia is a good team. You lost by 9. You beat Chicago. You beat Houston. They were a good team. You beat them by 2. You lost by Utah. You lost to Utah by 8. Right? They're a good team. Clearly, they're a good team. Right? You lose to OKC by 23, so you got blown out. Right? And listen, Julius Randle had 12 points and 8 rebounds. Okay, so when you look at the losses and Julius Randle didn't do well in the losses, you can say, well, maybe that's why the Knicks got bust.
Right.
Detroit, not that good of a team. The Knicks beat them by 12. They should beat them by 12. Right. He put up stats in meaningful games, but people say it's empty stats. My question is Obi Toppin in his first year giving you 30, 22, 32, 22, 33, 16 rebounds, 11, 12, 11 in the same game? I don't think he's doing that in the same game.
No.
I don't think he's doing that. And I know people are going to talk about, the fact that Obi Toppin can spread the floor, and shoot the ball. We've got to see him do it in the NBA. I'm not saying that he can't do it in the NBA, but we got to see him do it in the NBA. Effectively and efficiently. And I hope that he does. All I'm saying is, let's not, if we have someone like RJ Barrett had to start because he had nobody in that position. If you have someone there where you can, let him play his 24 minutes, but not put the pressure on him to be the man right away.
Right.
Why not let him make his mistakes when the pressure's not on him? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
you're talking about Obi, right?
I'm talking about Obi. He's going to play 30 minutes a game anyway, 25 to 30 minutes a game anyway. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't think he's coming in and giving you those kind of numbers right away. Maybe he does. I could be totally wrong. He can come in and be a tremendous rebounder. I don't know.
Well, what about this? How come we're so impatient? Why can't we let Julius Randle play through mistakes?
You know what I think what it is with Julius Randle, man? I mean, his numbers are great, but what it is he makes those timely mistakes that cost you the game. When the game is on the line, that spin move comes out, loses the ball. And I think that's what's etched in everybody's mind. It's like when the game matters when it's close. But even in his defense, now I've seen times where he's actually carried us, you know what I mean, down. It actually kept us in the games, but it's always that one play, and I think that just sticks in everybody's craw, man.
And you want to know why there's that one play? Because Julius Randle gets the ball and he feels, and it's like, okay, it's go time. He's trying to be the guy, not that he's meant to be the guy, but he's trying to be the guy. And there's not that many other supports around him.
Right. Right about that. We ain't had no shooters last year.
I want to challenge people to go play on a team where there's not a lot of good players, and you are the guy that can score the easiest.
Right.
I say that.
And get all the attention.
See what it's like. Yeah, you're gonna get all the attention, and you're gonna make some mistakes.
I say
you're gonna make mistakes.
Wait a minute. So to clarify though, you're talking about Julius Randle, right?
Yeah, Randle.
Yeah,
hey, look, I say,
and that's where Julius Randle's got to learn to say, you know what, I just got to give up the rock. I'm not going to make
players,
let me give up the rock. Let me swing it. Let me swing it a little bit quicker. Let me swing it a little bit faster out the double team. Right, Julius Randle. A lot of times, people got on him about the spin move, but this is what happened, and teams recognized that he was not good at seeing where the double teams were coming from. He didn't just always just spin into a double or triple team. It really isn't true that he did that. He would make his move, and as he was making his move, then the double team came after he put the ball on the floor. So what it looked like is that he spun into a double or triple team, but he spun and it was there, but as he was spinning, bam, the double and triple team comes. Now, it's up to Randle to say, I can't do this move, and understand when he can spin, when he can't spin, right? But he didn't just spin into a double or triple team. He spun, and then it came. A lot of times, Julius Randle would have the ball, and then someone would come from the baseline and double team from the baseline.
Yep.
Yeah,
right.
There was a lot of
But
that.
they always did it when he was in the middle of his move. Why? Because Julius Randle hasn't recognized how to get that ball out of his hand quick enough. Or
So
He could be dribbling with that head down too.
Sim, what is your point guard doing? What are your other offensive players doing when a double team comes? Are they communicating to Randle that the double team is coming, or are they standing there?
I don't know, but the hard thing for Randle is that once he's already made his move, see, Randle moves fast when he's trying to make his move to the basket, right? He goes. And I think when he goes, he's focused on the basket, and he can't see who else is out there, where they're open, where he should be kicking the ball. You know, he's not understanding where the double team is coming from so that he can make that pass. I think he's got to slow down in his head a little bit before he just goes ahead and makes those moves. See what's around him, see where all the players are coming from, right? And try to understand, okay, the double team is probably going to come from this guy. So when I make my move, I need to be ready to make this pass or that pass, right? So I think he's just got to slow down and do a better job seeing the floor so that he understands where to make the pass when that double team comes, because like teams are just waiting for him to put the ball on the floor, make his move, and in the middle of his move, they attack.
They attack it,
right? And because they know that he's kind of impatient when he's making his move.
Right
to the basket.
And I blame part of that though on guards not having awareness. Like you legit when you see your big is going into their move like that, you have to get in their cone of vision so they can see that they have an outlet to pass the ball to. I just don't see how guards do that. I just don't see how guards get in his line of sight where once he see the double team, he can just kick it out. You know what I'm saying? Why does a double team player have to find a man that's standing around that back? So, but then again, I grew up in Jersey City. I grew up in the hotbed of basketball. I believe the best players in the world come from Jersey City. You know what I'm saying? So I might see it a little bit different. No shade at upstate New York or no other places. You know what I'm saying? But
nobody even fed into that.
All the people from Brooklyn, like, what Jersey City at? but yeah, I feel like the guards are in this stationary thing where they spot up and they don't go to the basketball to keep themselves alive in a play. I feel like Tibbs is going to fix that automatically. Like if guards come down the floor and don't move, they out of here. You just can't legit let somebody be double teamed and not present yourself as an outlet to somebody that you know. It's like in high school basketball, you see it more than others. But when high school teams trap, the other offensive players go to places that are vacated by the defender so that you can attack a trap and push the ball up the floor so that you can get an open look in the corner three or underneath the basket. You know what I'm saying? It's those small things that I think the Knicks don't do. This is the reason why I'm frustrated with cats like Dennis Smith Jr., who's probably a top 5 athlete at his position, don't understand the small things like that. Like if Julius Randle
told you why.
But if Julius Randle is legit being double teamed, that means Dennis Smith Jr. has a lane to the basket if he would present himself as being a man open for an outlet pass. You know what I'm saying? It's the small stuff when you watch the Knicks. It kills me. I'm not concerned with like Frank Ntilikina running to the corner. That don't bother me. What bothers me is when is when we talk about Julius Randle, because these spin moves that we talking about, this stuff, it don't happen that much in the game. You talking about like maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe 5 times a game. You see that happen to Julius Randle, and people act like it happens like 30 times a game. It don't.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Fellas, hey, man.
Yeah, I'm about to head out of here.
With y'all, man, all morning, but brother, man, gotta go bed, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Hey, Sim, man, good seeing you, man. Been a minute.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
You on tomorrow, Sim?
Hey, even though I ain't been able to get on, man.
No, not tomorrow. Not on tomorrow.
Oh,
I've been watching you, man. I see you got that 365 live.
Yeah,
sportscaster going. Hey, it's looking real good, man. Keep it up.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. One last thing I wanted to ask before I get out of here. You know, what is this Buddy Hield stuff?
Yeah, you must have read my mind, man. I keep seeing the chat talking about Buddy Hield. I picked up my phone doing Knicks news. I ain't seen nothing but Buddy Hield.
So the Knicks at Night podcast is enamored with Buddy Hield. Enamored. Him and Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine, Frank Ntilikina, and Buddy Hield.
I do like Zach.
And it was Westbrook, but now that Westbrook is a Wizard, I guess you can scratch him off the list.
Well, that's the dumbest trade Houston could have made.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the kind of stuff that should get a front office man fired. You don't make no trade like that, bringing in a guy who ain't played in 2 years, coming off no Achilles. Ain't no way I would have done that. No way.
Right. Right. Well,
I keep seeing, Buddy Hield being, Julius Randle and Frank Ntilikina going to Sacramento for Buddy Hield. That's what I be seeing from people.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, somebody said it earlier. Said that who was reporting? I think they said Ian Begley or somebody. Yeah, I think this man said Ian Begley. When I saw that thing earlier, I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
But Frank, hey, I tell you what, if Frank get to San Antonio, if he leaves us and end up in San Antonio or Golden State, we'll be looking crazy. We'll be looking crazy. Man, I can't believe it. Just like Sim said. One thing I know about Frank, I'm gonna tell you this: in today's NBA, they're freezing. What you were saying about a point guard. See, the thing is people have changed the dynamics of what a point guard is. Right. Frank is a point guard, but by today's standards, everybody wants a point guard that can go out there and light people up. But Frank is a complete point guard. A point guard, you're supposed to share the ball with everybody else. That's your job, is to get people in position to score. And he does it better than, in my book, than anybody on the team that's a point guard that we have. Right. Between him, Peyton, and Dennis Smith Jr. He's the best point guard. But we look for the score because Russell Westbrook done spoiled us. John Wall, these guys, Steph Curry. You know what I mean? We've been spoiled to seeing that. It's just this new age, man. It's that new age. But
All right, fellas, I'm about to head up out of here, man. I got to get up in the morning and proctor a test or something. So I got to get out of here. Yeah,
hey, man. My man, staying busy. Hey, so thanks for everybody that came through. Sim from Nothing But Knicks. Ryan Cleveland from Man. It's Knicks time.
Sim, you don't know that, man. Hey, I just recently launched, man. My kids was on me, man. They said, Dad, they said you need to be doing something in sports, man.
Yeah,
like, that's all you do is talk sports.
But we gonna support you, man. We gonna keep sending.
No doubt about it, man.
Yeah. Just stay at it. Don't ever give up, man. Just stay consistent and just stay at it, man. And because
y'all guys are inspiration, man. Especially Sim, man, because you was the first person I seen with it, man.
Yeah,
ain't no national machine behind you. It's real, authentic. And I appreciate that, man.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yo, I mean, as soon as you get your stuff launched, let us know, man. We gonna shout it out.
I'm just with the videos right now. So I've been putting out videos the last like 4 days. And Guillermo, man, when I saw that Legion of Knicks, I clicked on that, man. And I saw him last night, and I told him, man, I said, I had the flashback, man, remembering us on the chat with you, and talking and stuff, man. And I said, now to see you and to hear how he was, I said, dude, you're going to go far, man. That analytical stuff is you. He is an analytical guy.
Yep.
So
He got a good show.
Speaking of which, man, how Mark doing?
Mark is good. Mark is good. We're still trying to get him to do his thing. You know, he's dabbling a little bit. We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him there.
Yeah, hey, it's enough room for everybody, man. Hey, it ain't enough Knicks content as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
I try to find everybody's stuff, man.
For sure. And hey, yo, so shout out to all the Knicks fans around the world that can't get enough of this Knicks content talk. Appreciate y'all. I've been looking at the analytics and stuff, man. We got international audiences for everybody. Everybody around the world want this Knicks talk. Make sure y'all keep tuning in to the Nothing But Knicks fam. We got a lot of stuff coming. Gonna do this website thing. It's gonna be crazy. Make sure y'all tune into the mothership, Nothing But Knicks. Come back here for the Knicks at Night podcast to get your fix. All y'all crazy lunatics. I want to shout out my mods, Bodega Wi-Fi and Simma Singh that's in the building. Hey, so we got some swag coming. Y'all subscribe to the channel. And not just for me, but to grow the audience. So it'll broaden the conversation. So these conversations will be fuller and richer. And so that you'll get something out of these conversations. Yo, we're gonna be out of here. Appreciate y'all tuning in, and we'll holler at y'all.
Easy. Yeah, man. Hey, Sam, keep it up, man.
No doubt. Appreciate it, bro.
Keep it up, man. Appreciate this. I'm a late night guy, man. I don't go to sleep early. You know, I'm an ex-soldier. Had to stay up.
Yeah, man. All right, brother.
All right, man.